Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second, please. Sorry, sending links out now. Alrighty. Good morning, everyone. This is Best Spy Live Trading. Today is November 5th, 2025. What we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, and more. Fundamental analysis, technical analysis, and more to find the wind direction, trend direction, and traps. Time is 9:24, and the market is opening in 6 minutes. Good morning, everyone. It is very important to mark the previous day, 9:30 open, as well as the 4 p.m. close, marking the previous day gap. Good morning, Alfonso. Good morning, Anastella. Good morning, Shakima. Good morning, Edison. Good morning, Dale. Good morning, Jordan. Good morning, Syed. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sam and Katie in the WhatsApp group. And good morning, everyone in the YouTube chat that is coming in slowly. Shaz, Leo, Zach, Harry. Good morning, everybody. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. A legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and education and entertainment purposes only. Time is 9:25. The market is opening in a couple of minutes here. We will look at the CNBC news we have overnight. We have private payrolls rose 42,000 in October, more than expected. Good news, as well as some voting news coming out, as well as stock futures are a little changed, right? They just updated it, but AMD and some other tech stocks remain under pressure. We have the president coming live today at 1 p.m. The president of the United States, President Trump, will be live at 1 p.m. with the economic speech in Florida at the America Business Forum in Miami. We will be streaming and watching that live, as that is the major economic and major news catalyst of the day. We have 3 gaps, 2 above, 1 below. The one below is at 672.77, and the one up there. So 683, 682, 680-ish. Market is opening in 4 minutes. All right. Good morning, Clock. Good morning, Jerry. Good morning, James. Good morning, Ash. Fack. Good morning, David. All things are at the previous day, 4 p.m. close gap almost. NVIDIA, pound, everything almost except pound here. SPY is at yesterday's gap, 4 p.m. close. Let's see. Good morning, West Coaster. Good morning, Captain Chaotic. Good morning, Sonny Jones. Good morning, James. And everybody that is coming in. Time is 9:28 and the market is opening in 2 minutes. The VIX is at 19.04. It went up higher overnight into 6 a.m. and the VIX has dropped off, creating some sort of maybe a wedge, I don't know. Interesting. VIX spiked at November 4th, 5 a.m. The VIX spiked at November 5th, 6 a.m. Interesting. Very. Well, the VIX is again higher than yesterday. Yesterday was higher than the day before. Interesting. All right, here we go. Market opening in 47 seconds. It is at the previous day, 4 p.m. Close. The Nikkei has went down significantly and then popped back up a little bit. It is at 2.5% overnight. EU has also went down. The market has went up into pre-market at the 4 p.m. close. Good morning, Lewis. Good morning, Russia. Good morning, Insider. Good morning, Vincent. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Basket. Well, here we go. Market is open. 9:30 spike candle is here. The gap did not fill. 9:30. Well, $9.30. Bulls are trying for the gap above. Let's see if they get a consecutive candle here above POC and fill it or not. Good morning, Stella. Good morning, Don. Good morning, everyone that is coming in. CNBC says stocks are a little changed, but AMD and other tech stocks remain under pressure. And that's the news that just popped off again right now. AMD is down 1.45% overnight. Nvidia is down 0.21% overnight, going red trying right now. Palantir, I don't know if this is gap fill. Honestly, that could be gap fill. That looks like gap fill, but I need to look at this in the 1 minute. Bears are here still on Palantir Re. That shit is not a gap fill, to be honest with you, but they don't give a damn. They don't give a damn. Bears are here. On Palantir, Nvidia, NVTS. Maybe QQQ doing something. QQQ red right now. SPY is also red. God did. God fucking did, folks. Great start. Great fucking start. You won't. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of got. But it's all good. I'm all back. Alright. NVTS Palantir. Trying 180 somewhere. God damn. QQQ South right now, and SPY is holding. Alright. 9:30. I can't even draw the LOD and the HOD, but QQQ is going south right now. I know this because my NVTS Palantir going. My NVTS puts are literally up 26%. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray. God did, God did, God did, God did, God did, God did. I'm about to be fucking done for the fucking month. No, I'm kidding. God did, God did, God did, God did. Come on, come on, come on, push me out. God did, 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 God did. Come on, come on, come on. Holy fuck. Woo! Yo! I am leaving all my lottos on Palantir right now. Oh, fuck. Come on. More. 181.8. Fuck me. Come on. I have all my limit cells right here. 181.8. Come on. God did, Dr. Barry. God did! Alright, I'm leaving NVTS. Wow. Wow. Bears are crazy. This is insane. My NVTS went crazy. Nvidia up 9% now. Come on. Oh my god. No, yes sir. All my NVTS puts are up 46, 26, 37. And my Palantir puts are up 50. Oh shit, I should just leave. Fuck this shit. Right. The bounce trying. I'm not leaving. Bounce trying 183. God did. Time is 9:35. 9:35 is the floor. Floor is trying to bounce right now. Until that floor breaks, the bears are impossibility of getting trapped right here. 9:35 floor at 9:33 a.m. Oh my god, they're fucking tickling with me. Come on! Come on! Fuck, they're tickling with me. Come on, come on, holy fuck, come on. Palantir. Palantir. Don't even make me fucking say re. Baby, come on, baby. Nvidia up 13% now. All contracts are up fucking 60% now for me. NVTS going crazy. Greedy shit, I'm leaving now slowly. Fuck all this. Fuck all this NVTS. Please fail. Wait. Bounce is trying on spike. Oh my god. Come on. Palantir. $400 more per contract. Please me. Please me. Fuck me. 940. 935 bounced on spike. 935 is the floor for now. It is at POC. Alright, this is morning cycles. Take a trap. Bears real quick. It already did. 5 minutes. Yo, the video Palantir kind of scary. Oh, kind of scary. It's been 9 minutes since the market opened. 935 is the floor in Palantir. SPY is trying to go to the roof test on 940. 930 is the roof. Sorry, that's 945. Okay. So the confirmation rejected into 940, 935, and 935 created an algo range at the floor. There's an algo range going on. Warning cycles are happening. They might show a bear trap or bull trap. They're testing the roof. It's the previous day LOD on Palantir. Previous day LOD 940. Wow, that look at that bullish momentum from pre-market being used to go fucking lower again. Now it's bear trap trying down slowly. Now it's deciding what to do on SPY. Alright, if I got a floor break on SPY here, and Palantir might pull back. But NVDA 195. What the fuck is 195? Okay. 8. Alright. Bears are here. SPY trying to break the floor now. They just tried breaking the roof. 940 is rejecting on Palantir. Trying. Algo range is here. Testing the roof, testing the floor. It did not break out. It did not break down. Bears are trying. Candles are stacking. MACD is RSI is bearish. I think NVIDIA wants to try to go lower. I'm trying to get the fuck out of Palantir, but NVIDIA is squeezing for now. NVTS going low. I don't fucking know what the hell going on. Palantir going lower. Thank God, 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 thank God. Fill me the fuck out. Thank God, thank God, thank God. 182, please. Thank God, please, 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 please. 182 right now. 182 right fucking now. Oh my God, please, right now. Oh my God, please, it's right there. Please, it's one candle. I'm gonna close my eyes. Please fill me, please, please, please. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Please, 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 please. I've been waiting fucking so long. Please, 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 please. Come on. Oh, I have one. I have my eye open through literally my pinky finger and my ring finger. Please, please. Mr. Cart versus Burry. Yesterday. Today. Time is 9:45. 9:40 rejected to 9:45, and 9:45 is testing the floor and everything. 9:45 is floor hoping. LOD testing. Oh my God. 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 What the fuck is this on Palantir? Come on, one more candle, baby. Come on, girl. SPY bouncing. Time is 9:45. You know what? Fuck it. I'm leaving Palantir everything right now. Fuck it. 16.2. And they're about to drop this shit, but I don't give a fuck. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Fill me out. All contracts filled. Out! Alright, I'm all out of Palantir. I was so stressed. Let's go! My shittiest contracts up 65%, all out. Oh, lordy! Oh, lordy! Fuck yes! Alright. Alright, I gotta go watch the video. Oh my god, I don't even give a fuck if this shit goes 181 now. This shit was fucking with my emotions for forever. Alright, the video. This is the NVDA at the previous day. Alright, if Palantir goes to 181, don't even tell me. I don't even care. I was literally sitting there thinking, but honestly, that's like $200 per contract that I'm considering they're stressing about. Fuck that. Fuck that. Let's go. Alright, wind direction mixed. Let's try. Palantir 1. 184. And they went to 181.5 overnight. Man, that shit straight up trolling. Has to be. Alright. Oh, the roughest Palantir earnings squeeze ever. That was crazy. The 2 day, or literally the 1 day before earnings on Palantir was crazy. Oh my god. Alright. Oh my god. Man. I don't even know what to watch anymore. Alright, SPY 945. Wind direction is trying to go north now. Broke the HOD. 950 is here. And 950 is here right now. So 945 pushing higher into 950 above the algo range. Now we must draw the wind direction. The wind direction is going north above the algo range from 935 into 950 right now. Things are now squeezing. Maybe Palantir squeeze it on this as well. 950. And we had a consecutive red days in a row, so maybe something, I don't know, confusion might happen today before something. Hella people were trying to go lower or higher. That's what people were saying online, so today kinda. Alright, high of the day. Same as yesterday, morning pop now. Literally morning pop now. Now I'm stuck a little bit on the video, but I'm not worried because this shit is expiring next week. I am out of all my Friday expiry except a tiny lotto on NVTS, so it's whatever. But SPY is a little bit shaky open. Opened up below yesterday's gap. Right, filled it out morning, opened to and went lower. And then now we're bear trapping off of 935. Look, there's a difference. There's a difference. There's a divergence on the ground. They might go break that at some point. Right? 945. That might be a hope until later too, but at some point they're gonna break that divergence. We're gonna leave the screen on because this is something interesting now. No confirmation lower, right? Just going higher yet, but all I'm saying is there's a divergence at the floor on SPX and SPY, and that clears way more than SPY and QQQ. That does not mean it's gonna clear right now. It really doesn't. There is a divergence on the floor now. Look at that, 945, right? 945 did not break 935, but there's a divergence at the floor. So this shit might hold for 30 minutes. This thing might hold for 2 hours. This thing might hold until the end of the day. But more than not, at some point or another, right, they're bear trapping right now. But at some point or another, they're going to bull trap too and go break the LOD and then probably some sort of confusion game too and then trap more bears is one of my opinions. Right? This is what I'm thinking later if I see it. I'm going to think about it. We are showing a bounce on almost all things. Almost all things. I'm gonna short gold a little bit into next week. Going to November 10th. Now I'm gonna do 7th. Yeah. Wow, wind direction going north on SPY. That is weird. There is a divergence down there. No confirmation, nothing though. They are. Is this thing ripping higher with the divergence? I don't know. RSI is being brought back now. This is some advanced level stuff too. Basically, same thing as 1 minute gap, right? They could use that as to hope trap both sides or one side and then do something, use it as setup later. Just don't know which. And the video flickering 200. Flickering 200. I want to target this downside, but like I'm not doing this shit now. They're obviously burning the fuck out of the morning bears, so running crazy. I'm just waiting and waiting and waiting. I cannot even go long because this is not a 3/3 and the candles are going crazy. Like candles literally getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So in my opinion, one of these huge candles. It could be the 3/3, but it could be so damn bullish because it's been so bearish that they're about to rip this thing higher. I didn't figure it out. What is this trend line? I have no idea what this yellow line is, but let's see. This yellow line is what we broke down yesterday. So it is a possibility. Look at the MACD. It is a possibility they come back here, hover, burn everything off, and then go clear the divergence at some point too. I don't know. But it is looking so crazy bullish now. And there's a divergence on SPX and SPY. Not, maybe there is a divergence in SPY and SPY too. Let's go look real quick. This is getting crazy now. Q. No divergence at the floor. Just SPY and SPX. 936. Look at that 1 minute gap up on SPX. One minute gap up on SPX right now. Gap fill is possible. Or they go even higher and then trap up there, being the 3/3 or not. But they did 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 for 5 minutes, right? SPY really quick, and then everything else went more than SPY, almost. Because Palantir did, I know that for a fact, and then SPY trapped the crap out of people into 950 and no confirmation they could hover here. There is a 1 minute gap here now. SPX 1 minute gap. And there's a divergence. SPY, SPX. At the floor. That is weird. 945. 955. This can extend higher if there's no confirmation to pull back. Fuck. Palantir is at 182. It's all good. I don't care. That was beautiful. SPX is really going higher. There might not be a gap here, honestly. 6790.44. 6790.32. There's a gap. Wow, interesting. They're going crazy higher into 10 now. HOD 10. Cycles are being extended and extended. You're showing crazy bullish with that gap and the divergence on the floor. Alright, at some point they're going to trap the 3/3 up here too, but that is crazy. Right, they made it look crazy bearish, and people were crazy bearish because of the pre-market overnight too. People were bullish and bearish because of the overnight, so they're getting everything more and more engaged. Is what I'm thinking here. Right, they went low and then they went up. and then dropped off and then came back up. So that is literally getting both sides excited. Both sides are like, oh my god, whooping! Both sides are fucking. I think I'm gonna chill out a little bit on SPX. I wanted to target low right now, right here, no confirmation, but bet. I'm looking at gold, but I don't even want to do gold. Gold is, I feel like gold will go more lower into next week, but I just put a little bit into it. Gold's going lower into next week. Oh my god. I'm going more right now. Gold going trying. Oh my. That would be cool to see. Spies. SPX gap filled. 10 is rejecting. 10 could bounce. We really have to watch this difference right here. This is the biggest setup of the day right now. So, yo, they burnt the crap out of bears and bulls on gold up until right now, though. That is for a fact. They went up, then down, then up today. And tomorrow, nobody. This is crazy on gold too, honestly. What the f? Something making my shit go up and down crazy. Well, I don't know what. Beautiful girl, world. Trying to go lower. Time is 10:05. 10:05 is trying to bounce at 10:03. Cycle is being created. Time could be wasted. Or cycle is being created to go higher or lower at the roof right here. I think I'm going to take profit on my portfolio tomorrow and then start refresh again. Time is 10:10 in 1 minute and 30 seconds. The bulls are testing the roof. Candle is coming out of nowhere. That is a bounce at 10:05 into 10:05 itself. It's not even 10:10 for 1 minute and 50 seconds still. Right, HOD just broke into 10:05. They're showing so bullish right now in SPY. Every single cycle being denied basically. Cycle, no cycle here, barely any cycle, one cycle now. So, I mean, people try though, that's for sure. They are using the divergence at the floor as a hope factor right now, and they're going higher at the minimum because there's so many bears in the morning on SPY. Looks like that is crazy. I wanted to short up there, but like I would have probably gotten trapped into that shit because that's crazy. Right. If I went in before the gap fill, maybe I would have took profit a little bit after gap fill, but like going after gap fill, clearly trapped into. Time is 10:10 in 30 seconds. Holy shit. Going wild. I'm going wild. NVIDIA went higher on this as well. I'm adding a little bit of NVIDIA into next week here. Alright, NVIDIA earnings is next week, right? Interesting. Alright, time is 10:10. Since the market is slowly deciding what to do. I feel like this is the roof. but I mean, they could still go higher and higher, I guess. There's also there's no divergence at the roof, but yeah. I'm gonna go get my peanut butter and sandwich. Alright, I'm back. Just keep in mind, there is a divergence at the floor. I hate them, I hate them, I hate them. They did it. Too late though. I'm gonna go look around. Gold. Nvidia. Oversold being bought back. If you guys want to see any interesting stocks, let us know. We will take a look at them as well. AM. Squeezing morning, squeezing yesterday's 3/3 until 10 AM at the minimum. There's a divergence at the floor. No confirmation, nothing. Just 10:05 going lower to 10:10. How long does this divergence hold? Let's see. It could be forever. It could not fill until tomorrow. It could not fill until next week too. I don't know. All I know is there's a divergence or something. Not before. Confused. Almost like pivot point. I mean, this is this is dangerous shit. Divergence on SPY and QQ2, basically same thing as divergence in SPY and SPX. Let's see. I'm mad as fuck about Palantir, but it's okay because like they spiked it down, and then they came right back up to where I literally left everything. So fuck it. I was waiting for this shit yesterday though, right? I kept saying I'm waiting for 180, but like I was literally waiting for that shit. It's just that's a crazy fucking wait. Oh my god, from all the way up, that's insane. That's actually Mr. Barry, you know. What's his name? Michael Berry type shit. All right, let's go look at CNBC. I think we have some news coming out. The QQQ
is opening like this compared to yesterday. This is something to see too, because QQQ was down 2% yesterday, right? So
we are getting some numbers that are pretty important right now. We're going to be looking at the ADP private payroll data. It's just out. Steve Leisman joins us with those numbers.
Numbers. What a thought. Fantastic. ADP is saying that private payrolls grew by 42,000 in the month of October, with a decent split when it comes to
milk right now.
by sector. Goods producing up 9,000, service providing up
stomach.
33,000. This is a question, is this the new normal we have to get used to? Is a relatively lackluster number that because we don't have the labor force growth, is this a good number relative to the labor force growth? We don't know because we don't have the unemployment size. What I don't, the household survey, what I don't like is how we got here. And this is something that's a bit of concern here. Small businesses,
right
less than 50 workers, losing 10,000. That is the third month in a row that they have lost workers here. Medium size down 21,000 and large over 500. That's where the job gains are. I have a concern anecdotally that this is a potential tariff effect here, where small business is being hurt. Also, perhaps at the consumer level, what's going on. Looking at by industry here, 47,000 for trade, transport, and utilities. That's interesting to me because I would think that would be a place that would be
big ass cycle from 1/3, 2/3, 3/3.
What's going on with the tariff? Education, hospitality, and health services. That's the place we often get the job growth. Leisure hospitality, though, down 6,000. Information down 17,000. And just one more thing here, we have, I believe, the change in wage growth.
Until the low of this breaks, it's building another cycle.
What is that saying to you? Unchanged in 4.5% for job stayers, 6.7 for job changers. Those we're kind of like at a status quo, or maybe a quiet period here in the job market. It's not going down, which would tell you there was a lot of slack in the job market, but it's also not going up, telling you it's tight. We may just be, what, can I say, Goldilocks? Is that fair to say?
It's running hotter than
it's running better. People are making that. That's a great observation, Becky. And I also think that it's not declining, which would tell you there's a lot of slack in the labor market. I will say one more point, which is that this was about 20,000 more than expected. And it's also a nice turnaround from the prior month. But why listen to me when we have the unofficial commissioner of the Bureau of ADP Labor Statistics right here?
I think she's actually the official
title. The official right.
One to all of us.
That's right.
Neela Richardson is here. She is ADP's chief economist. And Neela, we are starved for information right now, so we're probably going to parse this 20 ways to Sunday.
I was starving. Now I'm good.
What do you see from this data?
I think the first thing to note is the tepid recovery. We saw a loss in September. We actually put out a weekly pulse number last week showing and signaling a direction of tepid recovery. Now, as Steve mentioned, this is not the hiring rates that we saw at the beginning of the year.
I think this is where Tesla is going.
It is a recovery. It is not broad-based. We did see some gains in education and healthcare. We did note the gains in trade, transportation, and utilities. But there's some weakness. You see it in professional services. You see it in information services. And so, and when you think about the consumer, you see it in leisure and hospitality. And then the final point, again, Steve mentioned it, I'll put a little bit more data into it, is that 3 in every 4 workers in the United States work in a company with less than 250 employees. And so while big companies make headlines, small companies drive hiring. And so to see that weakness at the small company level is still a concern. And I think that's one of the reasons why the recovery has been so tepid.
Like, I did it with the market, I guess,
but like contention that this could be because of tariffs hurting small businesses more than mid or large businesses.
I think it's the cacophony of everything all at once.
Weaker
it could
than
be
SPY,
tariffs
but
and
SPY
tariff
is
uncertainty.
leading right now.
It could be
I don't
hiring.
know how SPY is leading
because
IWM is literally
don't
lower.
Hire using H-1B
Maybe
visas
IWM
sometimes. No,
is not
small
leading.
firms are dynamic too. They're hiring talent around the world, and so that uncertainty could be a pressure point for small firms. But let's not forget the consumer. There's been so much talk about the K-shaped recovery. Well, that lower leg of that K did have some discretionary income for leisure and hospitality, that might be slowing. So there is a lot of things that could be affecting small businesses right now. The good news in terms of the overall macro story is it hasn't slowed down large company hirings to the same extent.
I'm going to make two very quick points. One is if you were
today, Bitcoin.
Kramer's Mad Dash. No, hell no. Big rejection candle coming at POC. I think the bears are coming here on POC. Let's see. Divergence at the 4. I don't know why. That is not normal. If they go lower here, which is morning cycle, they have the power to. They would burn the fuck out of the bulls. They would make bears fucking excited, and then they can burn the fuck out of the bulls too again.
Time now for a look at how the New York City mayoral election could impact wealthy people in the Big Apple. The one and only Robert Frank, who knows more about this than just about anybody else, joins us right now.
Andrew, great to see you guys have had some great discussions this morning, all about the question of wealth flight. Will the wealthy stay or go? And in fact, there are competing studies on recent wealth flight from New York. If you look at left-leaning groups, they point out that New York's population of millionaire earners, so those who earn $1 million or more in income, that has nearly doubled since 2010. There are 34,000 New Yorkers making at least $1 million or more. Now, while high earners did leave during COVID, of course, that outmigration was brief. The wealthy are now less likely to leave New York than middle-class or lower-income New Yorkers. On the other side, conservative groups argue that while New York's millionaire population has increased, the growth lags far behind other states. New York's share of national millionaires has fallen from 13 to 9% since 2010, and the city's share has fallen from 7 to 4%. California, Florida, Texas all saw gains in those millionaire shares. Now, the Citizens Budget Commission estimates that the underperformance for high earners in New York has cost the state $11 billion in annual tax revenue, $2.5 billion for New York City. Governor Kathy Hochul says she opposes Mamdani's proposed tax increases on the wealthy New Yorkers because, quote, I don't want to lose any more people to Palm Beach. We've lost enough.
Bears are here.
Bears are here. Bears are here.
Talking about oh, sorry. Go ahead, Andrew.
Oh my God.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we were talking with someone the other day, and I think it might have been Robert, about what happened to New Jersey when David Tepper left.
The fuck candle is that? What did I say? I'm up crazy.
That's right. And if you look at New York, okay, it's the top 1% pay 40% of the taxes. But in the city and in the state, it's actually the top 200 pay something like 6 or 7%. And even within that group, you know, we have 152 billionaires in New York City.
Yo, hold on. Hold on, guys. Right? Everybody, number one, hit the like button. Number two, what the fuck did I say, right? What the fuck did I say, right? I said they could go to the LOD, burn all the fucking bears and bulls off right now because there's morning cycles, there's momentum, and they fucking make bears excited and burn them off too. We're about to see. What is that? I'm telling you, that changes something. Right now, that's 10-20. That changes something. This is a 10-15, 10-20 rejection. I think the Bears are still here. I'm pretty sure the Bears are still here. Or they bear trap this shit again, and then they do something later. Advanced level. I don't know. That is a crazy spike candle. People can't even leave into that. I don't even think they can. I don't. Can they? Did they? First of all, was anyone able to leave into that, or did people get trapped into that? What was that? Right? On SPY. I'm talking about on SPY. And they're bear trapping off that candle too, so maybe they got people to chase on that puts, and then now going higher, and then burning off, and then do something later too. I don't. This is getting even more dangerous now. Even more dangerous. This is a purple box at the roof basically happening. Something like this. I'm not drawing it, but crazy bounce now. 10-22 when I'm telling you, they're building liquidity for something here. Look at this shit. Building liquidity for something here. It's 1025. I expect a big red or big green. Yeah, the morning momentum's this is gonna be used for something here, big time. Alright, this is gonna be used to bear trap crazy, or this is gonna be used to bull trap crazy. I don't know. Or I could be in the wrong here too, and it could be a little bit of hover and then figure something out too and use it later. But honestly, there's so much trapped now. There's so much trapped now all of a sudden. Oh my god, both sides.
Today, Bitcoin's November.
Sorry for that. All of a sudden. I guess we could see Kramer's mad dash on Pinterest, folks.
All right, time for a mad dash. We used to call this hump day, I think, right? It is still Wednesday. Jim's in Boston.
It's
Want to
like
talk a little
2008.
Pinterest, stock of which is going to get hit pretty hard right now.
Crush.
Not
that I necessarily want to take the other side of the trade, but let me just say, they've got a great user base. They've got data. I think that they didn't talk enough about how you could use their data.
1025 is
if you're one
trying
of
to
these,
show bearish.
one of these bots.
This could be fake
And
big
most
time.
importantly, David, I did not think they were nearly as negative on the holiday season as
There's
people
an
are making
algo range
out.
here, 10, 10, 10,
They are
10
very
being used
muted.
right now. We
Bill
did
Reddy
not
is
draw
not
it
a guy
earlier,
who
but
likes
we
to
would
talk
not
his
draw
book up. You can see this stock starting to creep up, I think, a couple of weeks from now. I like it here. I think it is a buy, just because if people listen to the conference call, they would not reach the same conclusion as the headlines, which were negative. A lot of people right now is just not even bothering to listen to conference calls. Lisa Sue, great conference call. No one's even paying attention to it. Too many things happening at once. But
is this an advanced level bear trap? Is this?
When you say buy it here, you mean
like
26.36, not the 32.91 that it closed at.
No, with 26, I mean, he's de-risked Christmas. They do have a great product. They've under-monetized international. It is a product, by the way, that is considered to be gentle, even more gentle than Reddit. So advertisers should want to be in it. I think they should do more advertising sales. I think that they need to hire salespeople. They need to be more aggressive. I know that they think they can. I know they can do that. And yes, I think it's an undervalued company in a market where there's a lot of things that are overvalued.
All right, well, we can see the 3-month performance not looking good either, and obviously it will open a lot lower. No. Jim, we'll be right back to you. Of course, we've got an opening bell 5 minutes from now. You can catch us anytime.
Mad dash. HOD testing time is 10:30. The MACD bear side is dying now. Above the algo range to test the HOD. Don't know. Shutdown. Yeah, this shit is honestly an advanced level. Bear trap data for now, but testing the roof. Breaking the roof. Breaking the uh 678.03, 678.09, and break the roof. Roof rejection trying above the algo range here. This is looking crazy now. They went to the all the way to the tippy top, and they're rejecting off the all the way at the tippy top. Right? Remember yesterday they were rejecting all the way at the tippy bottom. Right? They're doing the same thing now with the roof. I don't know if it's gonna go anywhere, but that's what they're doing by sense. By sense. MACD turning off bullish stride. Now if the VWAP crosses, if the bottom of the 1020 breaks, then LOD flush possible, and then more bears get involved, and they probably trapped. I don't know. Why? There's a divergence at the floor though, so that is something. That is something different. That's the setup for now. Using that setup to also go up, but it is a setup for something. NVIDIA 100, NVIDIA holding 200, I mean. NVIDIA holding 200. Gold trying to go lower, trying to go higher, trying to break the HOD or something. Yeah. Gold.
U.S. flight delays continuing to spike as the government shutdown dragging on. Air traffic controllers are calling in sick and in some cases resigning over not being paid. Joining us right now is Nick Daniels. He's the president of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association. Just tell us straight up, how dire is the situation at this point?
Algo range being created here.
Well, first I want to start with saying
it up if the algo range breaks, if
sincere
the VWAP breaks,
condolences to our UPS family, all the citizens of Louisville, Kentucky, and the controllers at SDF dealing with the situation on top of the longest shutdown in history. The stresses, the frustration, and now having to try to open that airfield back up, move aircraft in and out, just goes to show the importance of what we do day in and day out. But the delays, as they continue to mount, I don't think this is a surprise to anyone. That when you stop paying people for 36 days, issues are going to mount, situations are going to build on an already stretched thin system where we're 3,800 certified controllers short. There's only 10,800 certified controllers running the system where there should be 14,633. And just this reminds us of the importance of what we do day in and day out, the stresses, the burdens, the pressures that air traffic controllers take on, and every single one of us feels this.
When you think about the safety issues, as a flyer yourself, would you feel comfortable being in the air right now?
They for sure are showing bullish with the candles.
Only because of the hardworking men and women. These American patriots that have gone in, day out, that are the rope in this tug of war game on policy disagreements that have nothing to do with them. They continue to show up. They're professionals and do their job. But our job is to talk about when there is risk in the system on behalf of that flying public. And that's what should give them comfort, is knowing that that's why we're calling this out and why we're being such fierce advocates for the end of this shutdown, is that we want to ensure their safety. And as Secretary Duffy has said, as we see it, as this risk grows of air traffic controllers that have to be 100% of the time are dealing with these additional stresses, these additional pressures, many air traffic controllers not being able to put gas in their car, not being able to pay for childcare, then we're going to have to slow this system down to ensure that that safety and those standards stay as high as they are. But yes, air traffic controllers are feeling the impact of it. We're having to report and work with management. Every time it's being seen, it's going to be different each day of what facility it's in or where it's at in the country, because every person's life circumstances are different. And there's no way we should be in this situation in running what should be the gold standard of America, American airspace system. This is what we're having to talk about.
Nick, we're closing in on Thanksgiving, which is going to be, as you know, a shockingly busy holiday season in terms of just pure traffic. What does that look like in terms of, how many flights do you think would ultimately have to get canceled? What kind of delays would that look like? I think it's important to put it out there. There are a lot of policymakers who are going to be watching you right now.
I think there's a couple of things that we have to take into account even first. We have less controllers today than we did in 2019 when the government shutdown lasted 35 days. We're 300 to 400 certified professional controllers shorter than then. If we're talking about somehow going into the holiday season and this shutdown not ending now and immediately, I've done this job for 27 years between the United States Marine Corps, 23 years for the FAA, and to somehow fathom that we could go into the holiday season still in a government shutdown, I can't even begin to predict.
Just wake up. Hello. Oh my God. Something is wrong with my damn computer. Something is wrong. Be back on that gold BS chart. I'm back on that gold BS chart, folks. I'm back on my gold BS chart. This thing moves so volatile too. What the fuck is this shit? Hitting the trend line though, that is something crazy. Trend line up there somewhere, I guess it counts almost. Time is 10:40. That is crazy. Nobody could even run into that, and they fucking trapped the crap out of that chasing thing anyway. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't even think you could limit order sell that if you had anything limit order sell. Like, what the hell is that candle? Is that just me? Like, what the fuck is that candle? I really thought they were gonna go lower on that, but honestly, like, that turned into a theta bear trap even more. And then now this shit is just rejecting at the roof in the algo range, like almost data burning it, and also inviting bulls in.
maybe the spike. I don't know. They've been going higher and higher, so are they really gonna reject and go where? 675.38, maybe 4 p.m. close, or no? Or go HOD again? That is something. The divergence at the floor is the most interesting. I see something in chat I don't like, so I'm deleting it. There's certain lines I draw. So 1 minute gap up on SPX here. Candle is candle is spike tiny trash ing. There's a 1 minute gap here. This is some advanced level shit happening at the roof now. Algo range breaking. Maybe they are hitting some sort of trend line that they. Yeah, maybe they really are hitting that. It is. Again, I can't draw that line so perfectly, so I wouldn't rely on that so much, but let's see. MACD volume coming in, but the candles are now acting sus at the roof. This is the roof 1040. Acting sus. This whole cycle turning into a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 now. And this whole entire cycle turning into a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 now. It seems like that's the problem with a lot of people. Dude, I've seen some people active in chat, and then they, like, I don't know, they do good for a couple of days, and then out of nowhere, there's a message, down $800 on puts, I'm down for the month, see ya. Like, bro, you gotta be careful. Not every, like, this is why, you know, SPY and SPX and QQQ, like, pros know this, but you need to, like, be so certain on SPY and QQQ and SPX, because the thing is just it's like a machine of, you know, uncertainty, and it just makes you think, and like if you think that you know every cycle, then that's dangerous as fuck. But that is something to hear, but that is also something that is very that's a trait of a retail trader, and that's something that you just have to learn, and something you have to accept, and something you have to, you know, I don't know, fix on your own. So I'm very sorry to hear that, but I also went through that, and I'm telling you, everyone in the world goes through that, but there's something that's not going to work forever is what I'm saying, right? Long term, there's no way that's going to work. No matter what it is, whether that is long or short or whatever, or puts or calls or gold or options or stocks or futures or bonds or whatever.
That's like the second person I saw, right? There was someone else quite a while ago. That was like, yeah, one. I mean, that's crazy. You've been here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It's like a 20-second stream. That's like the saddest thing to hear. You know what I mean? That's somebody that's actually been watching for quite a while saying that, so my heart breaks. Losing sucks, I ain't gonna lie. The stock market is crazy, so shit moves up and down fucking nuts. I'm gonna go into a SPY put small. Nvidia going higher. 201. Man, I'm wishing gold reverts too. It's trying to go bullish again. I hope it does some crazy shit into tomorrow again. SPY is 677.72. I want VWAP exit. There's a divergence. They use the divergence at the floor to advanced level bear trap and burn because people were so damn bearish and bullish at market open. $10.45 is bouncing, creating a cycle again at the roof. There's no confirmation, nothing here. It is still choppingly not creating a cycle downwards still. I am in small on SPY right now. This shit is. Could beat data burning, bouncing for like 20, 30 minutes, more 40 minutes, I don't know. Could even go higher. The trend line has not hit on SPX. What if it hits and hovers there or bounces up? I don't know. But I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio. At some point, I'm feeling like they're gonna pull back on the top. I feel like, but no confirmation, nothing, and they're going higher and higher right now. So I am low key. Hold on, there's something going on. Trump Supreme Court.
Under a predecessor, and we have all the limitations of that. All right.
The Supreme Court
number
argument.
two,
Trump
whenever
tariff.
Congress intends to permit taxing and regulate, it uses the word tax and regulate in every other statute, correct?
I don't concede that. I mean, two very visible examples, again, are TWIA and Section 122.
We're back to the question here. Okay. Thank you, Counsel.
Justice Sotomayor?
No, she's Justice Sotomayor.
Yeah.
She just finished.
Justice Kagan.
All right, sent the SPX put to call ratio, folks.
And they're friends.
I want to take you back to Justice Thomas's question about non-delegation, and if I understood your answer correctly, it was really similar to the answer that you started off with.
This
when
is
you
the
talked
live
with
Supreme
Justice
Court
Thomas about the major questions doctrine, which is sort
discussing
of
Trump's tariffs right now.
different because the president has independent constitutional powers in this area, and so that. If one does not think that with respect to tariffs, if one thinks that a tariff is a taxing power, is a regulation of foreign commerce that is really delegated by the Constitution to Congress, that argument does not sound so well. And in fact, when you look at J.W. Hampton, which gives rise to the non-delegation test that we usually use, J.W. Hampton is a tariffs case. And the court did not say, oh, we need some special new principle here, some stricter rule because we're dealing with tariffs in which presidents are directly concerned as a matter of foreign relations. It enunciated the test we use for all non-delegations. So how does that fit with your theory?
8 years later, in Curtis Wright, the court held the non-delegation doctrine for domestic
There's our
affairs
trying.
does not apply with the same
Still no
force as it does
confirmation.
for
This is the
respect to
confirmation,
tariffs,
but it
not
has
with
to break
respect to
below this
quintessential
algo
taxing
range.
powers, which are given by the Constitution to Congress.
I think justices of this court have recognized in their opinions that one of the reasons that the non-delegation doctrine, that intelligible principle test hasn't packed as much punch as Justice Kavanaugh said in one of his opinions as it might otherwise have done, is it did arise in the foreign affairs context, because there the court has historically been very, very comfortable with very broad delegations. Chicago and Southern Airlines, another case from the 1930s, shortly after J.W. Hampton talked about being very large delegations of the foreign commerce power being very effective. And of course, this goes back to the very dawn of the Republic in 1790, for example. Congress conferred on President Washington basically the entire Indian commerce power. It said, go, get licenses, right, to do commerce with the Indians, and they'll be subject to whatever rules and regulations President Washington can make. So I do think there's a profound consistency.
Bears are here. Bears are here.
The announcement of the intelligible principle test in J.W. Hampton, and then the subsequent recognition by this court in Curtis Wright that the non-delegation doctrine doesn't apply to the same force in this context.
In Consumers Research just last year, we had a tax before us, and the question was this a delegation issue? It was, of course, a much smaller tax, which dealt with many fewer taxpayers.
Come on, fucking drop it.
Notwithstanding that, we said if there's no ceiling on this tax, we sort of assumed
yeah.
that if there were no ceiling,
hell yeah,
it would raise
VWAP,
a delegation
VWAP, hell yeah, hit that VWAP.
Most of the opinion was given over to showing that there in fact was a ceiling on the tax, not a quantitative one, but a qualitative one. But how does your argument fit with the idea that a tax with no ceiling, a tax that can be anything,
confirmation
that here
rejected.
the president wants, there an agency
10:55
wants,
is here in
would
2 minutes.
raise a pretty deep delegation problem?
First of all, I can't say enough. It is a regulatory tariff, not a tax. And that, I think, ties to my response to that, which is that this is a totally different context. This is IEPA, a statute that Congress carefully crafted to grant the president admittedly broad powers to address foreign arising emergencies. It's outward-facing to foreign affairs, where there's the broadest level of deference to
2 minutes,
the political branches.
10:55.
This court has recognized in many cases. And it imposed not a floor or limit on the amount of a tariff that could be imposed very naturally, because, for example, as this court said in Loving, quoting Alexander Hamilton in the Federalist number 23, it's impossible to foresee either what exigencies may arise or what tools may be needed to address those exigencies, the means that may be required to address those exigencies. Instead, Congress grant very broad powers, but they're confined to a particular domain. This domain is any problem in which any foreign government or any national thereof has any interest. So the sort of discipline, if one were to apply, we say you shouldn't, but if you were to apply the non-delegation doctrine, the domestic-facing non-delegation doctrine in this context, there's a significant limitation there.
Yeah, so my last question really does have to do with that point, which is how or whether this is confined.
Come on, baby
because
girl.
if you look at Title 19, which is loaded with tariffs and duties of various kinds, all of them have real constraints on them. They are, you can't go over X percent, or it can't last more than 1 year. And of course, the way you interpret this statute, it has none of those constraints. And the question arises why it is that any president ever would look to the tariffs in Title 19 if sub silentio, if you will, this statute gives the president the opportunity to blow past those limits.
This statute has its own constraints. There are constraints that are appropriate for the context, which is internationally arising emergencies. They are carefully crafted by Congress to address that, and they are admittedly different. They're in Section 1701. The president has to make a formal declaration of a national emergency, which subjects him to particularly intensive oversight by Congress, natural lapsing, repeated review, reports, and so forth. It says you have to consult with Congress to the maximum extent
you
possible.
yourself think that the declaration of emergency is unreviewable, and even if it's not unreviewable, it's of course the kind of determination that this court would grant considerable deference to the president on. So that doesn't seem like much of a constraint.
But it is.
And in fact, we've had cases recently which deals with the president's emergency powers, and it turns out we're in emergencies everything all the time about like half the world.
Well, this particular emergency is particularly existential, as Executive Order 14257 says, and of course, no one disputes the existential nature of the fentanyl crisis, which we had an agreement last week to create progress on, which illustrates the effectiveness of the tariffs tool here. But the point I would make in response to that is, those are, even if there's limited judicial review, which is very natural in the foreign affairs context, this court has always granted the president the presumption that he's acting in good faith. There are real hurdles there, very significant. It's got to be an unusual, extraordinary threat that arises in whole or substantial part outside the United States, so it's entirely forward-facing into the national security, economy, or foreign policy of the United States. So there are those. Then there's 1701B, which talks about how it can be used for this and for no other purpose. Then there are limitations in Section 1702B. Then there's the limitations that I referred to earlier about what he can actually do. He can do a heck of a lot, but only when he's dealing with property in which foreigners have an interest, and that's a pretty narrow domain. That's quite a silo, so to speak. And then, of course, overarching it all, there's congressional oversight, and you may say congressional oversight may not have much bite, but Congress didn't think so. Congress crafted this compromise. It balanced the never-ending tension when it
big red candle to VWAP.
As the dissent below says, it's eyes open looking at the problem of sweeping emergency powers for an executive who may use them in a way that's excessive versus the need to address unforeseeable
Thank you, General.
Justice Gorsuch.
General, just a few questions following up on the major questions discussions you've had. You say that we shouldn't be so concerned in the area of foreign affairs because of the president's inherent powers. That's the gist of it, as I understand it, why we should disregard both major questions and non-delegation. So could Congress delegate to the president the power to
spike me one candle
commerce with foreign nations as he sees fit? To lay and collect duties as he sees fit?
We don't assert that here. That would be a much harder case now in 1790.
Isn't that the logic of your view, though?
I don't think so, because we're dealing with a statute that was a carefully crafted compromise. It does have all the limitations that I just talked about.
You're saying we shouldn't be concerned with. I want to explain to me how you draw the line, because you say we shouldn't be concerned because this is foreign affairs and the president has inherent authority, and so delegation off the books, more or less. And if that's true, what would prohibit Congress from just
candle switching in 18 seconds here. Time is
foreign commerce?
11.
For that matter, declare war to the president.
We don't contend that he could do that. If it did,
why not?
Well, because we're dealing with a statute again that has a whole.
I'm not asking about the statute, General. I'm not asking about the statute. I'm asking for your theory of the
gap down and gap filled,
and why the major questions and non-delegation. What bite it would have in that case?
Yes, I would say by
11 a.m. bouncing.
The area
Fuck.
where there's enormous deference.
No.
And piled on top of that, there's a broad delegation.
You're saying there's inherent authority in
all
foreign affairs. So regulate.
I'll go ranging.
And tariffs and war.
Nar.
It's inherent authority all the way down.
What the candle is this?
Congress.
Nar.
Well, we're tired of this
Nar. Reject.
What would stop Congress from doing that?
Nar.
That would be different than a situation where there are meets and bounds, so to speak. It would be a wholesale application.
You say we are not here to judge.
The fuck is this candle bounce? Nar.
That's what I'm struggling with.
Big ass red. Nar.
And if it is the intelligible principle test, or something more with more bite than that, you're saying it's something less. Well, what is that less?
I think what the court has said in its opinions is just that it applies with much less force, more limited application in this context. So perhaps the right to approach it is a very, very deferential application of the intelligible principle test, that sort of wholesale abdication of.
All right, so now you're admitting that there is some non-delegation principle at play here, and therefore major questions as well. Is that right?
Very limited, very, very deferential. Okay. Limited is what, and again, the phrase that Justice Jackson uses, it just does not apply, at least.
I know, but that's where you started off, and now you've retreated from that, as I understand it.
Well, I think
making it so dangerous.
As our frontline position, assert the stronger position, but if the court doesn't accept it, then if there is a highly deferential.
Can you give me a reason to accept it, though? That's what I'm struggling and waiting for. What's the reason to accept the notion that Congress can hand off the power to declare war to the president?
Well, we don't contend that. Again, that would
well, you do. You say it's unreviewable. There's no manageable standard, nothing to be done. And now you're, I think you, tell me if I'm wrong. You backed off that position.
maybe that's fair to say.
Okay, all right.
That would be, I think, an abdication. That would really be an abdication, not a delegation.
I'm delighted to hear that, you know. Okay. All right, and then I wanted to return to something.
This shit is getting sus as fuck. It's at the midpoint.
Under this statute, okay? So now we're in the statute. It's a major question, though. Could the president impose a 50% tariff on gas-powered cars and auto parts to deal with the unusual and extraordinary threat from abroad of climate change?
It's very likely that that could be done. Very likely.
I think that has to be the logic of your view.
Yeah, in other words, obviously this administration would say that's a hoax, it's not a real crisis, but...
I'm sure you would.
Yes, but that would be a question for Congress under our interpretation, not for the courts.
All right. And then on this inherent authority idea, I understand the president's inherent authority in wartime, and a lot of your examples of regulating commerce, and maybe your best one, Hamilton, during the Civil War, they occurred during wartime when the president's commander-in-chief power is clearly in play.
5-minute bounce, strong as fuck.
Authority over tariffs in peacetime?
No, we do not contend that.
Okay.
And in fact, I'd cite, if I may, I'd point the court to two cases. They're Loving against United States and then Masery that's cited in Loving. Those are situations, for example, Loving against United States, the president had broad Article II inherent authority. There was the commander-in-chief power. But this court held he does not have inherent authority to do the power that was delegated to him, right, which is the power to, identify aggravators that make you eligible for the death penalty in court-martial trials. And yet this court said, well, we're not going to see a delegation problem here, even though it's really a wholesale delegation, which would otherwise be legislative authority. It would be kind of like a small version of what you're hypothetical. It would be an abdication. But because you're in a foreign affairs context or their commander-in-chief military context, where the president has his own delegation of authority, he doesn't have the power to do this, but because of his background inherent authority, the court said this is a situation where we're not going to see a delegation problem when there clearly would have been a delegation problem in the domestic context. And those cases, I think, are powerful here.
General, if I can cut through those words, I think you're saying that no, the president doesn't have inherent authority over tariffs in peacetime.
Absolutely. That is, we do not assert that. We say that Congress can delegate that to him, and when Congress does so, as it does when it uses the phrase regulate importation.
I follow all of that.
I agree.
Okay. You emphasize that Congress can always take back its powers. You mentioned that a couple of times. But don't we have a serious retrieval problem here? Because once Congress delegates by a bare majority, and the president signs it. Of course, every president will sign a law that gives him more authority. Congress can't take that back without a supermajority. And even then, it's going to be veto-proof. What president's ever going to give that power back? Pretty rare president. So how should that inform our view of delegations and major questions?
I would look at the balance that Congress struck, because what Congress did initially, it had a two-house legislative veto.
And we struck that down.
And then Congress went back to the statute and amended it. It took out the legislative veto and left in the joint resolution, but still left the president with all those powers.
That's what Congress did?
Yes.
Fair enough. As a practical matter, in the real world, it can never get that power back.
I disagree, because in January 2023, Congress voted to terminate one of the biggest IEPA emergencies ever, the COVID emergency, and the president went along with that. So what the statute reflects is there's going to be the ability for a sort of political consensus against a declared emergency.
Well, what happens when the president simply vetoes legislation to try to take these powers back?
Well, he has the authority to veto legislation to terminate a national emergency, for example. I mean, he retains the powers in the background because IEPA is still on the books. But if he declares an emergency and Congress doesn't like it and passes a joint resolution, yes, he can absolutely veto that.
Yeah, Congress, as a practical matter, can't get this power back once it's handed it over to the president. It's a one-way ratchet toward the gradual but continual accretion of power in the executive branch and away from the people's elected representatives.
I disagree with that, and the recent historical counterexample of Congress's termination of the COVID emergency demonstrates that the political oversight
with the president's assent.
Is meaningful.
With the president's assent, in fact,
once he lost it by a veto-proof majority in the Senate, I think the position. I think he realized, and that's the political process working. There was a political
it takes a supermajority, a veto-proof majority to get it back. Yeah. Okay. One other question. Do you think tariffs are always foreign affairs?
I do think they would. I can't think of a situation where they're not foreign facing. If you're talking about tariffs on imports, I mean, Maybe there are other tariff contexts that I'm not aware of, but yes, they typically would involve a foreign affairs thing. However, in Gibbons against Ogden, if they are revenue-raising tariffs, they would not raise the same sort of like foreign affairs issues as regulatory tariffs, which are imposed not for the purpose of raising revenue, but to induce foreign powers to change their behaviors.
So revenue-raising tariffs are not foreign affairs, but regulatory tariffs are.
I don't think
I just added to
revenue-raising
gold.
tariff would be foreign affairs to the same degree, at least. I think it has a foreign application, obviously, but I don't think it would raise the same issues.
Okay, thank you, General.
Justice Kavanaugh?
Figuring out what regulate importation means is obviously central here, and for major question purposes.
Sorry, spy. Fuck am I saying?
I think the way we think about that kind of question
tomorrow,
is
not tomorrow. What is the fucking date of this shit?
Specific
November 7th.
Authority, power,
November
major power,
10th.
now asserted pursuant to that
366,
general statutory
365.
authorization. Was that the kind of power
This shit is advanced
that
level.
would have been understood
Down, up, down,
by
channeling,
people, by
futures
Congress
level shit.
at the time the general
Going slowly
statute
lower
was
or something
passed,
or not.
as distinct from being
Candles
a
are going up
novel
and down like crazy.
kind of use of that general authority to do something different.
Gap down here in the
Unheralded is
1 minute
word
candle.
in our cases. Okay. One problem you have is that presidents since IEPA have not done this. Your primary answer, or one of your many answers to that, is the Nixon example. And that's a good example for you, because Nixon relied on regulate importation to impose a worldwide tariff. Good example. What is our understanding of Congress in 1977 vis-a-vis that Nixon example when Congress reenacts or enacts the regulate importation language into IEPA?
Congress at that time was fully aware that a Court of Appeals with exclusive jurisdiction had interpreted that very phrase very visibly, very prominently to include the power to tariff, and then reenacted it without change. The court addressed a kind of lesser situation in Algonquin when it came to Section 122, and the court said President Nixon interpreted this to include a tariffing power, a tariffing-like power, and then Congress a few months later reenacted the language without change, and that's powerful evidence of congressional acquiescence. So that immediately historical background is very powerful, and it's buttressed, of course, by sources going back to the founding, where we say the phrase regulate importation, a quintessential application of that is the power to tariff.
What the fuck
That's
is
how
this?
you regulate.
Why, this may require some speculation on your part, economic philosophy, et cetera, but I'll ask it. Why do you think Presidents Clinton, Bush, Obama
Going the exact opposite
have
of
not
what I'm thinking.
used IEPA to impose tariffs on, because there have been trade disputes, and certainly, you know, President Bush, steel imports and the like. Why do you think IEPA has not been used?
If you look at those 69 emergencies, in fact, you go through them one at a time, which we had our team do, it's really hard to find one where you look at that emergency and you say, oh, tariffs is the natural tool you would use to address that emergency. So, for example, the Blood Diamond emergency, you know, tariffing these sort of, you know, criminal organizations in Africa that are financing terrorism to the sale of diamonds, you don't really tariff them. Or you take, you know, the Iranian hostage crisis. President Carter didn't say, oh, you've seized all of our, you know, embassy personnel, you're holding them hostage, we're going to tariff you, right? And if you go through those emergencies, there are two emergencies, though, where tariffs are the
We have CNBC News saying that Supreme Court justices are skeptical Trump tariffs are
and the other is this particular emergency. And also there's political reasons. I think that it's no question that President Trump is by far the most comfortable with the tariffs as a tool, both of, you know, economic and foreign policy, than many of the others presidents may have been. I mean, there are presidents like President Bush who, you know, probably wouldn't have naturally, you know, selected that particular tool or method. But if you go through all 69 of those intervening emergencies, what they have not done, at least, is they have not identified where they say, oh, here's one where tariffs would have been the obvious tool, but the president didn't use it.
Algonquin, as you've mentioned many times, is obviously very important here for us to understand exactly what's going on in Algonquin. The phrase there is different, adjust imports. And they really, the other side, your friend on the other side, really relies on the difference in language. And I just want you to give your best answer to why regulate importation
this is literally just flipping up and down,
encompasses
up and down.
Tariffs. When we held that adjust imports would encompass monetary exactions.
Three answers, if I may. Adjust is narrower than regulate. So therefore, the greater includes the less. Second answer, adjust is the second Black's Law Dictionary definition of regulate. The Black's Law, our original plain meaning dictionary definition, says adjust by rule, mode, or rule, method, or established mode. So there's just a plain meaning link there. Regulate, adjust is a form of is a kind of regulation. And then I think far more importantly, regulate importation. I can't emphasize enough. Going back to the time of the founding has been understood that the manner in which you regulate importation, the natural way to do that is to tariff. So it would be textually astonishing, given that historical pedigree, going back to Gibbons, going back to Madison's letter to Cabell, and all the historical sources cited in our briefs. It'd be kind of astonishing to say, hey, President, you can regulate imports, but we're not saying this explicitly, but you do not have the power to tariff, when the tariffing is in many ways the quintessential way of regulating importation. So that historical pedigree sort of gives freighted meaning to that two-word phrase.
And last, you had some discussion about license fee versus tariffs, if there's a distinction. I mean, the counsel in the oral argument in Algonquin said they're all monies exacted on imports, so in that sense, it certainly is a tariff, and hence all the incidents and the economic effect of a tariff. But we can't rely on what the counsel said in Algonquin. Isn't there a difference of sorts, at least, between a tariff and a license fee? You answered this, I think, briefly before, but I want to make sure, because I think this could be an important point, because I want to know Algonquin to decide this case. So give me your best shot on that.
I agree that there is, maybe there's a formal distinction. But as a practical matter, I think what counsel was probably arguing there is that there really isn't much of an important distinction. And I would point to the passage in Algonquin where the court says, look, they've conceded that this includes the power to quota, and since quotas are
all I really need is fucking goddamn VWAP, like
the qualitative method, and all the more so here if there's a concession, as they do in some of the red briefs.
One time the court said monetary methods, i.e. license fees.
Give me fucking VWAP.
Monetary exactions, i.e. license fees and duties.
I think the court bought the
it's important to be consistent.
That there's really not a lot of daylight between those two. As a practical matter,
break 1055.
So then the question.
When you say almost no daylight,
if this low breaks,
I mean, I would say that they're economic equivalents.
There's a chance, but it's stuck on the algo range.
So I really don't see a big distinction there. And of course, the logic of Algonquin was
it's in the bottom right now.
Quantitative methods quotas are allowed. Therefore, it would make no sense at all to interpret
Bears are trying to push
qualitative or the monetary exaction methods.
Bulls are trying to.
We're talking about a distinction between regulated importation, including licenses that can come with fees, but not
Why is it not dropping?
That logic
fucking drop! Come on.
It makes no sense.
Oh yeah, makes no sense.
I think in Algonquin
Justice
there was a
said it
formal
best.
distinction that mattered, because at that oral argument, counsel pointed out
Waiting
that
until the last
the
3
uniformity
minutes or something.
clause would kick in, and the constitutional
Bullshit.
uniformity requirement would
coming
apply
in
to
green. Oh hell
tariffs if it was that way. And
Hell no.
that the reason that the government may have set it up as a licensing scheme with licensing fees was to avoid that. So I do think there are some distinctions, but keeping that in mind, if you say that there really is, as a practical matter, no difference, this is kind of what I'm hung up on in license that maybe you can help. So,
NVIDIA reverting done.
Justice Sotomayor is right. Licenses.
Go lower!
But it's one of the means necessary. So in Algonquin, it was by any means necessary.
Come on! My
just.
fucking hand hurts.
Here the statute says the president may, under such regulations as he may prescribe, by means of instructions, licenses, or otherwise, regulate importation, which is the key part for our purposes. So the means it specifies are instructions, licenses, or otherwise. So I think it would, I mean, one argument might be that it would have been natural for Congress to put the president may, by means of instructions, licenses, tariffs, or otherwise. With an adjustum generis thing, I think you have to rely on the or otherwise picking up more. Or if there really is no practical difference between licenses and tariffs, why aren't
I'm really about to just give up on SPY. Put it all on the video. Fuck this shit. This is the most dumbest thing.
How do I understand that language? Or am I just misunderstanding it and this language is totally irrelevant?
I think that, here's the way I'd respond.
It's the longest wait ever.
I think that language powerfully reinforces our position as the way you
won't give me fucking VWAP with one candle. Like,
first of all, regulated importation we say, based on
a nice little
pedigree,
golf swing. Yes, sir.
To list tariffing again would have been essentially redundant and unnecessary, especially if you look at the specific historical background of TWIA, where TWIA was enacting a tariffing power or a licensing-like power, that was described as, again, duties and tariffs equivalent.
Small ass cycles right now.
Small ass cycles right now. Together A1 and then B. So I think what you would be saying is he made
small ass cycles right now.
Tariffs.
I think what you're saying
what the fuck is this?
Instruments, licenses.
Oh my god.
Instructions, licenses, or otherwise.
Instructions, licenses, otherwise.
There's a lot of calls up here, yet we're fucking hovering up here like for 2 hours now.
License or otherwise, and we're asserting a power that's very,
Insane.
very similar to licensing. Otherwise,
other things pulling me back in the video.
There's not principles. Just regular importation means that.
Okay.
Right? And so you don't need to say it again.
Crazy.
However, if Congress
look at SPY going last. Holy shit,
that
that's fucking crazy. Look at this shit, SPY going last. Oh my god.
Okay,
Alright, I'm fucking
question just to follow up on Justice Gorsuch's thing about how can Congress ever get this delegation back?
That was
you
so
said,
dumb.
Well, listen, you point to the Congress's ability to terminate emergencies, which it's done. But if Congress ever wanted to get the tariffing power back, it would have to have a veto-proof majority.
NVTS, NVIDIA.
Regardless of the emergency. So if Congress wanted
pretty
to
big
reject,
until next
let's say
week.
that
I'm a happy boy. I'm dancing right now. Let's fucking go. I am fucking dancing right now. Come on. Woo!
Which would be
Yes, come on,
the
go,
true of
go
any
down,
case
go
where this
down,
court
go down,
definitively
go down. What the fuck are you doing up here?
I think that
but
yo, it's following the market. This is some bullshit.
Presidential power makes it particularly hard.
I think gold's squeezing right now with the market. This is actually bullshit.
Which, as Justice is pointing out,
it looks exactly the same. I thought gold was different, but oh my god.
All right, I want to ask you a question about
that is sick.
Threat, which we have not talked about yet, and I specifically want to talk about the reciprocal tariffs.
That's weird.
These are imposed on
tech's going lower
across the board, and so is it your contention that every country
NVIDIA bouncing, NVTS going lower, SOXL
base? I mean,
6% up.
France. I mean, I could see it with some countries, but
bounce on
explain to me
SOXL today.
why as many countries needed to be subject to the reciprocal tariff policy.
All right, gold actually might be fucking with my feelings today. I might be.
Spells out nature of the
I actually might be fucking going wild with gold, right? This shit always does this to me. So
treatment
commodities.
Our trade with respect to foreign countries trade that does
commodities.
It is a global problem.
God, commodities are so goddamn volatile. Sometimes it's so hard. This shit traps crazy. Trap bull and bear, trap bull and bear, bull and bear for the last 2 weeks. Right, I had literally one good play in 3 days, and even that I barely got the fuck out. Alright, SPY bear still here.
Unfair treatment of our trade. So
NVTS minus 10. Let's go! I'm in crazy.
What is the power, right? Imagine this. Imagine
yes, next week.
Reagan
Wanted to convince 9.93 right now, down 5% today. NVTS 5.3%, 5.11% going lower. I think it's going to 7.89. Oh my god, that's
They're saying this is so broad because the emergency is so broad.
Fucking hands
but of course, that's a presidential determination that, and there's all kinds of basis for it. And also, keep in mind that the emergency is not like just the asymmetric treatment.
NVTS contracts are up 37% now. I just need gold to roll and the video to go over into next week, and I am fucking set. Let's go! Yes, sir. NVTS 9.92. I cannot believe that thing went to 17. Oh my god. SPY going lower, trying after everything, and only after everything, after all the bulls keep fucking hoping on more and more and more. All the calls up there on SPX,
unlike what you suggested to Justice Kagan,
oh my god. Alright, hit the like button, folks. Everybody right now hit the like button. I hope everyone's having a good Tuesday. Hopefully,
giving the president
today or Wednesday. Oh my god.
And it was within a particular domain, which is the domain of
shit nasty. Honestly, the way they do this shit. Look, right, we're gonna draw the cycles since 10:55.
telling
to
the president
11:05
exactly
they did
what he
1/3,
can do.
2/3, 3/3, and then since 11:05 until 11:20 they're going lower, and people don't even realize it right now. They're just doing this shit so goddamn slow. This is future shit happening right now. Why? Down, up, down, up, down. Down, up, down, up, up. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, 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 down. This is future shit. Nobody knows, right? It's little. It could flip any moment, but they're going little, and nobody catches on until it's fucking there.
I guess I'm getting back to Justice Barrett's original question, which was
Goldilocks. Drop that bitch. Right the floor. 363 me today. 360. I'm actually going fucking crazy. I'm sorry.
This court's opinions, of course, have used regulate and import, or have pointed out that duties are the natural way to regulate foreign commerce.
But you're saying we should not have expected to see the same level of granularity with respect to the president's authority to impose tariffs as we see here: investigate, block, direct and compel, nullify, etc.
I think it would be very unusual for Congress to spell out all the ways that you can regulate in that statute.
So regulate becomes a big catch-all. The rest of the other things...
Well,
I'm filling out NVTS right now. Fuck this shit, I'm scared.
Quantitative methods,
Booking.com. Booking.com. God did. I joined for 70 cents and leaving at $1.10. God did. Fill me the fuck out. Fuck this. God did.
International crises to which tariffing is the natural response. That's President Nixon and President Trump have invoked his authority. And also President Trump invoked his authority in May of 2019 as well.
Can I ask you one question?
9.9
Let me just ask
from yesterday. 10.83. Oh my god, look at NVTS fucking waterfall.
That we had the climate change tariff hypo, and you indicated that there would be challengers to the notion that that was an unusual and extraordinary threat. And I'm just wondering, under your position, would they be able to make a legal challenge? Are you saying the court would not be able to review?
On that particular hypothetical, I think I said that'd be a question for Congress.
So not
yeah, I don't. In other words, that wouldn't be the sort of thing that courts would want to wade into. Is this really an emergency? You know, that would not be probably very unlikely. That'd be a situation where at least there'd be very, very, very deferential judicial review.
Video coming back.
No, I'm asking you. Those are two
kind of
different things.
stupid.
Is there no judicial review or is there deferential?
Our front line, I mean, Trump against Hawaii. Our frontline position is that it falls within Dalton.
Spy bears are coming. So fucking slow. This shit's future shit. Nobody knows when it's gonna flip, but it's trying to go lower and lower slowly. Right, I'm pretty sure this tariff news is helping out right now.
Thank you.
This tariff news is doing something right now. Oh my fuck god, my palms are bloody red.
Meantime, S&P and Nasdaq coming
my
off their
palms are
worst
bloody
day
red.
in about a month. Russell 2000 closed below the 50-day moving average.
Going flipping after
on the street.
After gap filling.
With his outlook this morning, Evercore ISI Vice Chairman Krishna Guha is with us. Krishna, it's great to have you. Good morning. Thanks for being with us. We had Eamon at the top of the hour talk about SCOTUS, and you guys have been writing.
If gold goes to 636, sorry, I can't even talk. If gold goes to 6, oh my god, I can't even talk. If gold goes to 363 today, though, I will be very happy.
U.S. trade rep, so she's a real expert on this. And her view is that
might not be possible.
The odds that the court upholds Trump's tariffs are more like a 50-50 relative to, say, betting markets that have more like 60-40 in favor of the tariffs being overturned. So as a firm, we think there is a higher probability of consensus that Trump could prevail.
On top of VWAP.
If he doesn't, is it market negative in that deficit worries, raised bond yields, there's more confusion, there's the prospect of the administration getting more creative when it comes to other types of tariffs?
So I think it's a mixed bag. I think there are some negatives, but I also think there are some positives. So you mentioned the negatives, right? Near-term uncertainty as they reshuffle the legal authorities to reinstate 80-90% of these tariffs. The need to pay the rebate. But on the other side, there would be something positive about shifting to a regime where the administration can't just shoot from the hip on tariffs, as they can under the IAPA authorities, but have to go through a structured 301 or 232 process. So near-term, more uncertainty, but potentially medium-term, more stability in the tariff regime.
What do you make of the volatility lately, and whether or not, whether it's Bitcoin or some of the chip-related names?
I feel like gold's gonna go lower. I'm hoping right now.
Doesn't that kind of collide with the Santa Claus November seasonality we are expecting?
So yeah, for sure, there's a big tension here between the classic seasonal dynamics and a concern that even if you really are, a buyer of the big AI theme, the valuations run a lot.
SPY is bouncing.
We need to digest
1120
before we can push on, maybe even take some profits, and always with some risk that becomes
that is
a bigger drawdown. Obviously, as you guys have highlighted, another component here is that Fed December cut less certain than it looked. We still think it's a 65% type probability. But my view is that the way this thing trades internally at the Fed is that they do one more cut.
That shit is disgusting.
They're taking time out
right on top of VWAP, right in the purple box.
I don't have another cut until the new
that shit is disgusting.
At the first meeting in June. So I think the market.
Honestly, that is literally a gift. Future is a little down. Nobody knows when it's gonna flip. Little down again, and then flip. Like that is shit.
New guy or gal. Wonder if Bowman's still in the mix.
Absolutely.
So what about the reporting that I just laid out? The fact that services appears to be accelerating, which is the key part of the economy, but manufacturing, freight, goods is weakening.
NVTS did be noise.
We're seeing it in the data. Where do you think that nets out?
Yeah, well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because of course the tariffs were supposed to strengthen, manufacturing, strengthen industrial production, and at least at this juncture, we're just not seeing
5-minute bounce, really strong, burning all this move basically.
Remember, we're tariffing intermediate goods,
resetting zero DTs
that go
again.
into the products that U.S. manufacturers make, and I think we're finding out that is a costly process adjusting for those. For those extra increased input costs. The services side does seem to be hanging in there, but of course, as you pointed out,
that shit got me so fucking hyped, and now it's pissing me off. This shit is, honestly, this shit is great. This is why I left somewhere here. Fuck that, I'm not waiting for a web, right? Like fuck that. That's literally.
When you look at the consumer discretionary stocks,
advanced level futures, fuckaroo shit. This is why I left in this candle and never looked back, because like, what the fuck is this shit? And so many people thinking it was gonna go break or something, and they bounced right on it. Right, if they are gonna go lower and break divergence or something, they're gonna do it when no one's expecting it.
Just one of them.
Not like that slow.
Appreciate it very much. A lot of short-term and long-term questions at play. Good to see you.
Oh my God, HOD broke. That shit is turning crazy now. They're flipping at least for now. This tariff news pushed it a little bit lower, and then they're literally market flipping. ISM opening bell.
You're not here for me. I'm at Harvard Business School. I'm in a nameless, I'm in like the Spangler. I'm in Spangler. Remember Spangler?
I think that's HOD.
I know.
Let's get the opening bell on the CNBC Real-Time Exchange. To the big board, it is HP, celebrating its 10th anniversary as a standalone company. At the NASDAQ, Henry Schein, been in the news.
I visited the roof again, broke the roof again. In 5 minutes. That is literally 11:20 to 11:25. VWAP bounce.
As we get this Wednesday session underway, Jim, some of the BTIG is a good example of a firm that's been looking for a dip. Says we haven't gotten back to the 50-day since April. That would take you back to 66.50 or so.
But I think it's actually good. See, I think that I was telling this to Brian Moynihan this morning. Look, your stock's at 14 times earnings. That's what I want people to own. 14 times earnings with a good dividend compounds. It's got great growth. Henry Schein, which rang the bell yesterday. I mean, very methodically good company that David's familiar with. Yesterday, had a huge stock was up 6.
Both 50-50 in danger. They could bear trap the crap out of this shit for, or they could bull trap the crap out of this with a new roof. I think we're going back to the Supreme Court. 10,000 people watching.
In which Congress is given that power. And if you were tempted by this, I think the best place to look is Youngstown, because what Justice Jackson said, and I was surprised that he quoted pages 652, because what Justice Jackson said is, quote, emergency powers tend to kindle emergencies, so it's essential the public may know the extent and limitations of the powers that can be asserted, and persons affected may be informed from the statute of its rights and duties. And Justice Jackson went on to say there that it's notable our founders didn't give the president revenue-raising power even in a time of war.
Can I just get a clarification of your answer, which is you agree if the word tariff were in the statute, that would be acceptable and constitutionally permissible, correct?
No, it would be constitutionally permissible. The question would then be, is the open-ended assertion of power here? Because
nobody knows what
I get it as applied to this case, but the general point is, yes, Congress, you said it's assigned to Congress, but Congress can grant authority to presidents to impose tariffs.
Absolutely.
As a general proposition.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have to figure out then what regulate importation means. And you've heard my questions. If this statute came out of nowhere in 1977, I think your case would be, obviously stronger. We have to figure out, at least I want to figure out what the Nixon precedent stands for and what Algonquin stands for. On the Nixon precedent, the question is, I think, was Congress aware of that, meaning that when they used regulated importation and it's now being used to encompass tariffs, that's not unheralded because Congress was well aware. President Nixon announced those tariffs in a nationwide primetime speech, 10%. Across the board in August 1971. It was not some kind of little piece of paper. So it was well known. The question then is, was Congress, why didn't they change the language? Why didn't they say regulate but not tariffs? That's kind of the difficult question from the Nixon precedent that I'll give you an opportunity to answer.
Thank you, Justice Kavanaugh. So 5 answers on the Nixon precedent. First, there is no evidence that Congress thought it was ratifying Yoshida. It was a single Court of Appeals case.
It's not somewhat my question. I never mentioned Yoshida. It's the use by the president of that power under regulated importation.
Oh, if we're just talking about that, President Nixon did not rely on the statute whatsoever. I mean, that's very clear. In fact, we have a Marshall McLuhan moment here because you have before you Alan Wolf, the person who was there in the room with Nixon, saying Nixon totally disagreed that this statute applied. So if we're just talking about Nixon, I don't think it can get the government where it
Go to your other four. Other four.
So I think the only way it does any work is if the president is through the vehicle of Yoshida, and that's what I take it the government is arguing. And with respect to that, this cert-denied intermediate court of appeals decision, I don't think can come close to overcoming the clear, plain text. The word regulate words regulate importation. The word regulate has never been used. The Congress uses the term 1,499 times. We got about that number of hits when we looked at it, and maybe there's some double counting, but it is never used even once to impose taxes or revenue raising, and that was the question that Justice Barrett was asking. And so I don't think that this intermediate court of appeals decision will get you there. And then even if you thought that Congress knew about Yoshida, and even if you thought they liked it, which there's absolutely zero evidence of, I don't think that helps the government for reasons that Justice Alito was pointing to, because Yoshida said 3 things. A, TWIA doesn't give the unlimited authority that the government is seeking here. B, they were only upholding the limited specific assertion of authority that President Nixon sought there. And third, going forward, the solution, they said in footnote 33, was to use Section 122 of the 1974 Trade Act, 15%, 150 days. So we have no problem with the president doing that. It's just that this president has torn up the entire tariff architecture. For example, he's tariffing Switzerland, one of our allies, which we have a trade surplus, 39%. That is just not something that any president has ever had the power to do in our history. And the idea that Congress, by implication, did this in 1977 and handed him all this power, I think is really difficult.
Just ask the other. Go ahead. Let's start with just the bare statutory language. You have arguments about structure. You have arguments about history. There are strong arguments, but let's just start with the bare statutory language, regulate importation. If we disregard all of the rest, would you dispute that that would include the imposition of a fee?
So if it's revenue, yeah, we do dispute that, absolutely.
What if there were a statute that said, I mean, suppose that there's a particular national park that's very crowded, and Congress passes a statute that says the National Park Service may regulate admission to the park. Would you say, well, that does not allow them to impose a fee?
So, you know, Your Honor, sometimes we think of fees as not revenue raising, but rather capturing the cost of government services. In your example, the going to the park. That may, you know, those kinds of cases which I think.
Suppose it goes beyond the cost of running the park. Congress just wants to control admission to the park, regulate admission. Wouldn't that include the imposition of a fee?
So if it doesn't raise revenue, then and it's not about that, then I think that's fine. If it does,
it raises revenue. That's
then I think it's a tougher.
Hypothetical. That wouldn't apply.
So I think in that circumstance that it wouldn't be a regulation in context. It wouldn't be permitted. That is, at least in the context of tariffs and trade, we know, Justice Alito.
Okay, well, that gets into your other arguments. We start out with the bare statutory language, and that was what my question was about. Do you think all tariffs are revenue raising? Suppose that instead of imposing these across the board tariffs, suppose that an executive order imposed a tariff on one particular country and provided that this would take effect in 90 days. And suppose that within those 90 days, an agreement is reached with that country so that no tariff is ever collected.
I think bears are here on gold.
Revenue-raising tariff.
I take it the initial point and on its face,
I'm targeting 636.
That's what it's for, and so I think that would. And look, I don't doubt that there are edge cases. That is what this court's confronted just recently in FCC versus Consumer Research, and you said, look, what is a tax is sometimes very hard. What is revenue raising? This is obviously revenue raising. Their own brief to the court says it's going to raise $4 trillion. And Justice Alito, you in your Consumers Research dissent, or Justice Gorsuch's dissent that you joined, said taxation is special and different. And it is the most powerful thing the government does. And the idea that Congress, when they know exactly how to write tariff and tax statutes, gave this power by implication through the word regulate, I think is very, very hard.
Well, you cite many different statutory provisions that impose tariffs. And you have a point.
Roof,
that's
no
the
confirmation, nothing,
what
just
if the
burning
relevant
bears.
universe is tariffs that are imposed in emergency situations?
Yes, so I think it cuts the other way. So, you know, as Justice Jackson said, it's when you're in an emergency situation, the statutes actually have to speak with more precision. The public needs to know because emergencies beget emergencies. And I would say the best way of understanding what Congress does in emergencies is to look at their emergency statutes. Not one has ever given the president a taxation power or a tariff power. We've had all sorts of emergencies for 238 years. No president has ever said, oh, the way to deal with that is I need to have a tariff authority. And as Justice Sotomayor said, it gives already a quota power, so you can get what the foreign policy piece of it is through that. I'd also say, Justice Alito, Dames and Moore, which the Chief Justice referred to earlier, I think is really important
Those are in control
because
right
the
now,
Solicitor
it's fine.
General in that
Honestly,
case made a similar argument to what you just heard. on the claims provisions. He said it falls within regulate. Regulate is a capacious term. He said, Justice Alito, what you said, this is an emergency situation. And he said you've got to defer to the president on a major issue of national security about this very statute. And what did the court do? It rejected those arguments and said IEPA doesn't cover this.
You say that this is not, this case does not, these executive orders do not address an unusual and extraordinary threat. I understand that argument. Suppose that the facts were that it was suppose that there was an imminent threat of war, not a declared war, but an imminent threat of war with a very powerful enemy whose economy was heavily dependent on U.S. trade.
Burn it all.
Could a president, under this provision, impose a tariff
They can't even go below VWAP, so
stave off that war, or would you say no?
So who knows when, but I said this thing could be 20 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, until when? I don't know.
Could do all those things, but the president could not impose a tariff. That's the one thing he couldn't do.
There's a category shift between a tariff and the other 8 powers in IEPA because it is revenue raising. So it's not a difference in degree or something like that. That's why, I don't doubt tomorrow.
Even if the purpose of this had nothing whatsoever to do with raising 1 penny. The president didn't want to raise 1 penny. The president wanted to deter aggression that would bring the United States into a war. You would say, no, can't do that.
Yeah, Justice Alito, I think you've said many times the purpose isn't what you look at. You look to actually what the government is doing. And if you disagree, if you think we're, if you think, or excuse me, if you ruled for us and the president says, I need this power, he can go across the street to Congress tomorrow and get it by a simple majority through reconciliation. But if you vote for them, this power, as Justice Gorsuch said, as Justice Barrett said, is going to be stuck with us forever. The power to jump.
Can I ask you?
I just wanted to give you a chance to address kind of the other argument that's been submerged here textually. Again, just bare text for a moment, okay? We've been focused on regulate importation, but actually the statute says the president may, by means of licenses or otherwise, regulate importation. And we've had some discussion today about the fact that maybe the president could simply recharacterize these tariffs as licenses.
Gold is always fucking terrifying to be in. Not gonna lie.
The scheme so that they are licenses. We've also heard the suggestion that otherwise, licenses and tariffs are very similar, so otherwise might encompass tariffs there. Thoughts?
Yeah, a few thoughts, Justice Gorsuch. First is the SG is not even making that argument, and I think they're not making it for a number of reasons. One is that there's a strong presumption against reading statutes this way in the unique tax and duties context. Hartramp is one of those cases which says if there's doubt, you don't read the statute to confer such powers. Second, if you were to do that, it's open-ended. It allows, and this was your hypothetical, it allows under the word license them to tariff the world, and...
Seems like you're putting a major questions thumb or an interpretive lens thumb on the plain text. Is that fair?
I think you could call it major questions. I just think it's like Justice Barrett said in Nebraska versus Biden, the most natural way of understanding what the statute is about. We're talking about, under the government's reading, a statute that gives the power to the president to junk the entire tariff.
I understand that, but you're not disputing licenses or otherwise means what it says. You're saying that we should interpret that narrowly for particular reasons.
SPY is continuously growing.
I am disputing it as well.
It broke the HOD 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is basically the 9th roof
and so it is limited to the 9 verbs there.
I understand.
When pullback, I don't know. They're going roof now, though. 1, 2, 4, 5, stacking.
I'd like to just revisit the point that Justice Alito was making.
1125, 1130, 1135, 1140.
If one of our major trading partners, that's for example China, held a U.S. citizen hostage, could the president, short of embargoing or setting quotas, say the most effective way to gain leverage is to impose a tariff for the purpose of leveraging his position to recover.
President Trump coming live today.
No, Your Honor. So tariffs are different because they're revenue raising, and I think it goes to the point I was saying to you in our very first colloquy, which is quotas, embargoes, and stuff are different for a different reason, which is there's a tariff architecture around Title 19, in Title 19, that in tariff would, like in your hypothetical, would supersede. And here the president is seeking the power to set aside all of our trade treaties unilaterally under the word regulate. I just don't think it can bear that weight.
Justice Alito? You mentioned other tariff provisions that you think would be rendered redundant if we adopted the government's interpretation of IEPA. One that you didn't mention, which is discussed in an amicus brief, is Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930. Why doesn't the plain language of that provision, which does speak specifically about duties, provide a basis for all or virtually all of the tariffs that are at issue?
It's really trying to break out here.
The government's never made that argument, Justice Alito, and I think for very good reason, because it only applies to
I have no idea. Somewhere up here, I guess.
Which are not at issue here. You can only tariff if the president, quote, finds as a fact that a country satisfies two conditions, including that it discriminates against the United States. There are also a host of other reasons why Section 338 may have lapsed, and that's why no president has ever used it. But look,
what is the argument that it's lapsed? It's regrettable, and we put this case on a very expedited schedule, and therefore there are limitations on what and the party's ability to answer each other's arguments.
That is crazy.
That are made by amici.
I left here thinking that we're going to go more later after a cycle bounce or two, but they fucking trap it all. That is crazy.
What is the basis for your argument that it lapsed?
I need gold to drop through.
Justice Alito, Sections 252 and 301 have been understood by many to have superseded Section 338. And second, I don't think you have to get into this issue at all. We're not here saying that the government doesn't have a 338 power. That's something that can be decided by other courts at other times. As these folks come to the court, as the government comes to the court today, they're citing one statute and one statute only, IEPA, and we submit to you it doesn't come even close to authorizing these worldwide tariffs.
Well, what if the president tomorrow were to say, I'm reissuing these executive orders and I'm invoking, in addition to other authorities, Section 338 of the Tariff Act, 1930.
I think at that point we'd have that case. I mean, I'm not here to say that 338 does or doesn't do one thing. I'm responding to the government's argument, which is the invocation of IEPA and IEPA alone. But perhaps that point, Justice Alito, may
so
get
then,
the courts some comfort.
I mean, I understand party presentation and all of that, and not being a court of first view. But in these circumstances, if that were to happen, and it might be a realistic possibility, you think, well, okay, then the government would continue to try to collect these tariffs, and the plaintiffs here would have to go back to the Court of International Trade or the district court and challenge it again, and it would have to progress through those lower courts and come back to us when? A year from now? 6 months from now? While the tariffs continue to be collected and the amount that's at stake mounts into the billions. I mean, what are we at now? 100 billion? We get up to $1 trillion? That's what you're suggesting?
So, Justice Alito, I think a few things. One is I think it's rich for the government to be making this argument about the refunds undermining us because they opposed the preliminary injunction in this case by saying, oh, don't worry, we'll give the refunds later. And they sought a stay in the federal circuit on exactly that ground, which was you don't need to implement the federal circuit's decision because we'll give the refunds later on. And now they're suggesting—
Well, that really wasn't my question, Mr. Gagliel. The question was whether it would make more sense for us to address that, if that is a possible justification for these tariffs, for us to address that now and get it over with, rather than having this continue for who knows how long while it goes through the through the procedures in the lower courts.
Justice Alito, I think that is forfeited 9 ways to Sunday. This amicus brief has been filed in every single stage of this case. The government's never embraced that argument. For them to be able to do so now, I think is way, way too late. But I do think if you ruled, as we're suggesting you do, against the government, they can go and try and seek to use other authorities, whether it's 338, Section 122, etc. Those are the ways prescribed by the Congress. And as Justice Kavanaugh was saying earlier, every other president has used all this suite of other authorities, 201 for steel, for autos and things like that, 301 for countries like China. This president has come along and said something different, and with all due respect, we don't think IEEPA allows him to do this junking of the worldwide tariff architecture.
And what was the view, what were the views of President Trump's immediate predecessors on the question of imposing tariffs or allowing free trade? What was their policy view on that question?
There's been a variety of different views about that, but you know, the executive order, my friend said, well, prior presidents had no occasion to use the tariff power, which is belied by the very executive order he's defending here, which says that the trade deficits have been large and persistent every single quarter since 1976. And we've had trade wars. President Reagan initiated, you know, different ones and the use of different authorities, but never once did a president try and seek IEEPA as the basis to rewrite the entire tariff code.
I found it interesting to hear you make the non-delegation argument, Mr. Katyal. I wonder if you ever thought that your legacy as a constitutional advocate would be the man who revived the non-delegation argument.
Heck yes, Justice Alito. I think Justice Gorsuch nailed it on the head when saying that when you're dealing with a statute that is this open-ended, unlike anything we've ever seen, to give the president this kind of power, yes, this isn't just delegation running riot, this is delegation that's a legislative
Wouldn't you agree that statutes that confer on the president real emergency powers are often phrased much more broadly than other statutes? Isn't it the very nature of an emergency? I know you dispute the fact that this is a real emergency, maybe it's not, but isn't it the very nature of an emergency provision that is going to be more open-ended?
So, Justice Alito, we think it actually cuts the other way, as I was saying earlier. That's what Justice Jackson said. And, you know, you already confronted that in Dames and Moore and said it's not that open-ended, even though it's an emergency. And by the way, other emergency statutes have very serious limits. Section 122 is literally about President Nixon's proclamation of an emergency. That's what it's about, and it's limited 15%, 150 days.
I mean, what about the authorization for the use of military force in 2001, which gave the president the power to use all appropriate force? Now, that's pretty open-ended.
This thing ran with lemonade, actually.
Would you apply the same,
something else, too, but literally no cycle running since here, 1125.
Non-delegation argument there that you do here?
Of course not, because there you have shared powers between the president in Article 1 and Article 2 powers. That's what I was saying.
Well, it gets into the question of whether it was delegated or not. What was the scope of the delegation?
Absolutely, but there, you know, it's
chasing
military.
At the top
There's
too
a
dangerous.
whole unique history
That
behind
is retail
that.
shit.
But here you're talking about something that is exclusively committed to Congress in Article 1. And there, yes, when you have delegations, I would say, Justice Alito, even when you have delegations in some military cases, in emergency statutes, they have all sorts of limits. So 10 U.S.C. 2808 says that in a declaration of war or a national emergency, the president can, quote, undertake military construction necessary to support emergency use of the armed forces, but it has limits.
Justice Sotomayor?
I'm fascinated that the two instances where presidents have used their war powers to impose a tariff, Lincoln and Nixon,
1 hour until President
that
Trump
Congress found it
speaks
necessary to ratify their actions, and that the court in both those cases, the intermediate Court of Appeals in Nixon and our own court, included that as part of their reasoning as justifying the use of war power in that situation. So I'm a little concerned
Retail
why the fact
amateurs would be
this
hoping
act,
on
the Domestic
680,
Act on
681,
emergency
682 in the
that uses
3/3 with no
word,
cycle.
a general
That's just
word like
a reality,
regulate,
whether you hate me
should
for it
take
or not,
on
whether
a
you love
war
me for that or
powers
not.
meaning.
I don't really care.
When
that
in
is
every
the
other
truth.
situation, whenever Congress intended
outweighs
domestic
reward.
taxation, it said tax and regulate.
Oh, Justice Sotomayor, I wish I had an hour to talk about this with you because this is just this argument by the government advanced in their reply brief is wrong, every which way.
I'm saying that's your sixth way of differentiating Yoshida, correct?
So
that was a war powers case.
So it's a war powers case. It's about conquered territory. It has nothing to do whatsoever with domestic tariffs. And absolutely, you're right in saying that the way that court, even in those cases, even at the height of the government's power, war powers, they said Congress had to ratify it, and that's what at page 96.
And that hasn't happened here.
And that has not happened here, not even close.
Well, it might not with Congress closed, but they can't even think about it right now. I'm going to assume, and maybe he can shake his head yes or no, that Justice Kavanaugh will ask you to go to Algonquin, which you didn't answer, and he's shaking his head. So I'll let him do that part, okay?
Excellent. Algonquin, Your Honor, is, under...
No, I'll let him do it.
Oh, sorry.
It's his question, but I want to make sure you get to it.
We'll hear from Justice Kagan first.
I have one specific question, one more general question. The specific question is, does it matter in the way we think about IEEPA, what Congress thought it was doing in IEEPA, what IEEPA in fact did, that at the time Congress thought it had available to it a legislative veto?
I do think it's relevant, at least for delegation purposes, because,
it is literally 30 cents away now. It was 40 cents
the
away.
one check that was in there, the so-called compromise, is a legislative veto which now no longer exists. And that's why I said to Justice Alito, this statute now looks unlike any other statute with respect to
I guess I'm wondering whether, though, it cuts
1155
against
is higher
you as
than
well,
1150.
that Congress thought it had a
1,
legislative
2,
veto,
3,
so
4,
didn't
5
put in
roofs just
a
broke
variety of checks that it might
consecutively
have
in a
put
row.
had
The
it
risk
not
is
thought it
there.
had a
Pullback
legislative
is
veto,
possible.
and that's
Some
just
people might
tough
even
luck
say
on
pullback
Congress
is
now.
imminent,
Yeah,
but
I don't think so.
they have been
Justice
cooking
Kagan,
with this
I think
no
it's a
cycle
very tough
parabolic
common sense
move.
argument to make because every single
4
delegation
times in a row.
of tariff
Within 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes
from
since
Congress to the
11:25
president
with
always has
a bunch of
limits,
shit.
and including,
Lemonade, I don't know, maybe
Section
Tesla
122
too.
passed just
NVIDIA,
right before
all the shit,
IEEPA
so.
had in the case of the exact problem that this executive
Risk
order
is
is dealing with,
there,
large and serious trade deficits. It said the way to deal with it is 15%, $150.
I
The
don't
idea
care.
that 3 years later they just said, oh no, junk the rule book, I think is very difficult, and no Congress, I think, would rely just on the legislative veto for such a thing of such momentous importance. As you said to my colleague earlier, why would any president look to all of the different tariff statutes in Title 19 if you can just IEEPA them all, French Revolution them all?
General Sauer rests a lot on the president's inherent authority, and I want to make sure I understand your answer to the Chief Justice and to Justice Alito as to where you think that authority exists in a way that actually would affect our interpretation of a statute, and where you think it doesn't, and why this falls into the second category, given that, in General Sauer's view, this is obviously what the Chief Justice called foreign-facing.
Yeah, so it may be foreign-facing, but there is still no Article II power whatsoever. There is no citation whatsoever in the government's brief to any notion that the president has Article II tariff authority. Now, look, I will say in wartime, conquered territory, maybe, but this is not a wartime or conquered territory statute. This is, or a use of the statute. They are tariffing the entire world in peacetime, and they are doing it, asserting a power that no president in our history has ever had. Even Justice Kavanaugh's example of Nixon, really far more limited, didn't blow past Congress's limits, as was said in Yoshida. This is a whole different animal, and maybe Congress has that power, as I agree with Justice Gorsuch. I don't think that it does, but boy, they got to say so really clearly.
President
and
Trump
here, there's nothing
in 1
like
hour.
that in the text of IEEPA.
Thank you.
Until then, the Supreme Court.
Well, I don't know if I agree with what you say, but at any rate.
670.
Back to the plain language.
975.
And just stick with me for a moment.
25 cents.
The Constitution says that Congress gets to regulate commerce.
Just going higher and higher, Mac. The RSI holding higher and higher and higher and higher. The volume coming in bearish now on the one.
Story, Madison, okay? So that's sort of a problem, right? Regulate is a capacious verb. And then you've got the otherwise language as well, which we've sort of discussed. And just on the plain language, forget about the backdrop of major. Do you need major questions to win? I kind of think you might.
No, I don't think so. I mean, if we did, I think we'd win for reasons expressed, but I don't think so at all. So, Justice Gorsuch, our position is not that regulate can never mean tax or tariff.
Okay.
Our brief at page 15 gives you an example. A president may regulate cars coming in to the city, and then if it adds by charging tolls or something like that, absolutely. In context, it does. Here, the context you're referring to, story and so on, says nothing about this case. That is the constitutional context about Congress's use of power.
But it's part of
I
how
shorted
we
it one time, and I
used,
didn't even think of doing anything.
Relevant
but yeah,
for
this
that
is
purpose.
literally just
and then when you've got licenses,
only long
which are economically the same thing as
shit trapped too. I left here, but obviously majority got trapped into this shit, and now this is rejection trying time is 12. Rejection trying, no confirmation. Literally no confirmation.
As a matter of plain language.
Let me take the question in two
no
parts.
confirmation,
One is
red
about
candle.
the word regulate, and the other is about licensing. With respect to the word regulate, when it's used in the constitutional sense, it's very different than the sense in IEPA that my friend is asserting. When we're asserting IEPA, we're talking about a statute that is granting the president massive powers. And so the relevant context that I think you look at in asking the question, what did Congress mean in 1977? The best context, the most natural context is, what does Congress say every time they grant the president such power? And then there's just one other point on this.
Pros will think the cycles are creating, no matter the colors of the candles, they will just
phrase. And as Chief
like,
Justice
okay,
Marshall
even
said
if
in
they go
McCulloch,
higher or lower here, they're going to create a cycle for me to be able to do any logical thing. Until then, it's
I do
just
follow
candle.
that argument. Okay.
Candles aren't shit.
What about otherwise? Again, I just really want to make sure I understand. You say that there's a good reason why the Solicitor General didn't make that argument. I'll be curious to see what he has to say about that.
Bearish. Now everyone thinking lower because it went crazy high. So
the otherwise language doesn't
because it's
some sort of algo range here too
that could be playing. Powers, and that licenses sometimes can be revenue raising,
there's an algo
and
range here,
sometimes not.
1150,
And so,
there must be one on
licenses can be
somewhere else
revenue
too.
raising, and you can do this otherwise through revenue raising things. Why wouldn't that capture tariffs?
So because I think, again, our point to you is that that there's two kinds of licenses come in two flavors. If an executive order is asserting a license fee to recoup the cost of government services or something like that, as I was saying to Justice Alito, that doesn't look different than the other verbs. That's not revenue raising. It doesn't implicate the founder's concern. It doesn't implicate the concerns you wrote about in consumers' research about the fear of the government.
Well, you're not answering my question, though, Mr. Koch. I'm talking about just the plain text here. And you're moving to a major questions or a non-delegate. That's the move you're making, which I think, fine, we can consider that. I'm just talking about on the text, okay? It says by means of licenses or otherwise. You've conceded that licenses are economically equivalent to tariffs. And the statute says by means of licenses or otherwise.
Right.
Regulate.
It's only a means, and we looked at the history.
Yeah, it's a means.
Yeah.
Why isn't tariffs a permissible means on the statute?
Because, again, it has to be related to the 9 powers that.
Well, a license can be. We have to acknowledge that. And you've said a license can raise revenue, and you've said a license is equivalent to a tariff economically. So what about otherwise?
So, Justice Gorsuch, if the license or the otherwise is raising revenue, then it is a difference in kind from the other verbs. And we looked at the history of licenses under TWIA, and we were not able to find any involving licenses or license fees.
Okay. Last question, a little further afield. The parties discussed a little bit the analogy to the Foreign Commerce Clause. Of course, next to it is the Indian Commerce Clause. And delegations there were very broad initially and involved licenses once again. And why shouldn't that inform
shit going parabolic?
I don't know that I have a position on that. It maybe is a little too afield for me to...
Well, if the president has broad authority in one part of the Commerce Clause, why wouldn't he even in the next door neighbor?
Oh, I see, because here Congress has specifically been given the exclusive power over tariffs, and so if they're to part with it, I think as this court has said in J.W. Hampton, which is a tariffs case.
You'd say the same principle would apply with tariffs with the Indian Commerce Clause. Is a tariff-specific argument?
I think it's at least intelligible principles is what this court has used for tariffs specifically, and we think that's the way you should look at this.
Look at that bear trap.
And then
Look,
under
cycle
intelligible
creating.
principles, this is miles away from any delegation we have ever seen.
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh?
Just on the Nixon point, because you said, I think, that the current tariffs are unprecedented. I mean, that was a 10% worldwide tax on every import into the United States, I believe. I mean, we don't need, I just think that's a fact. You have arguments about that. You made good arguments about that, but just wanted that
nasty work
point to be clear. On Algonquin, to pick up on Justice Sotomayor's kind assist.
Nasty work on...
Your argument here is that the statute has to use the word tariffs, I think, basically. And we went through Nixon and Yoshida, but then Algonquin, the statute for 232, does not use the word tariffs. It uses adjust imports. And President Ford had imposed, again, a pretty significant tariff on oil imports. It was challenged. It got to this court. The attorneys standing where you are stood up and said the license fee now before the court involves the broadest exercise of the tariff power in the history of the American Republic. In fact, we would have to go back to George III's stamp tax to determine as broad an executive power as claimed in this case. The statute is a simple one. It does not mention the tariff on its face. The argument there was the word tariff was not mentioned, used to adjust imports. The court, obviously 9-0, rejects that argument, in part because, as others have pointed out, the court does a lot of questioning. Well, what's the difference between a quota and a tariff? And what's the difference between an embargo and a tariff? And so when the court writes the opinion, it says we find no support in the language of the statute, for respondents' contention that the authorization of the president to adjust imports should be read to encompass only quantitative methods, i.e. quotas, as opposed to monetary methods, i.e. license fees of
free market dropped 620 yesterday, and we're back above.
So, on your basic point that you need the word tariff, Algonquin says you don't need the word tariff. And that was President Ford's oil imports. It's 9-0. The oral argument goes through this. Your answer.
There's a lot there, Justice Kavanaugh, so please bear with me. First, I'd like to clarify what our position is generally and then deal with Algonquin. Our position is not that you have to use the word tariff or any other magic word. It's true that Congress has used a specialized vocabulary since the founding, since 1790, using words like tariffs or duties, but as I was saying earlier to Justice Gorsuch, you could even use the word regulate, as our page 15 of our brief says, or you could even imagine something that says, quote, the president may regulate importation by requiring importers to pay 10% of the value of goods to the Treasury. So I don't think you have to use any particular word. The question is in context, is it,
Algonquin didn't have anything like that, but keep going.
So Algonquin does have, I think, a context
55
that's
minutes
miles apart from what the government is seeking here to do with IEPA. So first of all, it is a common sense statute. I understand there's some rhetoric by common sense reading of the statute. I know there's some rhetoric by the lawyer who stood here before, which is of course forgivable. But it was a statute about one product. 232 is article by article. It's one product. This is a billion products or even more that the government is seeking. The Algonquin was expressly a trade statute. It was the 1962 Trade Act. It's everything this case isn't. Algonquin had a specific reference to the word duties in a separate provision. Algonquin had a legislative history that was clear as day that the president was given this power. And I understand this court today doesn't look to the legislative history, but the way Algonquin got to where it was by saying the legislative history, the chief sponsor of the act.
I think I'll disagree with you on that. It does a plain text and then says, is there anything in the legislative history to defeat the plain text? So I disagree pretty strongly with you on that, but it doesn't defeat your point. Keep going.
Okay, so I'd also say, maybe the most important point, 232, our argument is not just that you have to specifically authorize a tariff with some sort of word, but also that one way of understanding whether Congress is delegating its awesome tariff power, its awesome taxing power, is to ask, are there limits to what Congress has put in? And in Algonquin, in Section 232, the court points to and goes painstakingly through all the limits. The first words of the decision are all about how constrained the statute is. It's a reticulated scheme. The cabinet secretaries have to make certain findings. There are specific statutory factors Congress says the president must look at before acting. There are public hearings. There are limited remedies, quote, to the extent necessary. All of that is in the statute. All of that is in the Algonquin opinion. None of it is in IEPA. That's the problem, and that's why, just like James and Moore, the Algonquin case said this is a very
Guys, let's hit the like button, folks. We have 165 people. Thank you all very much. Hopefully, you guys have a good Wednesday.
That
beautiful Wednesday, even after the live stream.
The president
do something
could
nice.
Could regulate
hit the like button, folks. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Wherever you are in this world, thank you.
By using a licensing fee.
Not a fee. So I should have said this earlier, but license is different from a licensing fee. IEPA and TWIA authorize licenses, not license fees.
Bears are
and
trying
no
on
president
gold
has ever charged, to my knowledge, fees under those two statutes for the licenses. So fees impermissible, licenses okay.
Fees permissible if they cover the costs of the scheme.
Might be. I mean, but once they start revenue raising, you implicate the most serious concerns.
But I thought you conceded to Justice Gorsuch there was no difference between a tariff and a licensing fee, functionally.
If the licensing fee is just to, I didn't concede that. So if the licensing fee is just to recoup the cost of government services, I think that may be okay. I don't really need to get into it. Here, the government is asserting a power which they say in their briefs to you raises $4 trillion.
So you understand the statute to permit licensing in the sense of permission. Like, we will not allow you to trade with us. We will not allow your goods to be imported unless we license it.
Absolutely. And Justice Barrett, I think like just the natural reading, if you're to look at the word licenses and think, wow, Congress smuggled this incredible power to do all of these different things that the government is doing here, 39% taxes on some countries and others, through the word license, that's
Can you license exportation?
Cold is literally
I don't think so, for the reason that,
well, right now, I actually looked into this. I mean,
go into the purple box, damn it.
But could you license exportation like saying we're not going to allow certain products that have national security implications to be exported?
Yes.
So licensing could be used in that sense, not as a revenue raising measure. Yes. Okay. So you went back and forth with Justice Gorsuch about the implications of the president's authority over foreign affairs and whether the major questions doctrine applies. You say that in IEPA, the president's war powers are not implicated, and that was part of the reason why you say that we should think of this differently than some of the historical examples where the commander-in-chief power, war powers, were implicated. But the same language appears in the Trading with the Enemies Act, in which war powers would be implicated. So do you think the language should be, and of course that is what President Nixon relied on. So do you think that the language would be interpreted differently in that context,
volume, but I mean it could
even though the commander-in-chief power and the war power would be implicated?
100% I think it would be interpreted differently. Justice Jackson.
Same regulate commerce language.
Yes, because once you're carrying over wartime precedents to peacetime for reasons.
Okay, I don't understand that then, because everybody agrees the language came in IEPA came from the Trading with the Enemy Act. So you're saying it has one meaning in the Trading with the Enemy Act and a different meaning in IEPA, that same regulate commerce?
No, I think that the conquered territory language and all of that may go to the president's Article 2 powers as inherent powers in conquered territory, but I don't think it gets the government where they need to go. The CAC brief and the brief by Professor Paul Stephen goes through and explains why in 1933, when Congress decided to bring these concepts into peacetime, it severed the wartime roots. And there's an extensive legislative history.
Okay, I understand that, but I thought that was about, maybe I'm just not tracking. I mean, I think there's been some discussion of whether the president would have inherent Article 2 authority in wartime.
All right, folks. The president is coming live in 50 minutes. Hopefully, you guys all join us for that. Right, we have 190 people here now. Thank you all very much. If you are a new watcher, hit the subscribe button. And if you have not already, please hit the like button. We're going to go look at CNBC television real quick, and then we will get ready for the presidential live stream. The president is speaking about the economy at the American Business Forum in Miami at 1 p.m. Yeah.
Shares of Lemonade are surging today after the AI-powered insurance company posted a third-quarter beat on the top and bottom lines. The stock has nearly doubled this year, still down more than 50% from its all-time high in 2021. Joining us now, first on CNBC to break down the quarter, is Lemonade co-founder and CEO Daniel Schreiber. Daniel, it's good to have you back on. I mean, you're definitely back on the radar because the stock has been incredible lately, coming off of those lows. So what is driving, I think, 24% in customer growth, top-line growth of 30%? What's driving that?
Time is 12:15. 12:10 bounce to 12:15 at the minimum. High of the day is 11:55, pivot point 2.
So
we are above
just extraordinary levels of operational efficiencies coming through. So if you look at the last few years, you kind of reference how the stock has performed. So we grew in the last 3 years. We added 1 million customers. We threefold increased our revenue. We tenfold increased our gross profit. And yet, our actual headcount is down. Our operating expenses, excluding growth, are entirely flat. So the ability to do that kind of growth, that kind of acceleration, 8 quarters of accelerating growth without incurring additional costs, really tells you that you've shifted from variable costs, you've shifted all your variable costs at first approximation to be fixed costs.
Bouncing on me
really is
into
a
the
hallmark
range.
of AI in action.
So what are you doing that others are not? Because I also had a conversation this morning with the head of AIG, much larger insurance company, and he was talking about how Gen AI is transformational to the insurance business as well. So what is the secret sauce here?
I doubt you'll talk to any CEO or executive in any company, and they won't sprinkle some AI pixie dust all over themselves. So no
OpenAI, AI, guys, AI.
Central thesis 10 years ago. Artificial intelligence instead of artificial delays was our founding
you guys can buy.
When we formed the company.
OpenAI.
But in the numbers.
Jesus, every day.
Our P&L is reflective of these kind of transformations.
Yesterday was Michael Berry versus Mr. Carp.
Without adding to our cost structure, I don't think that would be true.
OpenAI strikes back.
We reported today on a measure called LAE, loss adjustment expense, which is one of the only measures that allowed you to compare apples to apples of efficiencies across insurers. And Lemonade at a tiny percentage of the scale of the large players, 1% of a State Farm, we're already seeing levels of efficiencies that they aren't able to attain.
This is roof testing, roof opening.
Of magnitude larger than us. So
cycles are so tiny you can do whatever.
It's not really
break the roof or not.
Can you do it profitably? That's been the knock, still operating at a loss.
Yeah, but the trend lines, I think, tell a very different story. We have now for 3 years said that we will be EBITDA profitable.
There's no cycle lower.
We're already cash flow positive and have been for a year. Unusually in insurance, EBITDA comes after cash flow positivity. So we're generating cash rather than burning cash. And if you look at the trend line, as
1205, 1205 algo range.
And tenfold increase over 3 years in gross profit tells a story of an absolute and unstoppable path to profit. And that's not where it ends. This is we have such a small portion of such a large industry that I think once we reach profitability, we will continue our accelerated growth and continue to take share from the incumbents.
I don't even see which algo range this is.
You mentioned the LAE then. Let me come back to that and try and get you to answer Sarah's question in terms of
I don't even see that. I really don't. Okay,
tripling claims handling efficiency. So
yeah, 1150.
What is the AI actually doing? Just tell our viewers, explain how that actually works and how that efficiency is therefore being harnessed through the power of AI.
Absolutely.
AI.
In our company, I don't think this will be true of any of the other insurance companies out there. For structural reasons, you meet AI without knowing it when you first see an ad of ours. Some 90% of our ad allocation dollars is done by AI. We have an internal almost bidding system that will make predictions. We have some 50 machine learning models making predictions about every single customer or prospect who hits our website, trying to divine what their loss ratio will be like, what their claims behavior, what their cross.
AI. Pinterest sinks on ad headwinds. Guess we could look at this.
Hovering around the flat line, they've come back and are now a little bit higher. Despite shares of AMD hovering around the flat line, they've come back and are now a little bit higher. Despite posting a beat and raise quarter, investors zeroing in on key metrics like margins and AI growth. Mackenzie Sagalos has the details in today's Tech Check segment. Mackenzie, what are you hearing on AMD?
So that AMD stock, it had been on a tear heading into the print, but you said it, those shares trading only fractionally higher as investors digest a report that showed any sort of significant AI payoff is still out of reach. Now, it was a solid beat pretty much across the board, with AMD guiding to 25% revenue growth in Q4. That's better than consensus, but it was shy of the aggressive whisper number that some investors were hoping for. Because this report, it is coming on the heels of blockbuster partnerships with OpenAI, Oracle, and the U.S. Department of Energy. CEO Lisa Su says those deals will help scale AMD's AI business into the tens of billions.
Someone start a counter on this AI word counter.
In the short term, the street wanted more immediate upside in the guidance, especially
no direction
after
almost
AMD
right now.
agreed to hand OpenAI a 10% equity stake in AMD virtually for free. Right now, though, it is still the legacy PC chip business doing the heavy
gold
lifting.
to drop down
Those
here into the
sales were
purple
more than
box at the
triple its
minimum.
data center growth. AMD is also up against a few big headwinds. China exports still are not showing up in the print, and then gross margins were just in line for both Q3 and Q4, raising questions about how profitable their new AI business will be when it finally starts to show up in revenue. So now the focus is AMD's Investor Day next week, though the bigger test likely comes as some of its chip rivals report. We've got Qualcomm after the bell and NVIDIA in 2 weeks. They are still the clear front runner in this AI chip race, with AMD chasing from a distance. And Sarah, a few minutes ago, we got fresh data from OpenAI on its enterprise business. I'm going to hit this real quick. They now have 1 million business customers across ChatGPT and its API. That's where companies can build on top of OpenAI's models. They pointed to customers like Walmart and Salesforce already on board. We're also learning that ChatGPT Enterprise, it is up 40% in 2 months. That's been a big push for them. It's now at 7 million paid seats, up from 5 million, and it has grown 9x year over year. Guys?
I mean, it's a good metric to have, and it does, I mean, it leads to the question of what's revenue going to look like and how fast is that going to ramp? Because that's really what people are asking to determine whether the valuation is worth it.
Especially given their cash burn. I mean, Microsoft earnings last week, Bernstein analyst did back-of-the-envelope math, and just in Q3, OpenAI lost $12 billion. And going into that print, they were at a $13 billion run rate for the year. Sam Altman said in an interview over the weekend that it's actually higher than that now. But this is the standing question. And tying it back to AMD earnings, that's been the question. Are we in this AI bubble? Because, yes, we're seeing very big numbers attached to these compute deals, but it's not showing up in Q4. So when is it going to show up? When does that revenue actually become real? Because at this point,
they might just
AMD
constantly break roof
OpenAI
today until
halo
lotto
in the
time or
public
something and then
markets,
fucking just
but
dump
it's
it
not
and break
showing
fucking
up in revenue.
clear divergence, break LOD and come back to VWAP is what I'm seeing now. Like, holy crap.
Thank you, Mackenzie Sagalos.
This thing is holding all day. since 9:30, 10:20, 11:20, never broke VWAP. So honestly, since 11:20 into now 12:20, so at least 1 hour. This shit is extended on SPY, QQQ, NVIDIA, everything. Man, I'm not gonna lie, that shit is crazy. SPY and SPX divergence, hope trading, or whatever the fuck this shit is. But I literally only know the SPY SPX divergence is dangerous because I've been through it both ways. But honestly, yeah, every gold coming into the purple box. Gold coming into the purple box. Let's see. Yeah, that is crazy.
Our high FX costs and
New York Fed household debt rises or something.
The New York Fed. For that, we'll turn to Steve Leisman. Morning, Steve.
Morning, Carl. Household debt, the third quarter New York Fed household debt and credit report. Household debt balance is rising by 197 billion, call it 200 billion to 18.6 trillion. That's a new record, but up only modestly. Mortgage and student loan and credit card debt all rose modestly. HELOC debt up a little bit more, actually a little bit elevated, but auto loan debt, which we've been watching closely because of some concern about delinquencies there, that was flat. Overall delinquencies, however, they did rise, pushed up by credit cards and student loan debt. Mortgage, autos,
gotta be able to know higher setups, right? You can't just go into the day and be like, oh, today's gonna be like easy this. Like, you gotta understand there are many things at play.
That rise in
things are not easy. Things are not just I come to this and I put some sugar in here and I get a cake. Like, you put the sugar in, you gotta do the mixing, you gotta do the cooking, you gotta do the caring, and you gotta do the baking to get the cake.
You heard it in McDonald's earnings showing up.
You guys understand what I'm saying here? Like, it is not fucking cake work. Every day is not the same, right? 5 red days in a row, right? You gotta understand certain things before you come into the day. I was up since 4 a.m. in the morning, 5:30 in the morning. I got no sleep. I'll tell you that straight up right now. I got no sleep. I was going over my day. I was going over my strategy way before all this shit. Even before market opened for 3 to 4 hours since 7:30 in the morning. I know for a fact because I started driving to Wawa and got a 5-hour energy and started thinking by myself on the porch or whatever, right? But I swear to God, it's not easy. This shit is just not.
You saw that in the ADP numbers from minus 32.
Like, we only think like that because when things work, things are easy. That's just what it is. Right? When things work, it's just
really
easy.
The Fed is really, I think, on the precipice here, or on the fence.
There has to be
we're just not getting definitive data. If you're looking for definitive data, the economy is weakening and the labor market is weakening.
Sometimes you gotta be okay with whatever it does, right? How are we gonna come into the? Talk to me about this, right? How is somebody gonna come into the market and get everything right starting from 9:30, 24/7? There's no way, right? The market makes you think you're gonna get it right 24/7. Why? Because you want your green, you want your bread, you want your dinner, right? But I'm literally telling you, you have to understand things way bigger than what it is. Because it is way bigger than what it is. And even me saying this shit, I even get got. But I'm literally saying it is way bigger than what it is. Right, you gotta just relax. Sometimes go get a chicken sandwich wrap. Alright, President live in 35 minutes. Let's see, what other videos do we have from CNBC?
I want to call your attention. AI.
Hey, that was a YouTube ad. That was a YouTube ad, and he said AI.
As David pointed out, this has been a long time in the making. It's been almost 15 years.
Basically, this is not even burning today, but it's also burning yesterday's work too. People that shorted from yesterday.
Well, I think it's time for us to put the Bible on the table, how all the businesses are performing. So our teammates are in there telling our investors.
All the calls got yesterday
we have
destroyed.
The potential to grow even faster. We have competitive capabilities that very few have, and that growth turns into great returns, and those are the targets that were referred to. And we just have, it's a chance to do it all at once. And so we meet with investors all the time, directly with them one-to-one through the sell-side analysts and everything. But we said, you know what, we need to lay it all on at once. A lot of data, 300-plus pages of data, where people can see the tremendous value we create, $8.5 billion in earnings last quarter, and how we create it in each of the business lines and what's core to how we grow.
Hey, we can talk through a lot of those specific targets in just a moment, but just looking at the stock today, it is off by 2.8%.
This is no longer roof testing.
Year-to-date, performance is okay. It's up by 18%, which is a strong performance. Over the 1 year, I think up by about 25%. But, Brian, if you look at Bank of America versus the other 5 major Wall Street banks, Bank of America is at the bottom of the pack in terms of performance for the 1 year, for this year, for the last year, for the year before, and even for the 5 year.
Going to be the best into the day because they're holding this shit up crazy.
What do you think the street is hearing today that
whether it is bullish
is not
or
helping
holding
with the stock this morning, and how do you convince them that you've got the plan over the next several years?
Wow.
So the plan convinces them, and the teammates that are delivering it will show it. So if you think about it, we've outperformed the bank index. We have a heavy NII P&L. So we have a great investment bank, a great markets business, and that NII is growing faster. Our growth in NII for this year, 25, will be 5 to 7%. And what we will tell people is that continues for many years, and that's against an industry growth rate of 2 to 3%
This is 12.30
at best. So it's driven part by good loans and deposit growth, and it's driven part by the repricing of the balance sheet as it grows through. So that's what produced the 31% EPS growth year over year. And we gave them targets of return on tangible common equity of 16 to 18%. We just achieved 15, and we'll achieve the bottom part of that range over the next 8 quarters or so, and then move into the medium to high point of that range.
They're going higher and higher and higher. That is insane.
It's a solid target. It's based on an economy.
Right. I don't even think anyone can even believe it's going to go higher and higher and higher after this shit, but they really are. So holy.
Tremendous, and we're also showing people how we've applied technology to.
Jason said, okay, SPY is bullish, still 689. All right, that's where I'm going to draw the line, all right? Yo, you're mad funny, but no, we all funny, guys. But I think he's saying that as a joke, right?
Previously, it had been towards the mid-teens. You raised your guidance just in terms of operating leverage, 200 to 300 basis points. Previously, you've been guiding towards the lower end of that. But the stock's still down 3% almost. Why do you think the stock's down today?
Look, we are a long-term player.
He may be right. Shit, 689 in 2 days. No, I'm kidding. Every time the thing drops, it goes higher. So, all right, I'm going to send the SPX put-to-call ratio.
That's what we've done. We continue to generate strong returns, strong capabilities, and continue to grow the core
positive
franchise.
gamma.
And I think that's one of the reasons why we did this today is people getting caught up in the issues of the moment, forgetting that in the end of the day, if you think about Jim DeMar and the markets team, 14 straight quarters of year-over-year trading, sales and trading revenue growth. Nobody's done that in the business. If you think about Matthew Coder over the last 4 or 5 years, moving from 4th to 3rd investment
what
banking.
What is BTC at? Is it going higher or is it going lower?
Consumer deposit base to $950 billion.
103. Okay.
These things were down to long-term value. So long-term investors, here we come.
Yeah. Hey, Brian, one of the issues that the bank's been facing over the last several years was the big hold-to-maturity portfolio.
This Bank of America, by the way, Jim Cramer said, oh, good, like 2 or 3 days ago. So we'll see what happens. Right? That's the big talk on Reddit right now. Market is going higher and higher and higher. It is actually at 680 now.
You're saying it's $450 billion to $490 billion.
Showing
that will flow to the bottom line over that period
even more
of time.
moon.
What are you going to do with that cash?
I think there's going to be a rejection, but honestly, maybe because everybody thinking that they're going to go higher and higher, but this is truly.
We get deposits in from our customers and we make loans. The difference with our business with everybody else is we have an extra $1 trillion
go higher, but this is truly almost no cycling. This is
we had to invest it to extract the value of those deposits.
Only possible because yesterday happened, but honestly, this is literally just
we have 5 to 7% NII growth this year, and it will continue to next year. And other people are flattish to up a couple percent, and that's
I'm in gold. Fuck SPY. I can't even think of doing anything on SPY.
3 to 4 percentage points, the good old-fashioned way.
Not gonna lie.
Loans and deposits.
Unless it was like 11:20 and I was going on the fact that lemon dominate and everything else, and the video is going to go rally with the market like this with no cycle.
$800 billion invested in cash and overnight securities. So it's a huge amount. Team does a great job, but you have to think about that, extracting the value of that deposit franchise, because the advantage is on the deposit side that we have, and that's what we do.
You know, you've been known as somebody who is a bit risk averse, and that was seen as a really good thing when you came in 2010 to manage Bank of America.
QQQ going higher and higher and higher. I have no idea to where. We started at 618. That is at 624.73.
Some people call it risk averse. Other people call it risk management. From your perspective,
market allowing it to go.
Is it more than just semantics on this? What's the difference between being risk averse and being a really good risk manager?
I don't know. Let's do a poll, guys. All right, let's do a fucking poll. Where do you guys think? Where is SPY going? Where do you think QQQ is going? Everybody just say a random ass number that you think it's going to go to. It does not have to be. This is just, you know what I mean? A random ass number, market sentiment. Pay no attention to this. We're just trying to see. I just want to see, because this is now, I don't even know. Shit flying. It's flying, actually. Right? The thing is actually flying. Associated Press. Yeah, they do not have. Interesting. Associated Press don't have Trump coming on, but other things like CNBC
Today, Bitcoin's November sell-off continues.
Trump speaks at the America Business Forum, guys. Hopefully you guys join us for that. But the market is getting ready. Market is getting ready for the big event. So when this big event news catalyst comes out, I guess we will see some sort of more movement with this setup. But honestly, the market's been going up and up and up and up since the last 1 hour and 15 minutes. The time is now 12:35. So he made a peak at 12:30. We'll see. Right, in 26 minutes, President Trump coming on live. Hopefully you guys join us for that. If you guys can hit the like button, thank you very, very much. People that have not already, if you are a new watcher, if you could hit the like button as well, thank you very much.
Folks,
until it comes on, we will watch some videos on Pinterest.
The Pinterest are plunging on these new numbers from the social media site. Let's get back to Julia Borston, talk about the breakdown, what they said about ad demand, and a lot more, JB.
Well, Carl, after Meta, Google, Amazon, and Reddit showed
Pinterest
strong
down
digital
21%.
ad gains,
Something happened
Pinterest
today.
missed on EPS and gave a weak
Pinterest is still alive, though. You cannot lie. I thought that thing was down
20%. The stock pacing
for
its worst day since May 2022.
17.
With today's losses, pins it
cannot lie.
for the year.
I didn't even know Pinterest was
citing macro headwinds, saying they're seeing some pockets of moderating ad spend in the U.S. and Canada, with larger U.S. retailers dealing with tariff.
Today.
Nobody cares about Pinterest, sadly.
Welcome back. Aramco, best known for being an oil and energy powerhouse, the biggest in the world. But what some may not know is how it's using technology and
Bulls are stepping out at the last 3/3. Nuking. Look, I had to extend this shit so much. It's looking like this, but it's honestly like this now. Honestly, looking like this now.
Here in
super bullish on SPY.
Aramco struck oil and produced over
no idea where it's going, but it is running now. 12:35. It's been running.
Propelling the kingdom to the top of the global energy market.
Almost no.
But with the International Energy Agency predicting that global oil demand will plateau by 2030,
like
the world's largest energy producer
getting scary, but it's stacking like domino
and building up its technology.
What's behind this is a huge computing infrastructure with all of the networks.
Free market came in bullish and pulled back off it. Bear trapped everybody after that. Is crazy disgusting.
Here, employees monitor real-time data from over 100,000 sensors, tracking molecules of oil and gas as they move from the wells to refiners to ships.
We have more than 100 plants being monitored here and optimized for efficiency, for reducing costs, for better integration with each other. Every facility in every plant, they would know the pressure, the temperature. They can adjust from the pipelines.
Going crazy off pre-market. They just made
shift
people bearish off
production
these
from
candles,
one plant
honestly.
to the other through
In the
this
beginning.
center. There is no equal to the center anywhere in the world where you can see your full operation until it gets
That
into
was
the
for
tankers, and you can see the terminals here.
Leave on the video and Palantir. I'm still in the video, but I left Palantir on that. But honestly, that is crazy to see. And VTS left on that as well. Let's see what NVTS is at.
If you look at the world productivity and you capitalizing on AI, and it can increase that productivity from this to this, that is captured. It's reflected in everything that you do. I always say, look at our cost per barrel of oil equivalent. 20 years ago, we used to say it's $3. Today, if you ask me, it's still $3. So we are able to manage a maturity of the fields that we have, inflation, and still keep it. How did we keep it at the same cost? It is technology.
Nasser says he's got a head start and a competitive edge over other companies adopting AI.
You need first the computing infrastructure. If you don't have the computing infrastructure, and this requires investment over so many years, and it takes tens of billions of dollars. Second, you need the quality of data. We have the quality of data for 90 years. Third, you need to ensure that you have the talent. And the talents, I don't talk about data scientists only. GPU and chips alone will not give you what you have seen. In our operation,
fake that at morning.
6,000 trained on AI.
Came in crazy bullish, 15.
Which looks like a college to become experts on everything from drilling wells to geology to data analysis.
And everything that you see over
Pulling
here is
back crazy on the one.
It feels like below the surface.
The company uses its own large
4
language
hours
model,
still bearish.
Aramco MetaBrain. It's comprised of 90 years of geological data.
So we are benefiting a lot from our MetaBrain or our language model. It is really helping us to increase the efficiency. You can see it in every component of our operation. If you visit the engineers in their
now showing this on SPX, right? Morning it was showing this.
To optimize their operation in the fields.
But honestly, Asia, London was so damn bearish. Right, we've been bearish for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 something days. That this was like, this is more healthier than not, you know. To see this shit go like crazy like this, gap fill and come up is literally like, it's possible, yeah, but clearly they didn't. But honestly, this is why I took all my Palantir and VTS profit, some Nvidia too, but honestly, this shit is crazy to see. Look at this counter rally. This is downward trend, counter rally. Inside the, I don't know why my trend line doesn't come up. It just got deleted. But there's a trend line here.
The global players when it comes to technology and AI.
Did not gap fill above yet.
If you want in the data center, if you want renewable, you will find the lowest cost renewable. If you want gas, you will find the lowest cost gas.
683.
And that's one reason the world's largest oil producer is ramping up natural gas and renewables. Because the most profound impact of the AI revolution.
I was thinking this is possible, but honestly, to see it live is crazy. I'm not gonna lie, because I've been up since 5:30 in the morning, and I was trying to think of how to leave my shit in real nice, and I was like, yo, I gotta leave as soon as I can, just in case they can revert into a counter rally. Based on everyone saying on Reddit, oh, I want to go in, oh, I want to go in short, oh, I want to go in long, and I was like, right. And someone in our WhatsApp group posted, oh, tomorrow it's gonna rip down crazy. Oh, tomorrow I want to go in thinking downside, and I deleted the message immediately, right? And I was like, okay, the last thing we're gonna do in here is speculate, right? And I was like, what we are gonna do is be alert. And I started sending everything of Asia and blah blah blah. And hopefully, that wasn't to make people super biased or super scared or whatever, but it is to let them know what's going on around the world so that you could be alert 24/7 was my hope and my point of it. But honestly, it could be taken in many other ways too, because I've been also someone that, you know, saw things like that, and I would be like, okay, this would get me biased. This would make me think this. But you have to understand the market literally, right? Do you guys remember what happened? You know what I mean? Since last Wednesday, that's the 29th of October. I know every single thing that happened every single day, because I've been sitting there crying, enjoying every single day, right? Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. What do we do? Bull trap the crap out of everybody, right? Do you really think when it's super down and it's already down, we're gonna bull trap them again on the 8th day?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5th day, right? CNBC is literally saying, oh, market's been down 4 days in a row. Oh, this is why I said at pre-market, oh, Japan's down 4%, but it recovered, and now it's at 2.5, blah, 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 right? I don't know, I'm literally just, I can't even believe that it really did $5 with this shit, but honestly, you gotta understand that it's kind of more healthier to see that than not, right? And you have to understand, is the reason why at the morning,
Today, Bitcoin,
right, going crazy, even if it's a bullish day or a bearish day, is absolutely dangerous. You have to understand there are bigger things at play instead of just thinking about that. Because that's the reason why the market does it. That's the reason why the market goes up, market goes down overnight. It makes bulls and bears both think, and then everybody is just, what the fuck's going on, right? When market opens, everybody is thinking on, why isn't it coming back to my side or not? And it just sucks. Shit reverts so fast. But that is also the true direction, and that is the reason why, because the majority is getting trapped on it. Nothing new. So, we will watch the White House, or not White House, sorry. The Supreme Court.
So whenever I need more space in
we have a very sort of deep and profound historical pedigree through broad delegations of
President Trump coming in
regulation
15,
of commerce,
20 minutes.
Foreign commerce power, in that case, the Indian commerce power. And that ties, I think, to what I take to be the main theme of the arguments on the other side. And I think that Mr. Catchall started by saying tariffs are taxes. And I want to complete the answer I think I was giving to the Chief Justice when I got interrupted is, if you look at these tariffs, these policies, it is clear that these policies are most effective if nobody ever pays the tariff. If it never raises a dime of revenue, these are the most effective use of this particular policy. And I said there's two buckets there. One is, first of all, when it comes to
I don't know how they're going to clear this divergence at the floor.
Pays the tariff, but instead they direct their consumption
domestically
and spur the creation or the rebuilding of our hollowed out manufacturing.
Let's do a poll.
That directly addresses the crisis. It's more effective.
Guys, we're going to do a poll.
No one ever pays the tariff.
The poll is, are they going to clear the divergence at the floor? Right. If you think they're going to clear the divergence at the floor, say yes. If you think no, say no. The poll is sent already in the WhatsApp group. Everybody vote on the poll before the candles happen. The question is, will the divergence on the floor clear today? Intraday. Not tomorrow. Intraday. I think the chances are honestly lower because so many fucking people are stuck. But I don't know. That's just what I think. I really don't know. We're doing a public sentiment opinion.
Today, Bitcoin's November sell-off.
Sorry. We are so at the roof, so, you know, in order for people to not be stuck, they need to do this shit before power hour, right? In order for the market to, you know, in order for the market to make anything, it would have to do it after power hour almost. Rejection is happening at the tippity top. Let's see what happens. This is literally no actually, I don't know. This could be taken as a confirmation. This could not. 1245 rejected right at 1245. 1240 is the roof. I wouldn't really call this a confirmation. It's just one cycle. Right? Why? 1240 is right there. 1250 is here in 25 seconds, so I guess we'll really know in 25 seconds. Could go lower for a minute, 2 minutes, or not. Right here, it could stop. But it will say was a confirmation or not, at least in that cycle or here. Here we go. America Business Forum, President Trump. The 5 people that requested to join: George, Jorge, Siva Kumar, Austin, Madhuri, and Usid. Sorry, but you guys have to be active in the YouTube chat to even join. So you could just message in the YouTube chat, hey, my name is blah blah blah. If you want to do join, but you have to be active. We're not gonna just join. We're not gonna just add people. I'm done with that, honestly. I'm not gonna just add people because this shit is not just oh, I'm in, yay, done type of thing. I don't really care. Time is 12:50. Right, if you have no care, if you don't want to be active, then there's no point. I really just don't want to go through the point of removing later, so let's just not even go through it. It's only people that do watch, only people that are active, only people that want to care about even trying to get in. So but the Discord, anybody could join. I have not made that yet, so don't worry about anything I'm saying about the Discord. But yeah, the WhatsApp group, sorry, we've been having a lot of problems with just people doing weird stuff. I'm not gonna lie, it's like literally bots, right? We had a guy called, I'm not even gonna expose him, but literally we had a AI profile picture that was taking picture as if he was like a hedge fund manager or something, but like I could literally tell it was AI picture. And every single time I made an market update video and I was like, hey, can I get some like silence for like 1-2 hours at the minimum so people could come in and watch, he would literally post the chart that he wants to post 30 minutes after. I really thought like this is weird, like this person's doing this on purpose, at this point, at 11:50 in the night. Right, I'm literally asking people nicely, hey, please give me silence for 1-2 hours, at the minimum. But like the person doesn't post at 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., but only literally 30 minutes after I post in the middle of the night when I literally say, hey, please don't post. Like, what are you doing? Right, I don't know. I don't really have time, so. Right, and it was literally the night before the market crashed, right? And his picture was, oh look, SPY is back above this trend line, we're bullish. I don't care. I don't care if it's bullish or bearish. Like I don't need people to plant seeds in anyone's fucking heads, and I don't care about any of that. No one here is a guru, no one here is a guruji. Sorry to disappoint. All that shit's a scam. So wake the fuck up. Time is reality. Time is now. Time is 12:50. Confirmation rejection is here. Bears are trying. This is confirmation now. I don't know how much 0DT is though. Man, I really don't want to wait on gold until tomorrow. I'm literally hoping my expiry is November 7th. Close one on gold, so I am hoping that I'm good, that it's going to go to 360, 350. I don't know why I keep saying 6, but honestly, I am kind of scared. Shit's kind of turning bullish on gold, and the contracts look like calls could be popped back up a little bit because it was destroyed, and then puts, it honestly could look like it could be drained because all the retail may be in puts now since yesterday. It's going up, down, up, down, up, down. So things just change every single day on gold. It's just so damn crazy to get it right. It's so fucking damn crazy to get it right on gold because shit changes every night. Closes 4 p.m. looking hella bullish, and then it fucking goes down overnight crazy, and then it closes 4 p.m. looking hella bearish, and then it fucking runs crazy overnight. Like, it's so dumb. It is so dumb. It's almost like opposite day shit going on gold almost. That's how they trick. Guess that's what they do to the market too. But honestly, gold is even worse. I personally feel like gold. Honestly, I've hoped and hoped and hoped even more. Maybe it was easier for me to get out than Palantir or something, but still, I just felt like it was trying to trick. It was trying to pop. It was trying to drop, and it does the exact opposite. After the day, or during, I don't even know. After the day, 2 days later, fucking week later, it's so damn hard. I only do this gold shit only here and there. Most things here and there too. Maybe I got greedy on the video. I don't know, because of this Michael Burry news, but next week expiry RAM, it shouldn't be that bad. Earnings coming up for NVDA. Yeah, 0DTE, I know for a fact, is 50 times worse because even being in Palantir and things like Tesla and Nvidia, that it's like Friday out expiry or something, and it's literally Monday or Tuesday, or it's literally expiring next week, and I'm getting like up and down, like, you know, confused this week into next week or some shit. It is so crazy. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that thing, before I go up, the thing goes down crazy. I'm talking about my portfolio, and before my portfolio goes down, it goes up crazy. So you cannot lie. Sometimes the shit's like opposite day. It really is. I swear to God, that's what I felt. That's what I'm saying. I felt like I was crazy on Palantir. Maybe it's because I was, you know, expiry Friday, but I'm literally expiring the video right now. Next week, gold expiring next week, and it's going up and down crazy. So it's not. I don't even know, man. This is why swing trading too. You gotta be so fucking perfect and smart with, like, literally an expert with this shit too, and like literally be doing that for a long ass time, right? That's what I said to my, you know, my mom with the BTC leverage thing too, the ETF. I was like, doesn't even matter if you're doing stocks, options, futures, or bonds, or ETFs, or options, or leverage, whatever it is. Like, it's literally like, you gotta be an expert. You gotta know what you want to do. You gotta do it for a long ass time to know anything about anything, because that's what pros did. Go through bullshit and suffer for a long ass time to learn what they want to learn on what they want to learn for a long ass time, and that's why they're winners, and that's why the majority are losers, right? And I literally just told her, like, just look at this picture from Michael Burry. Michael Burry was like, oh, saying, sometimes there's a bubble, sometimes there's something you can do, sometimes winning is doing nothing. I was like, what everyone is doing right now is just being apart and being doing something. But honestly, the winners may not be doing the most, even though that may be one of the, you know, hardest things to hear. as people that want to get the most, right? But I'm literally saying people that are patient, people that understand things for what they are, and people that try to be okay with little things here and there and try to really, 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 really try to, be an expert on what they love, they get what they want and they succeed logically and reasonably in a timely manner instead of, trying to you know what I'm saying? Because, you know how easy this shit would be if we can go up 40%, 35% every day? Like, it's just not possible. But what is possible is being, more repetitively right than wrong, number one. More logical than hoping, guessing, speculating, all that bullshit, number two. And number three, just not trying to be saying oh, be a guy that says, oh, I know this, I know it all. I'm just saying try to be a guy that's alert on both sides of the coin. It's not even a bull versus bear. It's literally 33.3% roof, 33.3% stay between the roof or the floor, or 33%, 3% break the floor, right? That is one of the hardest things to learn and try to change your mentality on. But honestly, that is something that must be learned, or else there's no point. What is the point? The point is to suffer, feel the suffering for what it is, and become better, become greater. And in order to do that, you need to completely break down how you are and completely break down what you know knowledge-wise, mentally-wise, and do the things that you said or you set out to do in life. That is literally the only way I found out how to fucking deal with bullshit like this. This is crazy. I can't even lie, but because honestly, I had a good time this week and last week on SPY and other things too. I didn't even want to fucking risk crazy on SPY, to be honest. Index crazy, right? Market looking crazy. Yesterday, what did we do? We had an island gap in the middle of everything. And the thing went lower into aftermarket close. So I was literally looking at Asia. I was literally looking at, SPY going crazy lower yesterday at 9 and then coming back up today. And I was like, this shit is weird. This shit is so weird. And the fact that people on Reddit and the fact that people in the WhatsApp group is saying, oh, this is making me feel like tomorrow this, completely dangerous. Even both sides, and this is why I was like, yeah, I don't know if this shit's gonna go lower. I don't know if this is gonna go higher. But honestly, it did go higher. It just slowly and did its thing and made it look bearish in the morning to go higher. That is, I don't know if you want to call that a classic. I don't know if you want to call that a gotcha moment, or I don't know if you want to call that a, oh, I knew that, or I don't know if you want to call that, or I didn't know, or I don't know if you want to call that it was possible, but it is something. Not nothing. So that is something. Okay. President live stream now. Should be coming soon. X Real said preach. Yeah, sometimes it's crazy. I say these things and I literally forget what I say. But honestly, from the bottom of my heart, I hope, some of you guys hear from what I'm saying actually and really listen and then just take it to your heart or whatever you want to do. But yeah. Sometimes I blab and blab and blab, but honestly, it's coming from my heart. From what I've gone through and what I've felt and what I literally felt like I needed to change to do what I needed to do and not be the way I was. And the way I was literally okay. You have to be okay with who you are to clear who you are to become who you are. That is just, there's no getting around that. No matter who you are, no matter how old you are, no matter what, no matter where you are, no matter. So, I swear, speaking from my heart, you're 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 I'm getting up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm feeling happy and blessed today. I really do. I feel like things could have went so fucking bad for me last week. So I really just am glad that man, November. You know how fucking terrible it would have been if I lost my October profits? I would have really been sitting there being like, bruh. Hell no. Hell no. I hate this candle on gold. I would love for it to just... But fuck. Oh my god. No, what the fuck is this? No, no. You see how fucking shit changes though on candles, man. Shit fucking just literally, it's just right on candles. What the fuck is this? You guys remember that fucking, like, it was the Palantir wedge up yesterday and knife down and up and knife down, right? And SPY looked exactly the same. Look at today. Look at this wedge breakout, and fucking wedge. You cannot make this shit up. Yesterday and today, the pattern is so different. Like, the pattern people were not used to last week, the week before that, right? I'm telling you, they turn things on and turn things off in a fucking heartbeat to change things up here and there. The only things that do not change are the primary factors. Primary factors are cycle analysis, time confirmation, nothing more. Price level target, bullshit. Indicator, bullshit. Lazy. Price level, price level exit, fucking bullshit. Hopium. Market uses that perfectly. Candles, bullshit. Clearly, right? VWAP flipping percentage 100% being bullshit. There's nothing else other than cycle time confirmation. I said, okay, thank you. We'll turn the Associated Press on. You guys tell me what? What are the primary factors that stand true through everything? What did you bring me to on the Associated Press? It's on Tariffs now, Associated Press, YouTube now, Associated Press. There's nothing. I don't know here. Right. Let's go back to Trump. President Trump to address business forum on Democrat. I think this is it. There's a lot of people watching this.
Something that if you measured it 0 to 10, 10 is stressed out of your mind, 0 is not at all. Pick something that's at least a 7, 8, or a 9 if you focused on it if stressed. Because if you pick a 1 or 2 and we change it, you'll barely notice. But if you pick one that's pretty aggressive,
is this guy really on right now?
Isn't
this an inspirational, motivational speaker?
For you. Get your hand up so I can see who's got it. Real quick, if you would. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, so here's what we're going to do.
It's Tony Robbins.
Forget about that now. Shake your body out. Shake it out. Close your eyes and put your hands on your heart.
Tony
Physically
Robbins.
touch your heart. And I'd like you to breathe deep into your heart with your eyes closed. You can open them if you want, but it's easier if you're closed. And as you're breathing deep in your heart, I want you to feel the blood and the oxygen flowing into your heart. As you're breathing deep into that heart, feel the strength of your heart. Feel the beauty of your heart.
All right, I'm with it. I'm feeling it.
Feel the power of
I feel the power, Tony.
Think about the fact your heart beats 100,000 times
I
a day.
fucking feel it, Tony. Thank you. I feel it, Tony.
Put all your blood vessels together.
He said, "LOL." What the fuck is this? Oh my lord! I'm feeling it, Tony. Hit me,
when a baby's
Tony.
alive in the mother's womb. As soon as we have a heartbeat, and when that heart stops,
what the hell?
Life in this plane of existence ends. So breathe deep in your heart and pour a little gratitude or appreciation or love into your heart.
What is this religious ass
joy
music?
in this life? What has your heart guided you to do or give? And as you're breathing in your heart now, I'd like you to think of 3 different moments. We'll do them one at a time in your life that you could be deeply grateful for. It could be the birth of a child.
Oh my God, Tony.
It could be the moment you met someone you love. It could be meeting a friend. It could have been a great achievement in your life. A moment you can feel grateful for. A moment of grace, a blessed moment. And I could think of one right now, but one that you'd like to feel again.
Hold on, I might get copyrighted. I might get copyrighted for this music. I might want to chill out a little bit. All right. Someone said, "What is this religion, pastor shit?" No, honestly though, this is the economic forum, sir. This is the economic forum. What are you doing? That is hilarious. Small cycle is building. 110.
Be grateful and fearful simultaneously. You can't be angry and grateful simultaneously. So give yourself that sense of gratitude. Breathe in your heart. See that moment. Feel it. Let it flood your mind for a moment. You're doing great. Enjoy it. Now think of a second moment you could deeply feel grateful for if you want. It could be 20 years ago, 20 days ago, 2 minutes ago. It could be a long time ago.
Tony got me feeling right now.
Right now.
Tony got me in my feels right now.
Grateful for, and give yourself the gift to step in your body.
I feel grateful for you, Mr. Barry. I feel grateful for you, Mr. Carp. Thank you, Mr. Musk. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. God bless. Clap. Clap. Thank America. I'm feeling it. I'm closing my eyes and I have my arms open. Alright, hold on. I gotta mute the music. I cannot. I think I'm gonna get copyrighted for that. That is a copyrighted music. Turn that off. Man. Let's get President Trump. Dude, she has her eyes closed. You saw that? This is actually... I don't know. We just want to see President Trump. Right? No copyrighted music. Let's see the presidents. Please, our beloved President Trump. Let him come on and say, gold is bad for today. And then let him come on and say, gold is good tomorrow. Please, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Out of nowhere. Lord. American Business Forum. Come on. All right, folks. Thank you all for tuning in to the live stream. Thank you all for being with us here today. Make sure you hit the like button today. Make sure you watch this presidential speech today. Thank you all very much. We have 100 likes. Let's push the like button up. Help me, please. Thank you. 30, 40 people. Press the button I give you. Very, very big virtual hug. Thank you. Time is 1:10. The candles are so slow. It just broke the 1. This thing could go or not. Gold is saying you're dreaming. Every candle, it is flying. Oh, I'm kidding. I should have waited a little bit. The video is now below 200. Try ying. Let is see. And the video is actually 200.86. Never mind, it is whole thing. 1 o'clock, 1:05. I don't know what's going on, but I can't unmute this. I'm sorry. We are just waiting for the president to come on.
Love, joy, feelings to be proud.
I don't know why they're doing this at the American Business Forum. $110 is bouncing at 109 on SPY. Honestly, though, that is this right here is Mount Olympus itself, right? We have no idea what this is going to be used for this event, but honestly, I will give it to them. They built a Mount Olympus since 1120. That is something you gotta give them credit for. That is humongous. 676, 675 to 680.85. So that is literally just boom, and then extended, and that is just whole ass mountain. For what? Let's see. Is the president gonna move this up more? I'm scared, honestly. Gold is trying to. If gold goes to 370, oh hell nah. 370 or 363. I am thinking on gold. Gold. Please don't run to 370, but I don't know. Let's see. Maybe. I don't know why they're not letting the president come on. It's just Tony Robbins, right? Who knew Tony Robbins would be? No copyrighted music. At the American Business Forum. 110 bounce to 115, creating a 5-minute bounce, burning. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bear, small cycles for now. Let's see what happens. Right, why 1110 went lower than 11 by
freedom. You don't just
millicents.
Science and business and
come on, let the president, come on, let our president speak. Let our president speak. 115. Wow, that is nasty. 5-minute bounce going to right to the halfway point. It is turning. Yeah, they just keep running the same ad over and over again. Now the bears are in super danger here. 5-minute push coming crazy again. 5-minute pushes have happened today, so that was a run down, and then boop, then up. So run down, and then again HOD test may be possible, and that has been the setting. So they not even did it once. They did it one, 2, 3, basically 3, 4, 5 times. That would low-key be the setting of the day too, so it doesn't. But I'm not gonna hope on that. I'm just saying that is one of the possibilities. Space Force. Look at that. That is a beautiful, beautiful picture. President Donald J. Trump. It's kind of crazy how they use the 0DT intraday. Someone said right side broadcasting. Let's see. It's the same thing. Just with a dude commentating on it.
Their big government.
That is copyrighted music, I think. SPY went higher into 120 as well. Cycling market is before the president comes on. Right, just be humble. Right, when you see things go from 50 cents to $2.7, it's humanly impossible for you to catch the entire move. What is possible is to be logical and to take good risk to reward analysis, and maybe, I'm not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you sell any securities investments. I'm just saying this is a hypothetical thing. Is the best thing to do is just to be okay with what they do and to get the right move here and there, sometimes here and there, and to not try to get every single cycle right. Number one, that is so hard to do. But you need to know a lot of things, right? I say a lot of things, right? Pivot point, right? Divergence trading, dangerous, blah 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 blah, right? But all these things are not everything either, right? Those are just something you have to know, but the most average don't know a thing about anything. So that is literally why I say point out everything as much as I can, and the only way you can is to learn as much as you can, and to make a nice overall picture with everything being alert. Gold pissing me the fuck off. Yeah, it is showing bullish all day long.
to. I just wanted to. I'm trapped on gold, I'm not gonna lie. I want it to go lower! Right, but this shit looking like it's trying to go up to 370 now. I don't know. If this shit at 370 tomorrow, I'm gonna be pissed off. I don't gold so fucking hard, and I might have went too early again. Pissing me the fuck off. Candle is barcodey at the top. Market is bullish. It could run gold too. I just don't know anymore what the setup is anymore. If it's showing bullish on purpose to go lower, I don't know if it's. I feel like it is on gold, but I could be completely wrong here. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. SPY is at 680. It has. Honestly, yesterday was crazy, and today even crazy too. It is basically where we were yesterday is kind of looking more bullish than yesterday, pointing more towards the gap above. 6851 on SPX, and as well as 6850 forward. Kind of far off, but still. Maybe tomorrow, maybe end of the day. Or yesterday it closed, they were showing bottom towards the gap, and then they reversed the fucking thing, and then now we're at the gap above, so you cannot even make this shit up. There's somebody out there that got burnt the fuck from yesterday. Trying to think of the gap or something even into today. They fucking burnt it all today too. People that were thinking on gap in the market open. Thing ran up crazy too. Now it's showing the gap above. You cannot even make this shit up. It shows different things at different times so fast. Just like how they do intraday, right? We talk about them showing the roof, or the market as them, right? Showing the midpoint, showing the floor. Same thing happens, right? We talk about big candles marking as a level, testing the top or the bottom, breaking up, breaking down intraday too, and that happens literally intraday over the week too. It's crazy. Sometimes they're used set up perfectly, sometimes they're used as like hope setup, you know what I mean? It's crazy. But it is what they do. They, I keep saying they, or like we, right? They as in us, like the cumulative, right? Market. Cumulative market. It looks like they're holding this up until President Trump, or at least up until Power Hour, honestly. They have held this thing up all day long, or at least till now. It's been 2 hours, okay? 11:20, 12:20, 1:20. So Mount Olympus is long for 2 hours. Still extending at the tippity top of the mountain. The thing is not coming on. Yet. Soon. It's 125. I'm happy that happened, to be honest. I'm low-key happy that happened, building a completely huge wedge. Video in a downward trend again from the mountain up, so it also in a wedge, honestly. Some sort of big ass wedge, but bullish wedge coming lower now. I don't know. Q to Q. Never. Divergence at the roof. Q. 115, right? You know this shit makes it dangerous. This is how it could be extended too, but honestly, yeah. Now there's a divergence at the roof, and there's a divergence in SPY and SPX, so this is not normal.
whatever going on, something not normal. Right? Something is more, something is less here and there. Look at the gap down there too. That shit is not normal, right? Look at the IWM gap down there. I don't know if that's gonna fill today. I don't know if it's gonna fill tomorrow. I don't know if it's gonna fill Friday. All I do know is they're leaving that shit as a setup. Remember that number, right? I'm not even joking. Write that number down and go to sleep and watch what happens, right? 242.68. Alright, that's a fucking major gap. IWM 1 minute gap. Where does that align? Somewhere here. 677.24. But just because there's an IWM gap down there does not mean SPY is going to go down there. What if IWM pulls back crazy and then QQQ goes bullish? SPY will be trapped at the algo range. So, right, there's many things that exist. IWM gap and the divergence at the floor from the morning on SPX. 9:45 a.m., 9:43. SPY is showing the morning floor as 9:35 in the morning. That is something. I want to go look at IWM for a little bit, I think. Right. Oh, look at that. SPX is above the. Hold on, we gotta go look at this shit. SPX is above some sort of trend line here that we drew earlier. Right. Last week's trend line. 1, 2, 3. They fucking crossed this shit up north. Pull back to here is possible. Where is here? That is not there. Where is here? Somewhere here in the algo range. Somewhere VWAP. Maybe with the presidential news. I don't know. But crazy wave up. Pre-market bullish waved it up and then held above the trend line now with the 1 minute gap below. This shit could be hoped for quite a while too, just because, like, clearly since 11:25, 12:25, 1:25, 2 hours, it held. SPX SPY divergence held all day long. And I said in the morning, this thing could hold all day long. Or it could hold for 20 minutes, it could hold for 2 hours, it could hold for 15, I don't know. But all I did say is it is possible they hold this shit forever as a hope factor, which is literally what happened today. But just, I can't even give a statistical number of what the possibility of it could be a hope, because every day different. But yeah, they literally just, I don't know. All I can say is there's a gap there. And there's a divergence on the floor. Right? Whether you think that's a useless information, whether you think that's an information that is bad for you, I don't know. You have to kind of make your own. You have to make your own decision. But all I do is just be aware of things and try to, yeah. But you have to basically experience it in order to even try to process what the fuck is going on. So that is true. There's an SPX gap above. So either this mountain is to boom and gap up, either this mountain is to pull back, go to somewhere here, VWAP, and then SPX somewhere at VWAP. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even want to look at this shit, to be honest. I want to look at gold. $130. And they're wilding with the market into close. No direction, almost, just showing both everything so far. $130 algo ranging. $130 algo ranging on SPY. Shit is just so unnatural. Like, what are these candles coming in with the algo range right here, right? 130 bounce, 130 rejection. I guess we could draw it, but like, it's creating extra processes. It's wasting more time, and it's giving more hope. More hope to who? Both. You got to think about it. Both. Until they do what they want to do, I don't know, but they're freaking both hoping. This shit is fucking sad, almost crazy. I want this thing to drop into the purple box, but it constantly is holding all day long. So maybe I'm a part of the hope. I keep saying I'm a part of the hope. So clearly, hope. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th time trying. This shit hope. I'm hoping. But I honestly just say reality. I ain't gonna lie. I've been saying reality, and I call shit out about what I'm thinking and what I literally deducted before the fact. And people just see it happen after the fact, and they're like, "Oh, how did you know?" But I'm literally saying, dude, you know, I do shit off setup. So clearly, this shit is sad on gold. I'm scared I'm getting trapped. Nvidia, low-key, scaring me too that I'm trapped. But expiring next week, so I don't care. November 14th. Gold expiry, kind of close. I'm kind of playing here. With profits, but gold, low-key, I'm in a terrible spot because this shit could bear trap crazy. There's so many fucking red candles here. So many green candles here. On gold. SPY too. But this is doing this because of SPY. This is no direction. No direction. This is actually no direction though. Gold. This presidential live stream is still waiting. Guys, we have 181 people and only 100 likes. Right? A lot of people watch and do not hit the like button, or they just come and go. All I ask is that you hit the like button, please. Pretty, please. If you are here. I'm hoping something's building on gold right now. I am hoping. Yeah. Maybe I'm dreaming. I want it done today. SPY going for the roof. This is literally the setting of this shit's crazy now. Oh my god. That is crazy. They made a V, and recovered it today all day long. V since morning. V. It's a little bit retarded, but V. That's the setting. I literally said that right here, right at 110. I was like, yo, they might come back up, or somewhere right here. I said they might come back up and retest the HOD again. Burn the fuck out of it all. It's not even 0 DT now. It's literally fucking tomorrow, Friday, maybe. I don't even know. It's data in it all. Gold is going to the purple box. Come on, gold. Gold. .4. Alright, come on. SPY is going crazy. I mean, it's not going crazy up now. It's just constantly going to the roof. Like, that's literally the setting. Can't even... Can you do in the market doing that? Other than just go... See it back to the fucking roof. Sorry for my language, but honestly, like, I don't even... It's using this tiny ass difference too to make another cycle 1, third, 2, third, 3, third higher, so... I mean... That is crazy work. Crazy work. And this is crazy work on gold too, hoping. Crazy work. This shit could still go bullish easily if the bulls decide to step it up. What? Going higher here. I'm not even gonna draw that. I guess I should draw that. It's not even dropping, it's literally wedging. Just like everything else. NVIDIA. Just in different ways. Palantir. Everything's wedging in different ways. Some look bullish, some look more bearish than others. The president is live. The live stream is changing.
And the funds waste.
Come on. 140. Gold is going lower, trying. Bears are stepping it up. The candles are stacking here, trying. Fucking shit. Active volume barely. Iconic fist bump. Yup. Love him. That's my president. Oh, look at him. He's like a little teddy bear. I love the little side. Yep. That's my president. He looks shiny. That's my president. That's my president. That's my president. That's my president. Look at him. Look at him all fucking standing for a fucking shiny ass suit. What is that? Side with a little finger. What is that? I can't love this guy, bro. I love him. That's my president. Sir. Yes, sir. Oh my god, the music is very long. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 0707. Yes, sir. Alrighty. Let's focus up, everybody.
Nice group. And I love Miami. I love to be with the people. Many of you are not from Miami, but that's okay too. And I'm thrilled to be back in magnificent Florida, Miami, Florida, with thousands of incredible business leaders.
Florida.
True American patriots, that's what you are. We're gathered today on the one-year anniversary of the single most consequential election.
God bless the USA.
This is them, this isn't me. I'm a very modest person, I would never say this. The single most consequential election victory in American history.
It broke the HOD. It broke the HOD right here.
On November 5th, 2024, the American people reclaimed our government. We restored our sovereignty. We lost a little bit of sovereignty last night in New York, but we'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. We rescued our economy, regained our liberty, and together we saved our country. On that magnificent night, 365
they just made a new roof.
Days ago, you know, I was with a group of very important people, and they say, think of it, last week, just last week, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, they said, you were campaigning 1 year ago. I said, no, it felt like I've been in this position for so long, and it's right. At that point, 1 year ago, I was actually campaigning. We did the McDonald's shot. Remember the McDonald's shot? We did the garbage truck shot. And actually, the McDonald's one was the biggest hit in the history of Google. Can you believe that? Number one, the garbage truck did well, but not as well. I guess there's something about McDonald's, right? But it worked, and we won a tremendous election. We won all 7 swing states. We won the great state of Florida, by the way, by 1.4 million votes, which is unprecedented. Biggest victory ever in Florida, including an 11-point victory right here in a place called Miami-Dade County. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. And we won 86% of the counties in America. That's a big one. 2,700 to 525. I'd say that's called a landslide, right? We got more votes from African Americans than any Republican candidate in history. We also won a record share of votes from the incredible Hispanic American community. There might be a couple of us. Biggest vote in history. And above all, we won a resounding mandate to make America great again, which is what we're doing. And every day since, I've been fighting to turn the promise made into the ultimate promise kept. We're going to do our job. We have a big job to do. We've done really well. I think it's the best 9 months, they say, of any president, and I really believe that if we can have a few more 9 months like this, you'd be very happy, you'd be very satisfied. But it's been pretty incredible, with trillions and trillions of dollars being poured back into our country by other countries and other places and people. 1 year ago,
hell no.
A dead country. Now we're a country that's considered the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's the hottest country. We are now in the hottest country anywhere in the world.
What the does that mean?
And I'm pleased to report that today the United States has the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation anywhere. We have the greatest economy right now. A lot of people don't see that. But if you look at what's happening with all the factories, AI, auto plants all over the country being built, that if you would have thought about that 2 or 3 years ago, you would have said it was the opposite. They were all leaving. Now they're all coming in. They're all coming back and then some. And I think that we can honestly say, and I think you're going to see it even more so over the next 12 months, that this is the golden age of America. This is the golden age. In the prior 4 years, crooked Joe Biden oversaw less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So in 4 years, less than, think of it, less than 1 trillion. That was not doing too good. In 9 months, I've secured commitments of over $18 trillion, and we're going to have $21 trillion within the first year. So Sleepy Joe did, think of that. In 4 years, he did less than $1 trillion. We're going to have 21 trillion in 1 year. I would say it's slightly better. Slightly, just a little bit better. The stock market is set 40-time all-time record highs, and just recently, record high, record high, record high. All of them, all of the different exchanges. GDP growth in the second quarter was an amazing, almost 4%. And as you know, they said, oh, it'll be 2% or 1%. And it's been really helped a lot by the tariffs. It's been really helped incredibly, because this is really a transition period. We went from a horrible, failed country to a tremendous success. It's a transition, and yet we did almost 4%, triple and even quadruple almost every other country anywhere in the world. Think
That's
of that.
my president.
We're on track to achieve an estimated 4.2, maybe more. Who knows? I think if you go a couple of years out, you're going to see numbers like you've never seen, because all of these places that are now under construction, they're being built, they're going to be open, and thousands of jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs are coming in, even building them. But when they open, that's when you're really going to see the numbers. We're building some of the biggest buildings ever built anywhere in the world. The AI buildings, you know, they can cover, they show displays of them. They can cover the island of Manhattan. They're so big. They literally can cover the island of Manhattan. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off of food stamps, which is a record. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that. Almost 2 million American-born workers are employed today, more than when I took office. That's 9 months ago. Can you imagine that? And I tell Republicans, if you want to win elections, you got to talk about these facts, you know. It's really easy to win elections when you talk about the facts. And we have more people working now than at any time in the history of our country. Right now, we have more people working. These are things you have to talk about. It doesn't just happen. You got to tell them. It's wonderful to do them, but if people don't talk about them, then you can do not so well in elections. Wages for workers are rising at the fastest pace in over 60 years. Those are workers, and that's what we love. We love the workers. Since I took office, wages for the typical factory worker are up $1,300. Construction workers' pay is up $2,200, and miners are up nearly $5,000 this year alone.
He's talking about gold?
And that's good because it's not, you know, such an extra cost to the company. It really isn't. Somebody goes, oh, what's going to cost more?
What the fuck does it mean by miners? Gold?
They're doing such business like they've never done. You're going to start seeing numbers coming out very soon that are going to blow your mind. Under Biden, we had the worst inflation in modern history. We had inflation that was so bad, costing the typical family about $33,000 over a period of time. Their policies send food prices up 23. They come in, you know, when I first came in, I was in for 3 days.
Mind the video getting squeezed.
Members, they're all back there.
The video getting squeezed.
Fake news. They said egg prices are through the roof. I was there for 3 days, and this maniac, this lunatic person, happened to be a woman. Sir, what are you going to do about egg prices? And they had gone up like 4 or 5 times. I said, well, you just told me it has a problem. And people weren't buying Easter eggs.
Yeah, I think he's talking about like actual miners too, like coal miners maybe.
For the egg hunt, the famous egg hunt. But within a couple of months, we got them down. We have a great Department of Agriculture headed by Brooke Rollins, and we did a great job, and we got them down to the level they originally were a long time ago. And we have that in just about everything. And if we don't have it, we get them down. Their policies sent food prices soaring 23%, the Biden policies, and it wasn't him.
Yo, I can't believe I'm getting data cooked on 1DT right now too, like no fucking pullback whatsoever.
Biden.
I don't know when they're holding this shit up to. IW and gap below, SPX gap, SPX divergence below.
Think of the damage done. Although
market wants to show higher right now.
But this is a much more powerful term. I mean, this is a much better term. In one way, it's bad to see how bad people. You're going to see the same thing in New York, by the way. You watch what happens in New York. Terrible. But you're going to see that same thing. And I hope it doesn't happen, but you're going to see it. Gas prices are surging to $5 a gallon, and even higher, and mortgage rates skyrocketed by 152%. But under the Trump administration, all of that is changing. Prices are coming down very fast, and we're bringing them back to the beautiful part where you can have, and you can truly say, we're talking about the American dream again. You didn't used to hear that term. You heard it during my 4 years, and then it disappeared. Now you're hearing it again more than ever. Because we had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first 4 years. We rebuilt the economy, cut the biggest tax cut in history. We had the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history.
I really don't want to wait for an overnight pullback. Fuck.
The only difference is we're doing better this time. Actually,
if this shit doesn't pull back today, I don't want to fucking stay until overnight. Like this shit is.
And that was the biggest.
Either sooner now or no.
Gasoline prices have plummeted to the lowest in 2 decades, and we're going to soon see $2 gasoline. Think of that, $2 a gallon. It was up to $4.50, $5. And you know, when you get gasoline and
Mr. Seal,
it's so big,
Mr. Seal,
it's so massive, the importance of it, that everything else starts to follow, and that's what's happening. Grocery prices are way down, and Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard
they hit 181.5
this is
intraday though. Can't lie, pound and T-Reed.
They're wonderful.
Did its thing.
They come out every year with how much is the Thanksgiving meal cost compared to last year, right?
It hit 181.35 midday intraday. That is some crazy shit.
25% lower than 1 year ago.
That is
Isn't that great?
Crazy shit.
That's a big deal, Rima. That's a big deal. I don't know if they care about that in Saudi Arabia, but here it means a lot. We got the princess here from Saudi Arabia.
My gold put expiry, folks. November 7th,
Serious
November 10th.
And she's a great person. So she doesn't care about the price of the turkey down a little bit. You know, she doesn't have to worry.
President Trump
Since
just
March,
say
the price of
America
eggs is
loves
down
Bitcoin.
85%.
Right? We hate gold.
Energy prices are down. Interest rates are down, despite the fact that we have a total nincompoop at the Federal Reserve. It was recommended by one of my real great people, who I've never spoke to again.
Gold.
And the cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 a year. Day by day, we're making America affordable again. It's going to be affordable again at a really record pace. And
hell no.
All the mayors and all the governors, they're going to say,
hell no.
They didn't do a damn thing.
15-minute bearish. Why are we
the
hovering?
Democrats in Congress are trying to put all of this progress at risk and drag us back to the Biden policies of soaring prices, crushing energy costs, massive spending, open borders. Let the world come into our country from prisons and from mental institutions. Let them pour in. and rampant inflation. That's what Biden gave us. All of
those
those things with
is this?
the reckless
Every
Democrat
time
shutdown. Virtually
making a V.
every
Do
Democrat
something.
in
Go
Congress
to the
has
video. Something.
voted
Do
to hold
something.
the
Everything.
American people
Everything
hostage
getting
in an
squeezed.
effort to
Everything.
extort hundreds of
Everything getting
billions of
squeezed.
dollars in new spending.
Oh,
They're
no.
demanding free health care for illegal aliens that just came into our country from prisons and from mental institutions. And drug dealers and drug addicts, and they want to give $1.5 trillion in giveaways that would turbocharge rapid inflation again as they did the first time. You remember that just a couple of years ago, 4 disastrous years we just had. They were the worst years.
Gold 360 tomorrow. What the
Democrats
fuck?
are causing millions of Americans
today,
who
what
depend
the
on
fuck?
food
Today is
stamps to
Wednesday.
go without benefits.
They don't want to go lower?
They're forcing federal
What are we doing?
workers to go without paychecks, and they're stranding thousands of travelers at the airports. And you understand it, and they understand.
Oh, hell
All
no.
because
It
they
already
want to
went
return
lower.
to the
Oh,
failed
hell
Biden
no.
policies that created, and also Obama policies. I watched him the other day up talking, well, Donald Trump is a mean person. I'm not a mean person. I just want to have a country that's great again. Is that okay? I'm not a mean person. He's a mean person. He's a divider. He's a divider. Obama. And by the way, ask him how he's doing on his museum library.
He loves
He's
Obama.
got hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns.
Stop
it's come to a
it.
dead halt. He built it in a, not a particularly good location. He's not into real estate, you know. He doesn't know about location.
Stop
He
it.
doesn't know about location, but he built it in a location that's not going to be too good. But the thing has come to a dead halt. It's way over budget. It's sort of like Gavin Newsom in California. He's got a train that was supposed to go from San Francisco to Los Angeles, which is a stupid idea because an airplane is faster. I don't care how fast it goes. And they had plenty of airplanes. San Francisco, inside San Francisco to inside
San Francisco, inside.
L.A. And what they did is they said, oh, man, this has been going on for years. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget. So what they decided to do is cut it so that it doesn't go into San Francisco and into L.A. It way short of both. And then they cut it again and again and again. Pretty soon they're going to have like 2 miles of track. Billions and billions of dollars, totally incompetent. The biggest cost overrun proportionately that I've ever seen.
Oh, come on, Nor.
Many times more. And it's no longer the same. It was supposed to go into the city. Now it's way short, many miles short of the city. So they're going to drop you off and you can walk the rest of the way. That train is going to haunt him. You watch, because he doesn't have what it takes. I tell you that. Slimy guy. He's a slimy one. Maybe that should be his nickname. Slimy Newsom, right? But he doesn't have it. But you look at that train, it's going to cost him. Republicans have voted 14 times.
Time is
to
2.
fund the
Maybe
government.
something happening at 2.
And it's time for Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he started crying at the airplanes?
Bears are pushing
They
off
were
at
the
2.
worst forced
One
tears.
single
I've known
candle,
him all
no
his life. He's
confirmation,
never
nothing.
cried. But he broke down in tears. He was so devastated. He didn't know why he was crying, but he just thought it was good to do. His people told him this was a good time to cry. Crying Chuck. But it's time for Chuck Schumer and the radical Democrat Congress to stop playing games with the people's lives and to pass a clean funding bill that they've done 30 times before. And to reopen government immediately. Just reopen it. They don't like it to be reopened because we're setting records. They think actually, I don't think anything's going to hurt. We are so strong now that I'm not sure that anything's going to hurt. But it would be good to open it up, take care of the people with jobs that aren't going to get paid and aren't getting paid. And no matter what, we will not let them impose their inflation-causing extremism on the American people. We're not going to pay $1.5 billion for people that came into our country illegally, okay? If you don't mind.
Bears are here. Candles
That's
are
what they
stacking.
did last time.
1 minute candle.
Remember the Inflation
Get the
Reduction
fuck out.
Act?
Give me
The greatest
679.
scam, one of the greatest scams. I would say some of their environmental scams were even bigger, but one of the greatest scams ever. Inflation Reduction Act. And then they admitted it had nothing to do with inflation reduction, remember? But it did actually cause massive inflation. It actually caused massive inflation. But we don't use auto pens in the Trump administration to sign things. We don't believe in that. You know, I get these guys come in with these big, beautiful documents, gorgeous, beautiful, must cost a fortune. I should check the price. But, you know, a general is being made or something, you know, some big post. And they say, sir, would you sign this, please? It's going to be a 4-star general, or it's going to be a big cabinet position, or it's going to be something with medical or whatever. They take my pen and they sign it.
SPY is good.
In his case, they walk it into a room and they give it to somebody who has no idea who Biden is. But Biden doesn't have any idea who he is either. And they have a machine sign it, the auto pen. And all of the pardons, he gave thousands of pardons to people.
Fuck this shit. Useless. The live stream useless for 1 second. Let's focus. Time is 2:05. 1 second. It's 2:05. Again, V-shape or one more spike? Come on. One more spike, fuck Mike. Come on. Gold, Nvidia. Holy fuck me. Doji candle, time is 2:05. 2:05 is deciding whether to go higher or lower. Damn. Nvidia coming back. Gold squeezing me. The gold needs to fucking wake up. Go the other way. Stop. Fuck. This is throwing everything off. Shite.
The one that gets her hair done very expensively, right? Beautiful hair. She's got beautiful, luxuriant hair.
SPY.
And they took her, and she's teaching at Harvard. They're teaching government. And then you hear about Harvard.
Bouncing.
We're trying to work a settlement with Harvard right now for about, like, a lot of money. I won't tell you what, but you'll be reading about it pretty soon. Because what they've done to Jewish people and what they've done to others is pretty bad, I'll tell you. It's pretty bad. Going to cost them a lot of money. After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense. Does that make sense to you? Common sense. It's common sense or communism. And, you know, you take a look back 1,000 years. It hasn't worked.
Candle.
If it worked, we'd be using it, I guess, but it hasn't worked. Our opponents are offering an economic nightmare. We're delivering an economic miracle. We have delivered in 9 months. This is the biggest investment of funds in a country in history by many times.
Here we go.
They want higher spending for government and illegal aliens. We want bigger paychecks for American workers and American families, and that's what we're delivering. You see that. They stand for crime and chaos and corruption. We stand for law and order and justice.
Time is 2:10 and 17 seconds.
Also strong borders. Boy, do we have strong borders. They put America last. We put America first. We put America first. And as long as I'm in the White House, the United States is not going communist in any way, shape, or form. We'll stop it. We're going to stop it.
Active volume coming lower. Bearish, trying. Algo range.
You know, I said
121, whatever the fuck that shit is on the bottom, testing.
You could have a communist or a thug. A communist, and they took the communist, you know. It's pretty amazing.
All right, I'm leaving. Fuck it. 80 cents to 80 cents to 96 cents.
From day one of my administration,
$1,530
I've been fighting every
on one
single day
DT.
to turn around the catastrophe we inherited to make America the best place on the planet Earth to do business.
Not fucking pound. What am I saying? I need Nvidia and gold.
To take 20 years before they got rejected.
Nvidia and gold.
You'd have young people start off. Their whole business was getting a certain plant accepted. 22 years later, they're ready to retire.
This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3.
And then they go to a vote and they get rejected after 22. They wasted a whole life looking for an
President
acceptance.
Trump
We do it in 2 weeks. We make sure
change
it's good.
something,
we make sure
right?
It's great and
To
proper,
change something into 210.
Takes 2 weeks. My goal is to have the best tax rates, the lowest energy cost, the lowest regulatory burden, the most advanced technology, and the fairest trade deals anywhere in the world.
Is building.
You know, we're leading China. We're leading everybody by a lot in AI.
Gold is rejecting.
And this was my idea, so I'm very proud of it. I said, build your
Dude,
own
I didn't even do
electric.
0
People would come. We
DT.
need
Holy
more
fuck. But the
electric
1
grids,
DT
sir.
felt like 0
Electric grids
DT because
too.
how fucking cheap that shit was. What the fuck?
More electric grids.
677, but it's at 12 cents right now. Oh my god. They bounced the fucking shit up and went to the roof 55,000 times. And drained the fuck out of it. Oh my god. There's a gap below, folks. Alright. There's a gap below.
We're going to let these...
Sorry, President Trump. We love you. Go back. Oh my. They fucking drained it crazy. Literally, the fucking 1 DTs look like fucking 0 DTs. Like, what the fuck? Went crazy. Up like 50 times. 34 times, so. Oh my. That is disgusting. Right? Fuck IWM. Sorry, I'm looking at gold. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. I gotta fucking focus. SPDR. Gold Spider Futures. Right? Gold Spider Futures. Pushing. Trying. Let me get the oink oink. Alright? Let me get the caca. God bless America. God bless America. God bless America. Stop making me sing. Oh my god, please finally break the fucking purple box.
We have a great man, Lee Zeldin, in charge of the environment. He's incredible.
Please rate the purple box on gold.
Very tough.
Come on,
baby.
baby.
In 2-3 weeks. You know, they're dealing with the best experts in the
Fuck.
world. They know
Time
what
is
they're
2:10. There's only 1 hour and 50 minutes left. SPY is bouncing at 210. Can't even. Yeah, that shit crazy.
And then you have an inspector who's not quite as smart as that, inspecting it to see whether or not it's okay. And he has no idea what he's looking at. No idea. But I said, you're designing your own electric plant. And they didn't believe it. They come in 2 weeks later, they say, the biggest problem is electric. I said, you can design your own plant.
We need an expedition
we're going
here
to have
on
your
gold.
approvals within 2 to 4 weeks. And they said, he's really serious about it. They thought I was kidding. It was so good, they couldn't believe it. They'd leave and they couldn't believe it. It took me 2 or 3 times to say it. Yeah, they're designing their own electric plants. And it's unbelievable. And then they're going to sell their excess electricity back into the grid. So we benefit in that way, too. In July, I proudly signed into law the largest tax cuts in American history. Now, that's the second time. I did it the first time, but these are even larger, the great, big, beautiful bill. And that includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, no tax on Social Security. I wonder which is the most popular of the no tax on tips. You know, I was in Nevada in my building in Las Vegas, and I had this beautiful young waitress come up to me. I never
Beautiful, 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 beautiful lady. Please do something.
So I don't mention that she was beautiful, but she was beautiful.
Don't leave me hanging.
And she came up and I said, "How you doing?" "Oh, sir, I'm not doing well. The government is horrible on tips." I said, "Really? How do they tax? They tax tips? They tax us and they go after us. I've never seen anything like it. It's made my life miserable. Sir, there should be no tax on tips." She said to me, "No tax on tips." I said, "Say it again." She said, "Sir, there should be no tax on tips." So we had a lot of the fake news waiting for me outside of the restaurant. So
Small Cycle was building 150 when I basically got in, was part of the 1/3, 2/3.
On tips. That's how it all started.
210 is 3/3 deciding what to do.
I won Nevada.
5-minute rejection on gold.
You know, in Nevada, every job is basically, you're a waitress.
10-minute rejection on SPY. Expediting since 10 trying.
That's how it started. So it was amazing. We won Nevada easily, which is usually not a stronghold for Republicans, but it's become a stronghold. So I want to thank the waitress. She did a great job. But when she said those words, "Sir, there should be no tax on tips," it's amazing. Somebody else would hire a consultant, pay them millions and millions of dollars. They'll come back and they'll say, "Sir, I think you should absolutely tax tips," and you'll lose the election. But we also have 100% expensing for all new factories, plants, and equipment, so your businesses can write it off all in 1 year, and that's a lot of jobs you're doing and producing. That was, to me, the biggest thing in the first bill. But this is even better because this goes for a 10-year period. Upon taking office, I signed an executive order requiring that every new regulation, every time we issue a new regulation, think of this, 10 old regulations must be eliminated simultaneously. So if we give you one, you get rid of 10. And so far, for 9 months, we're exceeding that. And it's 30 to 1. For every new one we give, they're getting rid of 30 old, broken down regulations. And we've slashed nearly $1 trillion worth of regulatory burdens. We have regulations that are so old and nobody uses them, but they stymied a lot of production, a lot of jobs. And I did it the first time, and we had the largest regulation cuts in history, and now we're exceeding it this time. So it's big. It's one of the reasons we did so well then, and I think it's one of the reasons we're doing so well now. Again, we have to talk about it, because if we don't talk about it, nobody else, the fake news is not going to talk about it. And we have streamlined permitting for the new energy and mining projects. What used to take decades now takes 28 days. And on day one,
I think something's going on
order to unleash American
Something is
energy and
fucking
officially
happening here.
terminate the
Look
Green
at
New
this shit.
Scam. Has anyone ever heard of the Green New Scam? Remember the old thing, global warming, and then it would be too cool, and then they said global cool. They didn't know what the hell.
Say something fucking crazy,
they
sir.
came up
Please,
with
I
the
love
greatest
you.
climate
Against
change.
gold, I love you.
No matter what, if
Make
it
gold
goes
drop
up,
like
if it goes
$3
down,
and come back up,
climate change.
please, sir.
They're very,
Oh my
very
God.
smart people, but not smart for us. They're smart for
Okay,
them.
gold is literally
But my
trying to drop
policy
into the
was very
box. Like,
simple.
come on.
Drill,
Do
baby,
it.
drill. We're drilling like crazy right now.
Drill, baby, drill. What? Drill oil?
We slashed the size of government for the first time in years, and we're waging total war on waste, fraud, and abuse like we've never done before since January. 100,000 bureaucrats have left the federal payroll. Government spending is down 2.5% this quarter compared to 1 year ago. Think of that. And in stark contrast to last administration, 100% of all new jobs created in America under my administration have been created in the private sector. 100% of the jobs have come from the private sector. Otherwise, you don't have a country. I mean, I love government workers, but if you have all government workers, you don't have a country, do you? At the same time, my tariffs are bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars and are helping slash the deficit this year by more than 50%. Did you see those numbers? We're going to be down 50%, anywhere from 25 to 50, but closer to 50%. Who would think that one? Those are big numbers. Now, take that out 2 or 3 years. To embrace a vital industry here in Miami, I've also signed historic executive orders to end the federal government's war on crypto. Crypto was under siege. It's not under siege anymore because it's a big industry. It's a big industry, and I have a lot of people that are great people, great business people. They're in other businesses, but they're in crypto too. And it takes a lot of the pressure off the dollar. It does a lot of good things, but we're into it. Biden was vicious on crypto. They were going after these crypto guys. It was terrible. They were under indictment, but I got indicted too. I made a phone call. Congratulations on your victory. He made a phone call. Let's indict him. These people are the worst. Then they say, he's gone after Comey.
Bouncing for it. 5, 10.
Who the hell else could have taken that? Do you guys know anybody else that could have taken
Technically,
that?
it's 220. It's 317.
You're the only one could have taken that. I don't know if that's true, but there aren't too many. We're making the United States the Bitcoin superpower, the crypto capital of the world, and the undisputed leader in artificial intelligence. We're leading China by a lot. And don't forget, if we don't do the crypto properly, China wants to do it. They're starting it, but they want to do it. Other countries
he's talking about
want to do it.
artificial intelligence, AI.
We're honored to be joined today by a man who has been a true champion for many of these bold policies. He really has. He's been a great guy. He was a little late in his endorsement of me, I'll be honest with you. He endorsed me. You know, these guys that endorse me after I won, I don't know. Sir, I'd like to endorse you. No, I won the election. Nah, he's a good man, actually. I've known him a long time. He's helped turn the area into one of the hottest markets in the country.
Cycle is being created
in the world. Miami Mayor Francis Suarez.
I guess they're waiting till 3. They went jack crap nowhere since 1240. They did hit 680 though.
You're never gonna let me forget that one, huh? Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little shorter than you are. Oh, it's truly a great honor to be here with you this afternoon and to have you here once again in the great city of Miami. Your leadership and your vision have shaped not only our nation, but also the future of our city. Miami's success today is rooted in the values that are deeply American. Opportunity. Freedom, America. These are values that you
I love it.
With conviction. And they are the same values that made Miami a symbol of what's possible.
Gold.
When people believe in the promise of America, Mr. President,
looking always so damn sorry.
For your continued support of our vision for the city. It was an honor to stand beside you in the Oval Office when you announced the next year's G20 right here in the city of Miami.
The pigs and the eagle together.
Thank you for choosing our city to host what is perhaps the most important and consequential gathering of leaders from around the world. Miami has come a long way. And we will rise to the occasion, Mr. President. On behalf of the people
First of
of
all,
Miami,
that's disgusting.
it is my privilege
And number
and
2,
honor
I knew at some point it was going to be 3:30 because of how damn slow it was going, but right here it was super fast. Doot, doot, doot. Doot, doot, doot. That literally tells in my brain 3:30 right there.
This is a key that opens some really nice presidential library real estate.
Doot, 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 doot. Those are big candles compared to these tiny ass candles. So cycle. Oh my.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francis. I appreciate it. And you know,
thank you, President Trump.
He's really a special guy. I'm going to take this, I'm going to put it in the White House, and then I'm going to move it to Doral in about
thank you. Love
3.5 years. We put it right
President
in Doral,
Trump.
right? In the lobby of Doral. A lot of people from
That's
Doral.
my president, even though I
thank you.
voted
That's a great
just for
honor.
the stock market.
I also want to thank
my
a man who's
president.
been unbelievable in terms of Israel.
Live in
and
a historical
so
time
many other
we are.
things. You know, he was a great real estate developer. He had a great personality, and you need a personality for this. And I said, he's just as good as there is, and he's done so well. And you look at what's happened with Israel. We have peace in the Middle East. Can you believe it? Peace in the Middle East. and he's special envoy Steve Witkoff. Steve, where are you, Steve? Wherever you may be. Where are you? Steve, thank you. What a job you've done. Thank you very much. What a job he's done. That guy's got that personality. Now, I wanted a deal maker, but, you know, a lot of deal makers don't have good personalities. You end up in a war. They make the deal, but you end up in a war. This guy, everybody loved him for years. I've known it. And he was the right guy for the job. Peace in the Middle East. 3,000 years. They've never had peace in the Middle East. We're going to have it, too. We're doing well. Just keeps going along. And we just had a meeting. It's even more and more so. And so many people in this room are very much into Israel and the Middle East.
50-50, I'm about to get eaten on gold. I don't know. 50-50.
You've done such a big part
I'm about to get eaten on
along
gold.
with a very special young
I don't know.
genius
Tomorrow I
named
might
Jared
wake up
Kushner,
with
who helped you
50%
so
down on
much.
gold on this shit, or hero
Stand
it.
up,
I don't
Jared.
fucking know. Oh my lord.
And he's the father of the Abraham Accords, right? He's the father of the Abraham Accords. And by the way, my granddaughter Arabella, would you stand up, Arabella? She looks so great. I said, how are your marks in school, Arabella? Grandpa, I have all A's and A pluses, you know that. Like it was a stupid question I asked her, right? We're proud of you, Arabella. Jared, thank you. What a great job. And we have a lot of people joining now, the Abraham Accords. And hopefully we're going to get Saudi Arabia very soon, but I'm not saying that. I'm not lobbying. No, but we have a lot of people. We have a lot of people that are coming aboard. You know, the key was when we took out the nuclear capability of Iran, all of a sudden everybody said, wow, that was nice. They've been wanting to do that for 20 years. Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Princess Rima, thank you very much. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Okay? Say hello to a great group of people in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Stephen Miner, Mayor of Miami Beach. Stephen Miner. Where is Stephen? Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Good job you're doing. Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. The Mayor of Coral Gables, Vince Lego. Vince Lego. Thank you. Thank you. Great job, Vince. The Mayor of Doral. I love Doral. And I like this woman a lot. Christy Fraga. Christy. Where's Christy? Thank you, Christy. I like Doral. We also have Commissioners Damian Pardo, Laura Dominguez, Ralph Rosado, Miami-Dade Supervisor of Elections, Alina Garcia, the President of FIFA, Gianni Infantino. FIFA, where's Johnny? Whoa, Johnny, my boy. I didn't know he was going to be here. He's big stuff. And the world, look, you know, Johnny and I worked the deal originally, and it looked like I wasn't going to be president because it was in this term, right? So when they rigged the election, I said, oh, man, I have to run again because I want to be president when they have the World Cup, right? And look what happens, Johnny. I'm president when we have the World Cup. It wasn't supposed to be that way. But I can only tell you that the tickets are selling at numbers and record like they've never sold ever before. I heard you just told me that they're doing record business, right? We had the World Cup coming. Think of it. We have the World Cup coming. We have 250 coming, and we have the Olympics. 250 is 250 years of age. And we have UFC at the White House, by the way, on June 14th. That's going to be at the White House. That's going to be a tough ticket. That's UFC. But we have, think of it, Johnny is there with FIFA, and we have the Olympics. We have it all coming. It's all this thing. I'm glad I'm sort of happy the way things worked out, you know. It's turned out to be as good as it could be. I think we've made more progress than we ever could have made in the second term. I think this is really more progress being made. We also have Formula One CEO Stefano Domenicali, and where's Stefano? Very good. That's big stuff. We have a lot of big people here today. We also have a gentleman who called my election successfully. He said, and Donald Trump will be the next President of the United States. Got a great voice. Brett Baer. Where's Brett Baer? Brett Baer. Where is he? And his son is with him, Paul. Paul's a very good golfer, so is Brett. Thank you, Brett. He's doing an interview with me right after this.
I'm in a Friday.
Stand up, Paul. Paul, did we take your father easily in golf? Tell me, huh? That was easy, right? Get ready. We'll do it again. Thank you very much, Paul. You look great. Also, I want to thank your two great senators, Ashley Moody and Rick Scott. And, you know, I just left them. Believe it or not, I had a meeting with all the senators this morning. I gave them my vision because, frankly, it's always nice to have good vision. And they are two terrific senators, and they're in Washington working hard, and they were going to come. And I said, do me a favor, stay back and work on the things you're working on. They're working on really things. And Ashley is in the election. Rick just won his election. The two great senators that you have right here in Florida. So that's really good. And they're working to make America great again. So I said, stay back in Washington. Together with many of the people here today, we've achieved more in 9 months than most administrations achieve in 8 years. It's true. We've really done a lot. We inherited the worst border in history, and within a matter of weeks, we turned it into the strongest border anywhere in the world, and they have some pretty strong borders, but we have literally no people coming through. They do come in. They come in legally. You know, we want people to come in. We want to make it real easy for them, actually, but they come in legally. So you have to know that. We just don't want criminals coming in. We don't want people from prisons. We don't want prisons dumped into our country like Venezuela did. They emptied their prisons into our country. We don't want that, right? For months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. They actually announced it. This is an official 0. Remember when Biden said, I have no control over the border? Millions of people pouring through, not people that you could look at them, not that we discriminate. You could look at them and say, these are not going to be perfect for our country. They were rough people that they let in. They had 11,888 murderers, 50% of which murdered more than one people. We don't want them. We're getting a lot of them out. Hopefully we're going to soon have all of them the hell out of here. Either out of here or we have to put them in jail because they're so dangerous. Some are so dangerous we don't want to bring them out. We'll just make sure they never come back in. But this is what they were putting in our country, and it's a disgrace. On day one, I signed an executive order to designate the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We had a big, strong, positive number come out just recently. The drugs coming into our country are way down. I'll tell you where they're really way down is drugs coming in through water. People are saying, no thanks. I don't think I want to ride in that boat today, please. We want you to take these drugs into the United States. You know what? I think I'll take a pass, sir. The drugs coming in by border are not much. Every boat that we hit kills, think of this, if it gets through, kills 25,000 Americans.
When this live stream over, I might release some pressure.
We save 25,000 lives. Got to look
Which way? I don't know. Sometimes it happens.
And we're arresting and removing thousands and thousands of dangerous gang members. MS-13, Tren de Aragua, all these gang members are being thrown the hell out of our country. And if you look at Washington, D.C., it's now a safe community. We're in Memphis now, and within 2 weeks, all of a sudden, it's like a safe community. It's really made unbelievable progress. And we're blowing up cartel terrorists. We're blowing them up linked to the Maduro regime in Venezuela and others. Look, it's not just Venezuela. But a lot of things are coming in. Look, Venezuela emptied their prisons into our country. Nobody wants that. They emptied their prisons into our country. We're liberating our cities from the scourge of violent crime, making our country safe and beautiful again. We're starting in our capital, Washington, D.C., which right now you can walk through the middle of Washington. You have no problem. 6 months ago, that wasn't the case. 1 year ago, it was a disaster. But law enforcement, our military has done an incredible job, actually. It's a safe, very, very safe city again. And it's been beautified. We're putting new medians in. We're covering the roads with nice, clean, beautiful asphalt. We're redoing the grass in the parks. It's really becoming beautiful again, and it's safe. We don't get calls that, think of it, call to the parents, your son, sir, has been killed. He came to see the Lincoln Memorial and he's dead. No, that's not happening anymore. We run it tough. We run it very tough.
Alrighty.
Sometimes you have to be a little tough to get rid of.
Hold
These
time.
are thugs. These are bad people. We're bringing them the hell out of our country where they came from. We renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War.
Say a number, any number.
And well, if you think about it, after the Second World War, they changed it to defense, right? So we won the First World War. We won the Second World
682.
War. We won everything in between and everything
680.
before. Never lost a war.
678.
We just, sometimes we don't fight to win. You know, we'll stay
Or
around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of
lower,
everybody,
or
make
I don't
everybody
care.
miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. But we made it clear that the days of political correctness in our military, they're over. We don't want to get into wars. I rebuilt the military. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. We redid our nuclear. We're the #1 nuclear power, which I hate to admit because it's so horrible. It's such a horrible situation if it ever has to be used. Russia's second. China's a distant third, but they'll catch us within 4 or 5 years. They want to catch us, and they'll be able to catch us. And we're maybe working on a plan to denuclearize the three of us. So we'll see if that works. But we have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. We're investing $1 trillion in the United States Armed Forces this year. It's the biggest amount we've ever invested, and the spirit of service members is soaring like never before. We used to have recruiting shortages a year ago. You remember, you couldn't get people to join our military all around the world. You couldn't get them to rejoin. You just couldn't, no matter what you do. That we were way short. Now you can't get into our military. The waiting list, you have waiting lists to get into our military because we have spirit in our country. And all around the world, America is making peace, and we're really making peace through strength because they know they're not going to mess around with us. Nobody's going to mess around with us. You saw what happened. We made a deal with China.
Vlad says 682. Leo says 679.
Japan last week. We made a
Jason
deal with
says high of the
Malaysia.
day.
They
So
helped us
6.
so much.
I don't know what that means. 680.
Great for everybody.
What, 680 or
Next month,
682?
we
Make
ended
up your
8
mind. You
wars,
cannot say
including
both, all
Kosovo
right?
and Serbia.
Chris says
The Congo
678.
and Rwanda, that was going on
Jung
for a long
Jae says
time.
678.
Pakistan and India.
1 vote, 680 in the
You know,
WhatsApp group. 2,
I was in a
678.
trade deal with both of them.
All right.
And then I read on the front
I
page
vote
of
lower.
a certain newspaper, I say, I don't know, mention the newspaper because it's usually fake news. But I heard they're going to war. 8 planes, 7 planes we shot down.
There's 1 hour and
Leith was
30
really
minutes left.
badly wounded.
1
But 8
hour
planes
and
we shot
30
down,
minutes
essentially. I
left.
said, this is war. And they were going at it. And they're I said, I'm not going to make any trade deals with you guys unless you agree to peace. No way. This has nothing to do. I said, it has everything to do. Your nuclear powers. I'm not trading with you. We're not making any deals with you if you're at war with each other. A day later, I get a call. We made peace. They stopped. I said, thank you. Let's trade. Isn't that great? Tariffs did that. You know what? Tariffs. Without tariffs, that would have
Guys,
never
make
happened.
sure we hit the like button,
Israel
please.
and Iran,
We are surpassing 120.
Egypt and Ethiopia.
Thank you. Please hit the
Armenia
like button
and
today.
Azerbaijan
Out.
and Cambodia and Thailand. All of them were in war, starting war. Some of the wars were 32 years old. One was 38 years old. Amazing. They tried to, President Putin, I spoke to him 2 weeks ago, and he said, on the one, he said, we've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. We weren't able to do it. You got to settle. I got some of these things settled in an hour. No help from the United Nations at all. The only thing I got from them was a blank teleprompter. Remember I went up there, Princess? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump, I'm looking at the teleprompters, and I have all my friends, including your family, sitting out there, 158 leaders, some in beautiful silk white robes, others in bad shirts, bad ties, and some in beautiful shirts.
I don't know if I'm feeling this gold or not. God damn. I'm
158
scared.
leaders. And the president, and I'm walking up to the President
674 close possible. Fuck. I just want it. 674, 674, 673.8.
And I think I gave my best speech. That's what I was told. But it still wasn't a great feeling. I'm walking up very slowly. You know, I'm 20 feet. I'm trying to walk slowly because I see it's not working. They're dead.
You guys said he said tariffs. Careful. Tariffs. He said LOL. Algos are sleeping. Yeah, perfect. How it doesn't even move sometimes. Well, I mean, he was bullish in this speech. Not going to lie. He said Bitcoin something, Bitcoin bullish. So.
Deal that ended the war in Gaza, and it's a serious end too. You know, I read a lot of people.
Yeah, look at Bitcoin, 104,000.
Jared and Steve, I don't think it's tenuous to you.
1 hour ago, Bitcoin's 2 drop below 100,000 feels traders with an almost biblical level of dread.
But that was a tough one. That was a tough one. But there's nothing tenuous about it. It's a serious end. Gaza has been a disaster for so many years, and I think it's an end. I think you're going to see some tremendous things happening. We just had a meeting just before I got up, and some great things are happening. And with Israel and peace in the Middle East, it's amazing, actually, what they've done. And what you two guys have done have been incredible. True. On day one of my administration, I signed an executive order to slash federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity on our youth. And we completely banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. Think of that. Can you imagine somebody 15 years ago saying we stopped the surgical mutilation of our children? We stopped the chemical mutilation of our children. Can you imagine that? They would have said, this guy's crazy. And now you're saying, thank you very much, because you know it's true. How about this one? We got men out of women's sports. It's over. It's over. Men out of women's sports. They had a race here, the long distance, the super, I don't know what the hell, a race, one of these all-day races. They had the top women, the top men. The man won by 5 hours and 18 seconds, okay? What the hell? How about the weightlifting? 218 pounds by women. That's a lot to lift over your head, Rima. I don't know if you might be able to do it. But 218 pounds or whatever was the record. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. It stood for like 17 years or something. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. He was a failed male weightlifter, but as a female, he did very well. That's a record that won't. This is a thing that stood. They'd put a quarter of an ounce and a quarter of an ounce on each end. 18 years the record stood. Then a guy comes along, ping, ping. This is the crazy. These people are crazy. And Mandami, whatever the hell his name is in New York. No. He thinks it's wonderful to have men playing in women's sports. The swimming's good too, you know. You know the story.
No,
Records
gold.
By numbers that nobody's ever seen, nobody ever thought possible. But a lot of those records are being changed back to where they should be, and I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. And we're restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, the beautiful Alaska mountain I renamed. Think of that. They took the name of McKinley. He was a great president.
I go break HOD or something on gold.
He was a great president for tariffs. He was the tariff king, and he made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt spent the money on the Panama Canal and many other things. And everyone thinks Teddy was a great president. He was. But the one who built all that money was McKinley. So we renamed the mountain back to Mount McKinley. Is that okay? I think so. You know, I'll tell you what, who's happy about that is the great state of Ohio. He was governor of Ohio and became president, did a great job, made the country very rich. He was killed. Mount McKinley was named, and then the name was taken off. And we put it back on. And I renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That was an easy one. That was an easy one, Johnny. That was easy. You know, I looked, we have 92% of the shore. I used to say when I was a child, I'd say, how come it's called the Gulf of Mexico? It's mostly America. You know, all the way, it wraps around Florida, all the way up. It's 92% of the shoreline. I said, I think to me it's the Gulf of America. Little did I know I'd have the chance to do it. I did it very quickly. For years, our country was run by radical scoundrels and far-left bureaucrats who created one catastrophe after another, wrecking our economy, erasing our borders, and surrendering America's power and standing all over the world. But after just 1 year since that glorious election, I'm thrilled to say that America is back. America is back. Bigger, better, stronger than ever. And in conclusion, jobs are returning, businesses are booming, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. Our country is respected again like never. They were laughing at our country.
Gold is,
we had a guy who couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. Kept falling. It's very embarrassing. You know, at Air Force One, I go, sir, would you like the short stairs or the long? I say, give me the long every single time, please. The short ones, they call them the children's stairs. I don't want the children's stairs. Doesn't look so good coming out of the children's stairs. Now, if the weather's bad, it's okay, right? If you don't mind. But the communists, Marxists, socialists, and globalists had their chance, and they delivered nothing but disaster. And now let's see how a communist does in New York. We're going to see how that works out. And we'll help them. We'll help them. We want New York to be successful. We'll help them a little bit, maybe. For all of these failed and discredited, really discredited if you think, ideologies of the past, their day is over, their grip is broken, and their time is absolutely done. The golden age of America has begun, and we are just getting started. It's a golden age.
You just said gold! Oh, no. He just said gold.
From the steel mills of Pittsburgh to the oil wells of Houston, from the car plants of Detroit, those car plants are pouring into our country.
He just said gold.
To the coal mines of West Virginia, those coal mines are opening up.
Oh, hell no.
Clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed to use the word
he said
coal
gold.
Unless you use 2 words before it. Clean and beautiful. Biden would say, unless you use 2 words before it, here you go, clean. She said, what happened to the other word? Remember those things? He'd say 3 words and mean 2.
Gold.
But the West Virginia mines are doing unbelievable now. Wyoming is doing unbelievable. It's clean, beautiful coal. And from the bright lights of Las Vegas to right here in beautiful Miami, America is proud.
Oh my God, it really looked like it was going to break the roof on gold. What the fuck is
growing and
this?
successful. America is a great nation.
Hey guys, please hit the like button. All right, we are at 130 likes. We have 156 people watching. We can push it up to 130, 140 likes. Thank you. God bless you wherever you are. Thank you. Hope you have a beautiful day. Go eat something delicious. Today is Wednesday. We have Thursday and Friday tomorrow.
Together we will
see each other tomorrow.
Make our country stronger, richer, safer, freer, and greater than ever before. And every day my administration will fight, and America will win.
Thank you very much,
I want to
folks.
thank you, Miami. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank
all the
everybody
new
for
watchers,
being here.
hit the like.
God bless you,
hit
and
the
God
subscribe
bless
button as
America.
well.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
all. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Wow,
everybody.
he literally said the same thing I said. Yo. All right, now it's over. Let's see if there's any sort of move in the stock market. There's 45 minutes left. 2:45. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look. Oh my God. Look at it. Oh my God. What the oh hell. What the fuck? I'm doing that exact dance right now. What in the oh my God. That was our presidential live stream from Miami, America's Business Forum. We had Tony Robbins before. Oh my. Just did the dance, did the wave. Bye-bye, Mr. President. Oh my. That was something. That was wow. Alrighty. The live stream was ended. We are getting some sort of a pressure release, maybe. That is SPY is at 680. Doesn't look too bad now. Right, honestly, 666 now out of the picture. In the minds of people in short term, honestly, but I could see it into November 17th, November 20 something, like the third Friday or something. We'll see. 21st and 28th, but alright, at least short term we are bouncing today. There's two gaps above and a gap below, so market is kind of, yeah, it was bullish today. I don't know how it's gonna close. An hour and 10 minutes left. It has been up here all day long since 12. Do they go a little bit lower? Do they go a little higher? We're about to find out, I guess. YMCA. That's the song that thing reminds me of. $252, same double high here. Small cycles having the same high in a smaller cycle. I might be being a little bit risky with this gold shit, but I don't know. I don't know. Will the market go up tonight with gold? Will gold go down? Market go up? Will market go down? Will gold go down? I don't fucking know. Will gold go up? Will gold go up? HOD. Market is both. I mean, it looks like they go down at the same time. It looks like they go up at the same time. Right? Really shouldn't be that much correlated, but I guess gold is just literally just part of the stock market now. I guess just so goddamn inflated. No, I'm kidding. We're gonna go watch some CNBC into the market close.
The smartest people out there, Apollo Global Management Chief Economist Torsten Slok. Love the stuff and the data that you and your team put out, Torsten. One of those is this. Earnings expectations for the so-called Magnificent Seven have gone up. But for the other, say, 493 S&P 500 stocks, they have not. How do we read that?
Well, the key issue here is that since the beginning of the year, we've seen a very bifurcated market, obviously, and it's not only in terms of performance, but what is also very important to remember is that it's also in terms of earnings and also in terms of profit margins. So exactly as you're saying, Brian, as the chart shows, you've seen in the dark blue line at the top that earnings expectations to the Magnificent Seven have been going up since earlier this year, and at the same time, earnings expectations to the S&P 493 have been going down. And the same thing is the case if you look at the same chart for 2026. So the first conclusion is the market is coming to the conclusion that in the S&P 500, we all walk around and say, oh, earnings have been revised higher.
Yeah.
It's all driven by the Magnificent Seven, whereas for the S&P 493, it's not so much. And that is also the case for profit margins, also revised up for the S&P 7 and revised down for the S&P 493. And
I'm going to use Thanksgiving as a terrible metaphor for this, Torsten, and bear with me on this one because I hope it makes some sense. Tell us what's more important. So the 493, they're all the sides, right? They're the stuffing and the mashed potatoes and the dressing and whatever it is. The Mag 7 is the turkey. And if the turkey's good, I don't know if anybody's going to care how the other things come out. I think you get my broader point. Does anything else matter except the 7 or 8 stocks that we are showing on our wall right now?
You are absolutely right, but the turkey has been growing in size. The turkey now makes up 40% of the market cap in the S&P 500. It is very unusual to have such a high concentration, and that is the core of the problem.
Miss Tesla. Beat, 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 beat. The video is Wednesday, November 19th. When is that? Damn, that's next week. You people lied to me. Someone told me the video earnings next week. Straight up liar. I got fucking trolled. No, I'm kidding. Damn, someone told me the video next week.
For investors to
earnings beat, everything went down.
If I take out $100 fresh,
oh my God.
am I willing to take the risk of essentially putting them all into the Magnificent Seven because the Magnificent Seven now has such a high weight, and that is the key issue. You are simply, in my view, not diversified in the S&P 500 if you put your money into the index today, and that's why this distinction between the S&P 7 and the S&P 493, and especially when it comes to earning revisions, is so critical at the moment.
I love you just rolled right into that turkey metaphor. Thank you for that. I mean, at some point, though, does the so-called turkey, I'm going to milk this for all I can, Torsten, get so big that it eats the plate, that there's, at some point, other companies and their earnings, they have to matter to the markets, to the economy, to the job market, or maybe
time
not. Maybe they don't matter at all, and we should just every day talk about the same 7 or 8 companies.
It matters because, Brian, you and I need a balanced diet. That is the best advice we all get, and the balanced diet in finance is to have.
I want to go look at Tesla. Market always does when everybody's tired. Holy fuck! Look at Tesla up $20. 442 to 465. Wow. It's so disgusting how they channel up and down on Tesla like nothing. $20 moves every day. You can't even make this shit up. Like, people are going fucking broke, and people are making, and people are going broke, and people are making like fucking nothing. They're going crazy. Oh my god.
493 profit margins have been revised down since the beginning of the year. And if you really step back,
I want to switch gears a little bit. Yesterday, we led the show with this SEC filing from Michael Burry of The Big Short and how he may be betting against NVIDIA and Palantir. Again, we don't know. He was buying puts. That could be a hedge. We're not sure. But today, the Financial Times talked about Deutsche Bank having a potential or looking at the potentially shorting of some AI stocks. Is that impossible effectively right now? Would betting against these companies
all this bad news coming
not
out
only
is
be
going up
foolhardy,
perfect,
but economically catastrophic because the cost of this?
Well, I think, as you also said earlier, there are now some other risks on the horizon, which of course is the IEPA tariffs, which is both here in the short run, meaning including today, but of course in particular here over the next month or so. Though there's also the government shutdown. And the question is what these other risks do to valuations. And if we now on top of that have that we all agree that valuations for some of these companies in the Max 7, I mean, Tesla valuations at more than 300 on the trading PE ratio, it all tells you that there's just so much weight on a lot of these companies having in the overall basket. That means that it is not surprising that some people are beginning to look at this and say, is this the right risk reward that I'm taking relative to where this has been historically? And that doesn't mean that the risk cannot.
All right, power hour. Power hour is starting. God, this is a good one. This is a bullish one.
Now the Zeta data is coming in. Joining us now is David Steinberg. He is CEO of Zeta Global. And there's some good news here. As I read it, it was kind of weakening for about 6 months. Looks like it now, David, may be starting to firm a little bit.
Yeah, totally right, Brian. For the first time in 6 months, we saw the Zeta Economic Index go from contracting to expanding. It expanded, 150 basis points to 67.7%, which is a very healthy place for the economy to be.
What are we looking at in the Zeta Global Economic Index? Because you've got so many data points looking at all these things for your clients. What are some of the main features of the ZEI that we should be paying attention to?
Yeah, so I mean, we're looking at 240 million Americans, everything they're researching, everything they search, all their credit card transactions. We're looking at their sentiment across multiple different categories, and we're ingesting, quite frankly, trillions of signals into the algorithms that then tell us the state of the economy. And right now, it seems like the consumer and the private sector, even though they're concerned about the government shutdown, they continue to spend. They're sort of cutting through the noise. We're seeing categories like financial services, travel, entertainment, retail, automotive, and tech all simultaneously expanding, that's a very big deal. And quite frankly, you're looking at what's going on from a government perspective. You're seeing a positive economic indication.
What they're not spending on is moving. Now, we know there's not a lot of houses for sale, but your index, I'm looking at it, is showing a continued lack either of mobility or simply the desire to or ability to move.
I think it's ability. I mean, you saw a contraction to the moving index, and quite frankly, you saw a contraction to credit, both of which come down to interest rates. And, I think that the Fed cutting rates,
people can't afford to move,
mental boost. And I think in the next month or two, we're going to see consumers begin to loosen up as it relates to drawing down credit, which of course is important to our economy, and to moving. But right now, moving, most people either have a low cost mortgage and don't want to give it up, or can't afford to make that move.
Well, this also goes to another data point that you've got, David, which is credit line expansion intent also falling just about as much, meaning people are just less willing or less able to take on new credit. I would imagine some of that is the mortgages they don't need because they're not moving. But is there also maybe another way to read that? Because like it or not, borrowing and credit are a pretty important part of our economy.
That is the American way, right, Brian? First of all, it fell half as much as it did last month. So it's falling, but it's falling at
borrowing is off the charts.
What it fell last month. So I look at that as it relates to a positive. But I think a lot of this is tied up in very expensive mortgage cost versus the average mortgage cost that individuals have prior to moving. And as we all know, you can't really take those mortgages with you. So if you're sitting on a 2 or 3% mortgage and you're now looking at a 6 or 7% mortgage, and in markets where housing is already expensive, it's going to cost you substantially more to move. And I think consumers are just not drawing credit to do those types of things.
Yo, hold on. The video bears are there. One single contract just moved. Wait, one single candle just moved my shit. Like, what? Hold on. Something going on. Something going on. Oh. Let's see. What is this for? Is this news? Oh my god. They're really gonna go sub 200 right here? Holy shit. Wow, Nvidia is sub 200 right now. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. They're about to do it. I can fucking feel it in my... Sorry for my language. Bears are chomping. Right, when everybody gone, when everybody tired, when nobody fucking cares, when nobody and everybody gone. Dr. Barry strikes! Dr. Barry strikes! Like a fucking Babe Ruth coming in with the home run. IWM running, okay. Babe Ruth coming in with the home run. This is why QQQ. I think going lower slightly. IWM flying. Market going nowhere. What the fuck? Sub 200. Or the shit dream. And either Nvidia flying, or either Nvidia dropping and the market gonna pull back, or IWM flying and market gonna fly. I think Nvidia is gonna pull back. I think IWM's faking. And on that note, I am all out of Friday expiry NVIDIA puts accept. $367. Why can't things go perfectly all that together? Shit's always literally 1, 1, and then one going down, one going up. Like, it's so fucked. Oh, man. Alright, NVIDIA going. 200. Somewhere, I don't know where the fuck it's going. It's going by itself. Going downtown. Holy shit, look at SPY not going. in 10 minutes, 201 to sub 200. Unbelievable. I called out 3 minutes ago. NVIDIA sub 200 and they really fucking did it. Holy shit, I'm up 22%. Wow, is this really... Oh my god. NVIDIA. What the fuck? Look at SPY not moving. Can't fly because of NVIDIA. It's fucking crazy. Wow, 199.95. Can you fucking believe it that fast? I called out right here at 3:04. NVIDIA's about to do sub 200 and they did it that fast in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. My NVIDIA Friday puts up 28%. Holy fuck. That was so fast. They just bull trapped the crap out of above 200 that fast. What the fuck? Man. I need gold to drop tomorrow. I'll be good in the video, but fuck, please, man. Man. So fast. The market is confused. Market confused what to do. The video looks crazy on Robinhood. Out of nowhere drop. Gold is running now. 367.09. Look at how SPY's not dropping at all. Oh my god. How is that even possible? How is NVIDIA not moving a single thing right now? Huh? Yo, isn't that fucking weird? Can someone tell me if that's not... Is that weird or no? What is going on right now? What is going on right now? NVIDIA is the only thing that just dropped. Everything heading higher. IWM. That is so weird. XOXO is going. That's the craziest part. Fuck. Something weird going on. Is the video fake? I don't know. This is not normal. I don't think this was normal. I don't know. I don't know what this means. The video 192 tomorrow. Oh my god, I'm dreaming. I'm fucking dreaming. MACD coming in bearish on the 15 out of nowhere. Maybe they want to pull back. But the market does not want to. Market wants to. Go to the roof. Even at 310. I feel like Burry might have left Palantir at 181.5 today. Right, in the video, he might have left sub 200, but honestly, I feel like more coming. I feel like I don't think he can leave his big positions that fast, to be honest. I'm pretty sure because he has 1 point something billion dollars. Like, it takes time to offload or something. It takes time to unload, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know about this week. I think there's more red coming next week at the minimum. Today, okay balance. Thursday, Friday, gray area. I feel like something changed. Right, FOMC, we topped last week on Wednesday. There has been times where we have gotten a top with a FOMC marking some sort of a top, and then we could come back and visit it. But I'm just saying, like, it could mean something. And then, you know, Burry came out with this public news yesterday night. So I don't know. And we have hedge fund, you know, we have JP Morgan CEO and then the other CEO saying stuff about, you know, the market doing a 10% correction yesterday night. Like, man, maybe they pull back a little bit more next week. I don't know. Clearly today, they ain't doing that or ain't showing that. The chances of that happening is so. That is so weird on the video, though. It's recovering. Now, Palantir going lower. Look at this shit. You can't even make this up. Okay, this is okay, though. This is normal. I don't know. Unless it drops crazy. Gold going. Ooh, it tried going higher. It scared the fuck out of me. It's not. Thank God. Ugh. Broke the HOD, though. It did. Into. That is 305. Roof broken on gold. NVIDIA. Financials are up kind of crazy. JP Morgan testing all-time highs again today. Right, ran up yesterday. That's crazy. Somebody was saying financials running. Kind of wild to see it really testing all-time highs in this environment. Big positions can't be filled. That like institutional big money orders are either done on the dark pool or also it's like in batches. It can't be literally. You can't imagine selling a $1 billion put or call position in 1 second. That would literally be all of us. And I'm kidding, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying here. I'm pretty sure it's like in like 100, 200 here and there batches and like 5 different increments making up 900 million, or like 2-3 different increments making up the Nvidia 300 or whatever. You know what I mean? I think that's what makes it more sense. That's what I've heard. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't manage big money, so I'm just speculating. Look at the video. Not normal. Market is now following the video. Not normal. Something is weird. Something is different. There's bigger things at play. We the small fish. We are. What's that cheese fish? There's a tuna fish. We are the cheese fish. We are the cheese fish. I'm gonna go Google it because I'm going crazy. I can't think of the name. Okay, we are the goldfish. Red. More goldfish. Alright. There's somebody at play. Eating goldfishes. Mr. Burry! Mr. Burry! Yo, you can't even make this shit up. Mr. Burry! The market could be helping it. Market sentiment with the news public. Come on, Mr. Burry. Pull the shit back to VWAP. Pull SPY back to VWAP, Mr. Burry. No, I'm kidding. I'm jokefully saying this shit. Yes, sirski. Yes, sirski. Yes, sirski. Bring that shit to town, baby. Come on, gold. Come back to. I like you too, gold. Come back to. Bring that shit to town, baby. $199.73 after hovering at 202 all day long. I love it. I'm feeling it. Man, I am feeling. Man, this shit might be bear trap. I don't know. NVDR into tomorrow. NVDR. SPY not moving. Something crazy going on. I don't even know anymore what is going on, but something different. SPY is not moving. Oh my god. This is crazy. I think it's IWM holding it up or something. Something else is going. SOXL is going while IWM is going lower right now. I mean, in the video. SOXL. The combination of all. That is weird. Something going. They don't want people to find out this shit going on. Basically, is that what I'm getting the feeling of? AMD running 3.36%. They do not want SPY to drop. They also do not want NVIDIA to be seen sub 200 or something. I don't know. It's the vibe I'm getting. We're stuck at 680. SPY's not running. SPY's not dropping. NVIDIA is going lower than 200. What is the trick? Said you got some NVIDIA at 99. Stop the cap. You ain't no way. Send the receipts right now. Right? Send the dollar store receipts right now. I want to see. Stop the cat. Man, that's April lows. You know who got them at 80, 90? Motherfucking Bill Ackman. Yo. Guys, come on, I'm funny, right? Everybody thinks I'm funny. Yeah, please hit the like button, folks, alright? Everybody hit the like button. Everyone hit the like button. Alright. God bless. Alright, everybody have a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Wednesday. Today was an amazing day. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you all. Hit the like button on the way out. I will see you tomorrow on Thursday. That is crazy, right? What the f***, NVIDIA? You know what I call this? The motherfucking Barry, the motherfucking Dr. Burry. You know what I called it? Oh my god, you know what I call this, guys? Alright, look in the WhatsApp group, alright? Alright. Oh my god. I call this the Dr. Burry trade. 070707, folks. I call this the Dr. Burry trade. Dr. Burry. Dr. Burry. Dr. Burry. Oh shit. Just when everybody gone, just when everybody done, right? I don't know what SPY doing, but honestly, what the fuck is this shit? Palantir in the video. What is this? What is this? What is this? Oh my god, I just went 100. Yeah, this shit is almost dumb. Let's see. I need gold to drop into tomorrow now. Fuck. Let's see. Crazy work on getting NVIDIA. I don't even know what's going on with Palantir. I'm not even in it anymore, but I'm in NVIDIA. That's why I felt the move and the one candle down. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Dr. Burry! There's one single candle. I was like, what the fuck? And I literally looked. Oh my. Dr. Burry! Dr. Burry! Dr. Burry! The market barely going lower because of IWM. This shit is almost perfectly controlled. Perfectly controlled. I mean, the man has $1 billion on the line. That shit is gonna take a lot of money to I mean, honestly, there's a lot of money in the market. You know, like trillions of dollars in the market, so anything could happen. But literally, It's just a public news coming out on a public forum like CNBC, that public yesterday, with Mr. Karp coming out countering it that publicly. I don't know. I could see something going on. A huge bear trap, maybe, but I mean, it could also be the other way, and then they bear trap after they go. So man, we'll see. But I just fucking printed on the video. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. God did. God did. God did. Folks, I will see you tomorrow. I'm still here for 20-30 minutes, but I'm just... what the fuck gold doing? Market is slowly going lower, following NVIDIA, right? I don't know why it's so slow. I don't know why it took... Probably, you know what? It is getting closer to 3:30. End of the Robin Hood crap time, so... Wow. Wow, market is literally doing this shit after the fact. I literally said something fucking weird on the video, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. These fucking people are crazy! Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, I'm telling you, Mike Burry and all his counterpart. I just posted an emoji picture of a polar bear, koala bear, and a bear. I'm telling you. Yo, something different on this shit. And that is something to see. They don't even let the thing go one day. Literally at the end of the day. Beginning of the day. End of the day. Into who fucking knows. But I'm telling you, if the thing goes a little bit lower, a little bit lower, a little bit lower, then that gives them the ability, the time, the power to do whatever the fuck people want to do. Time is 3:30. God bless you all. Hope you all have a beautiful, beautiful Wednesday. I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully. All right, everyone, make sure you kiss yourself good night. All right, hug yourself good night. I love you all. Time is 3:30. You won't go into the purple box now, dumb gold. Let us see. NVIDIA crazy. NVDR going down like a fucking knife today. From here to here. From here to here. Right, the polar bears are there. NVDR. Polar bears are there. You said my trend line ugly? I don't care. Right? Let's see. Let's see. NVDR. God did. God. Oh my fucking god. I'm up 50% on all Friday now. Oh my god. God did. Please. God did. 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 Holy fucking crazy. The last... Since 3 o'clock. Last 30 minutes. Holy fuck. God did. God did. God did. God did. God did. Go rip the floor off. Now it's crazy. Oh my, please. This shit is good though until... This could be the bear trap though. It is showing everything now. People are maybe seeing this shit now. I don't know. Oh my. Oh my. SOXO crazy bullish while doing this shit. And then now slowly pulling back. Palantir pulling back since 250, since 3 o'clock, together with NVDR. Oh my god, Dr. Burry. Oh my god. Dr. Burry trade. Oh my god. 2020. The roaring 20s. Oh shit. Oh shit. 199 from 201. 199 from 201. And when did I say this shit? At 200.80. I said they going to sub 200. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna shut my bitch ass up. I'm out. I'm out of Friday puts. Up 60%. I don't accept 2. I don't give a fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Next week 200 rocketing from being dragged down. Oh my. Average a little bit too, but oh my. Please. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh my god. No way. Oh my god. Oh 07. Dr. Burry. Dr. Burry. Dr. Burry. Dr. Burry. Oh my. Dr. Burry. Oh my god. Man, is this the bear trap? I don't know. I'm fucking scared, but fuck it. Oh my god. Market up, Nvidia down, what's going on? SOXL up, Nvidia down, what's going on? Oh my god. 199. 199. What? 199. 199. 196. 196. 196. Oh my. 196. 196. 196.5. 196. Holy shit, I'm dreaming. Holy fuck. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. 198.98. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bears are fucking there on the video. Wow! Wow, really? Wow! Oh my god, measured move? Really? Nah, that's fucking hope. Nah, there's no wow, there's no way. Holy shit, bulls are fucked on the video. The video turning red in 15 cents. Oh my god. $2.60 drop in 30 minutes since 3. There's no fucking. Oh my god, that's fucking crazy, bull trap. What the fuck? Now I'm feeling good. What the fuck? That gold bull trap overnight. Oh my. Oh my. Even line is this? I don't even know why I drew this. Oh my. My god. I don't know what the fuck to do now. I don't know if I should fucking leave or I'm scared now. Oh my god. The video made me go up crazy. I'm fucking scared. Gold is trapping. I don't know. Oh my god. I don't even. This shit is making me not leave the video now. Oh my god. Watch this shit flip on me tomorrow and gold's gonna fucking squeeze. Oh my. Ah. 196 me out right now. Right now. 196.7 me out right now. Get the fuck out. Oh my god, I'll get the fuck out, please. Oh my, please. Oh my god, this is crazy. 7.4. Wow. 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 I'm not gonna lie, I was dragged red because of fucking gold, but oh my god, now I'm fucking hella green. What the fuck? What the fuck? Everything was squeezing at the same time. Gold, Nvidia, everything. Oh my lord. Red. Nvidia red. Nvidia red. Dropped $3 in 37 minutes. Unbelievable. Strength. Holy shit. The fucking Dr. Burry. It's so... the RSI could go way lower here. This thing could go way lower into close. I know it looks impossible, but honestly, they might wait until 350, 355 and then push this shit in the last 5-10 minutes and then just go boop, close. I know it sounds crazy, but oh my god, I sounded crazy on Palantir. I sounded crazy on Tesla. Like, I'm telling you, these setups are fucking crazy sometimes. They just sound fucking crazy until it fucking plays out, but I'm telling you, it's fucking crazy. Yo, no. This is something different. This is not even Dr. Barry. This is just the entire market together using. Holy crap, they don't want to bounce Palantir at all. Down. Maybe they do want to bounce it, but all this MACD being negated now. This could be the bear trap, technically speaking. Alright, what if it pulls back up, opens up here tomorrow? And there's a gap. Oh my god, that was crazy. Sorry I keep spamming oh my god, guys, but look at this. Look at this. Huh? Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like, oh my god, that is not normal. That is the most unnormal. Look at. Can't even describe how much they lost the RSI and how much people are fucking scared right now and how much they're pushing this shit to the motherfucking South Pole, and SPY's about to go to 678. Oh my god! 678, push this bitch. I'm gonna meet up. Or I'm gonna scream so. I'm joking, by the way, but I'm actually muting up so I can do something. That was so unnatural. Or that was natural, but that was so... The setup, man. Oh my god. I don't know what's going on anymore. Maybe it is so oversold they're buying it back real quick, but... is reloading to go down lower or reloading to stop right here before market closes? Alright, NVIDIA is reloading to go lower, or NVIDIA is reloading to stop right here before market closes, and market closes in 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
Today.
That is...
Let's welcome Ryan on set, Chief Market Strategist at the Carson Group. Ryan, good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Don't worry, we're not talking about the Bengals and Joe Burrow. Okay, we'll save that for off camera.
He had to go there fast. Didn't he?
I went right there. All right, but we're going to start with something else. This is interesting. So I posed a very simple question.
I think they're about to go close below 678. This shit is so bearish now. Something changed.
Is the stock market
changed
in a bubble? Before you answer, Ryan, here's how it came in. 48.8%.
Guys, by the way, that's why I named my title so that I could attract more people. I'm not trying to bait people. Actually, I'm baiting people. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's just, look at this. 50% of the people saying yes, 50% of the people saying no. So, you know, it's just a very popular title, right? I love you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
You mentioned Joe Flacco.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right.
They don't necessarily die of old age.
Oh my God, folks. Oh my God,
in history, Brian, last 50 years, 5 bull markets made it this far.
Shit, I'm about 70%.
Every one of them got to at least
70%.
Year.
Really?
The average was 8 years. We're not saying it's going to go 8 years.
That I bought
I say bull markets like a cruise ship. Once they get moving, they're hard to slow down, really hard to turn around. Let's just think about that. There are pricey parts of this market, yes, but that doesn't mean the bull market's over and we do not.
So you are here to proclaim on international TV, this is the Joe Flacco market. This is a similar market, right? That when you think things aren't looking so good, guess what? You find new life. Suddenly you're throwing, 5 touchdowns a game. That this market still has room to run, and you can go to your X site. I know some amazing data to back this up. What am I pointing out here?
God did. Holy fuck.
These are all the historical stats.
God did. Sorry for my language. Oh my God, gold going too. God did. God did. Oh my God, look at gold.
When you're up 15% for the year, like we were this time, going into November. The last 2 months have been higher 20 out of 21 times.
Wow.
Those are just some numbers.
So if we're up 15%, which we are, heading into November 1st, a couple of days ago, 20 of 21 times, we end higher.
These final 2 months have been higher.
Holy
better
shit.
Than average. Even November and December do better. And I know I sent a graphic and the team put it together. When you're down 15% for the year, like we were obviously around April, call this a slingshot. You play slingshots as a kid, by the way?
No, but I'm watching Stranger Things now. I know.
Hello, dude!
Because when you finish,
I'm up 90%. Friday expiry. I'm fucking leaving. I don't give a fuck. I'm leaving. Friday expiry. I don't give a fuck. I'm leaving.
The next year was higher at least double digits every time, like 19% on average. The slingshot is real. I mean, one more thing, Brian. I'm fascinated by how people just keep doubting this. I mean, people say it's a bubble. There's all this negativity. We've got like a record number of bears. And
this shit is so dumb. Oh my God, this shit is so dumb.
I get to travel the country, talk to people. There's a lot of people.
They reloaded. They reloaded. They boofed. Reloaded.
Well,
now market closing in 15 minutes.
I know it's just our X poll, and it's going to be sort of adjusted for whoever follows me and you or whatever on Twitter, the finance crowd. But when I see almost half the people say it is a bubble, now I should have a follow-up.
You cannot lie to measure. I don't even know where I got the measured move.
Even for the 48.8 to think it's a bubble, are they going to keep investing? My guess is, Ryan, they will.
Move the chart
and that's a great point. And if you think it's a bubble, where do
oh my God, look at the candles coming in red again.
Part of the world, right?
Look at the candles. No, that's straight up. Oh my God, this is
we're hitting new highs virtually on every stock market around the globe. I mean, they're all hitting 52-week highs. Other places you can invest.
That's what I love about you. You knew that immediately. The United States market, we've done great. Most of the world has done better than us.
Look at how fucking slow SPY is.
I call it a global bull market. And again, last couple of years, I came on with you when we had the evening show. We got to talk. We said,
oh my Lord.
This year we've gone a little more developed international. We think there's opportunity around the globe when you have a crazy time like April and the Liberation Day, obliteration day. It was really nice to have more diversified portfolio.
This is
Bottom line, we're overweight
this
equities,
is once
yes,
in the
but we have
maybe
more
month type of
international
deal.
exposure than
I
we
don't
had the
know
last
what's
couple of years.
going on here. I don't know why this is going on, but this is a once in a month type of deal.
We're about 71% equities, about 19% or so is international.
Once in a fucking year type of deal.
If you live in a New Jersey zip code and
what is going on right now? What is going on right now? Am I straight up hoping, or am I seeing things that I want to fucking dream on? The American dream. Like, oh my god. Nah. All right.
You're having me back.
I mean, I guess we should start with that deal because huge gain for your stock on the back of the
They're
Air
talking
Force.
about gold.
Air Force
And
in
gold
Alaska.
going lower into close.
What does it look like in
Talking
terms
about gold,
of
bullish, gold.
longevity and potential for recurring revenue?
I love it.
Yeah,
Market bullish on gold. I love it.
Sort of
News.
being able to partner with the government and the defense side to provide, resilient, kind of durable power solutions. It's one of the things, especially as we see different defense installations and capabilities moving to needing more and more, power, as well as, by the way, heat and steam, because that's an important feature to have in a place like Alaska to keep things working in the winter. It's a pretty neat opportunity for what nuclear can do very well. So looking at this as a multi-decade kind of time frame, stretching out 20 to 30 years, some of the details of course, are going to be
07, brothers and sisters, hit the like button today.
Very exciting opportunity
07.
and a very important part of sort of helping serve to the national interest.
I mean, a big vote in confidence.
Oh my God!
Confidence in your company.
Have a good day,
Are
all.
there further negotiations about doing this?
Oh my God!
With the government?
Yeah,
oh my God!
It's a great question. We were
197. Oh my
a
God!
Smaller group of folks also in addition to what we just won with the Air Force in Addison, as part of something called the Defense Innovation Unit and their advanced nuclear program over there. Which could open the door for a significant number of additional bases as well. So, when you combine those aspects and then touch on sort of what
best day ever today again. Oh my God!
Now looking at ways to
going to the purple box in 10
and
minutes. Close the fucking
like
day at
for
6.
example, on the bases,
365.
Data center capabilities and AI
talking about
capabilities,
gold bullish on
defense
this news.
installations.
Something
It's a
about
pretty exciting space to think about what the trajectory can look like going forward. But yeah, we're very excited to get that as a big win for us last week.
I mean, clearly the trajectory is exciting for investors. Question is,
that is crazy.
When will we actually start to see you be able to stand it up?
I think this is one of the things that's really exciting right now is on the backs of the executive orders a few weeks ago. Couple that with the broader macro environment.
That is
here,
crazy.
for energy as a whole.
Something going crazy on my shit.
That people don't talk about a lot, which is move schedules to the left.
It's gold and Nvidia at the same time. Oh my God! Oh my
The key thing though, sometimes people think nuclear is out in the 2030s and beyond. It doesn't have to be, and it isn't. For us, we have a site, we have fuel. We've been making steady progress for a long time. We've been at this for 12 years. So we're excited about having a good, clear trajectory of the first plant online in Idaho. Late 27 or early 28 is a target with additional plants coming on after that. Especially given that
crazy pullback. I told you they lying. I told you they lying. 197.
Making fuel more available, which is one of the biggest bottlenecks we have to scale beyond sort of 1 to 3 to 5 to many. So that's now something that's being fixed through these executive orders as well to kind of bridge us into a commercial fuel supply chain.
Oh my God!
It's going to be accelerating the timelines here to be faster. Now, not all companies are going to move at those same paces, and that's what's a feature in the system right now, right? We have a lot of innovation, a lot of new approaches, and we're just excited to be kind of at the forefront.
Oh my God!
Right, so you sound pretty confident you're going to get stuff up and running, again, to use your words, by 27, 28, and 29. So, because we've all been working with sort of that, 2030 or 5 to 7 year timeline for so many of these small modular reactors.
Oh my God!
Right.
I put into next week on the video up crazy. Oh my God!
We're working on actually.
Oh my God! I can't even fucking look at the screen anymore.
Actually, we're really working towards getting that done later this year to be able to then, have this plant being built, get the permitting in place, and then load it with fuel and start it up. We have all the right pieces to do there. It's really execution now, and obviously with the capital raise we just did last week, gives us more fuel to accelerate those things, especially on the backs of those tailwinds. And the big thing about the tailwinds of those EOs, the big thing about those too is it's really accelerative, not just to go to the
market closing in 10 minutes. We're at VWAP. All right, market deciding whether to go below 678 or not into close.
Right, market deciding whether to go under 678 into close. That's what I see right here, right now, in 9 minutes or less. Right, 359 is 355, the last checkpoint of the market. There is 8 minutes left. Oh yes, we're getting all the bullish news coming out right now. This is 1 minute ago.
John Beatty, and
still very early in the AI super cycle.
Get
the fuck out of here!
We're happy, of course, to be at Impact.
Oh my lord!
Do you feel like this is
right.
a highly
I'm up
retail
26% on my
as we were talking
NVIDIA
about,
puts
retail
out
trader
into
versus
next
the
week.
retail
I'm up
investor. This community is
156%
investors, and
on
they
my
think about
NVIDIA
the long term.
into Friday.
They're building diversified portfolios.
Have a good day, everybody.
Around clients,
oh
risk
my God.
tolerances,
God bless.
Their desire for capital appreciation as well as capital preservation. Income is an important part of the portfolio as for the older, more retired folks in their book of business. So we see a lot more customization of portfolios in this industry amongst the advisor base here.
What does this landscape look like to you?
At Dynasty, we're very active, very bullish, heavily allocated in the equity market right now. We actually believe that we're still, Scott, very early in the AI super cycle. There's going to be continued significant capex, not just with some of the Mag 7, but also you see it, with large financial firms like Schwab, JP Morgan, and others. So we're very bullish. We obviously believe,
holy
fuck, in diversification across the portfolio.
Oh my God!
Our clients are moving more into
I think it's gonna go
markets,
crazy tomorrow. It's up 160% now.
We'll talk
Friday.
a little bit
Holy shit!
about
That I got
as well.
on the video.
But right
oh
now,
my God! Intraday today.
Look, markets at
I almost
all-time
fucking
high.
slipped and busted
There's
my
always
ass.
things that you can worry about, but we're cautiously optimistic as we move into 26.
I wonder how advisors are managing client expectations and desire for whatever portfolio mix makes sense in an extraordinarily top-heavy market where the most exciting story is around a small number of names. We always hear about diversification when it comes to a full portfolio or maybe the kinds of stocks that you own, yet I'm betting advisors are getting a lot of calls from their clients saying, I don't want my performance to lag the overall market, and the overall market is driven by this small group of stocks.
Well, I think this is where the advisors earn their money, right, in terms of the value that they deliver for clients. Keeping them, their feet on the ground as it relates to expectations of the market, the risk on, risk off conversations. You look at diversification as it relates to international stocks versus domestic stocks, and for a long time that was a bad call, and now it's looking really good. So I think the
196.
Fact that
This is full
on side by side with their
on bear
really
party.
About the
this is
principles
testing
of investing,
yesterday's low,
keeps
breaking
these,
yesterday's low.
in the right place.
This is going to go lower more likely into tomorrow.
What do you think this period of time in this market has done?
Unbelievable
day. This market. I think one of the things we have to be careful about this.
I don't even want to. Unbelievable day. I don't even want to look at this shit anymore. I'm just fucking going to
make sure that we're staying prudent around diversification. We do have, we're managing about $100 billion for the advisors on our platform at Dynasty. We do have some tactical overlays within the portfolio. But we are very focused on staying diversified.
Oh my God!
All asset classes, whether it's alternatives with private equity, private credit, venture, gold, Bitcoin, as well as stocks and bonds.
So you bring in tax loss harvesting and the long short portfolios that can manage diversification on concentrated positions. This isn't your father's Cadillac any longer in terms of the investment capabilities in this industry.
I mean, it's not your father's portfolio, so to speak, anymore either. I mean, what was a 60-40 traditional portfolio is kind of a relic of the past. I asked Omar Aguilar, who runs Schwab Asset Management, if I walk around this floor, how much am I hearing today about things beyond 60-40? Alts are the fastest growing place in the universe.
Yes, the 60-40 is getting squeezed by alts, precious metals, crypto now coming into the picture. So the allocation isn't what it used to be, and I think the technology has allowed advisors to build highly personalized portfolios on scale for investors. Dynasty is a big player in that with their advisors.
It's really out of necessity too, Scott. When we started Dynasty 15 years ago, there were over 8,500 public companies. Today,
they went crazy!
right? So that from a supply and demand standpoint, there's a lot fewer public securities, and then many companies are staying private for longer. Some of the fastest growing firms, obviously now in the world, are private. So we're working really hard to make those companies, those private companies, available to our advisors to build out a more diversified portfolio.
I think tomorrow's about to be fucking great for me. I'm about to throw up now. Ain't no way. Am I dreaming right now? Like, no way. Shit. God, I'm laughing like a fucking joker right now. Yeah. Yep. 197. This shit is all sorts of bullish news coming out now, right? On news.
Finally,
closing bell. AI upside remains missing in latest earnings spot, whatever. Yep.
Is whether we've hit an inflection point over how AI spending and valuations will be scrutinized going forward.
Under 678, right?
Now with more. Hey, Mac.
Hey, Scott. So names like Oracle, Broadcom, AMD, and NVIDIA have all surged in the past few months off the back of OpenAI partnerships. But now the focus is on who is turning those headlines into real revenue. Only AMD has reported so far.
When everybody's done for the day, when everybody's frustrated, and when they're all done, right? SPY under 678, right? We did the poll all the way at the top, right? Right? Look at the WhatsApp group. Look who voted 678, right? I mean, look who voted lower, right? I was the first person that voted lower, and I really thought nobody was going to vote lower. Nobody was voting lower until I voted lower, and then there was a bunch of people voting lower, and now there's 8 people lower, right? 2 people, 678 plus 688 people, 678, 3 people lower, 8 people. I'm telling you, dude.
Its in-house model that's reportedly a revamped Siri in a deal with Apple worth $1 billion a year. Now, Microsoft and Meta, on the other hand, they have sold off since reporting. Microsoft lost right of first refusal on OpenAI's compute deals, and Meta, it reported a soft Q4 guide, and it's spending like a hyperscaler without a cloud business to justify the outlay.
Shut this shit off. Market closing in 22 seconds. Today, they intraday bear trapped, but they bull trapped because of the last week trendline environment. This week's trendline environment today turned into a bull trap with NVIDIA, with Bitcoin, with a lot of things. Okay? God bless you. Have a good day. Jesus fucking Christ. My life kinda changed. I'm not gonna lie. I took all my Palantir profits out and put it in the video because I kinda got confidence from this shit, from the news that came out. But yeah. I'll see you guys. Bye-bye.